Chapter 1 of The Wonderful Year. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Wonderful Year by William John Locke. Chapter 1. "There is a letter for you, monsieur," said the concierge of the Hôtel du Soleil et de l'Ecosse. He was a shabby concierge, sharing in the tarnish of the shabby hotel, which, for the information of those fortunate ones owning over the Ritz and the Maurice and other such-like palaces, is situated in the unaristocratic neighbourhood of the Halles Centrales. "As it bears the Paris postmark, it must be the one which monsieur was expecting," said he, detaching it from the clip on the keyboard. "You're perfectly right," said Martin Overshaw. "I recognise the handwriting." The young Englishman sat on the worn cane seat in the little vestibule and read his letter. It ran, "Dear Martin, I've been away. Otherwise I should have answered your note sooner. I'm delighted you're in this God-forsaken city, but what brought you here in August, heaven only knows. We must meet at once. I can't ask you to my abode because I've only one room, one chair and a bed, and you would be shocked to sit on the chair when I sat on the bed, or to sit on the bed when I sat on the chair. And I couldn't offer you anything but a cigarette, Caporal, à 4 sous le paquet, and the fag end of a bottle of grenadine syrup and water. So let us dine together at the place where I can take such meals as I can afford. Au Petit Cornichon, or, as the snob of a proprietor yearns to call it, the Restaurant du Fort. It's a beast of a hole in the Rue Barré, off the Rue Bonaparte, but I don't think either of us could run to the Café de Paris or Paillard's, and we'll have it all to ourselves. Meet me there at 7. Yours sincerely, Corinna Hastings." Martin Overshaw rose and addressed the concierge. "Where is the Rue Bonaparte?" The concierge informed him. "I'm going to dine with a lady at the restaurant called the Petit Cornichon. Do you think I'd better wear evening dress?" The concierge was perplexed. The majority of the British frequenters of the hotel, when they did not dine in gangs at the table d'hôte, went out to dinner in flannels or knickerbockers and wore cloth caps, and looked upon the language of the country as an incomprehensible joke. But here was a young Englishman of a puzzling type, who spoke perfect French with a strange purity of accent, in spite of his abysmal ignorance of Paris, and talked about dressing for dinner. "I will ask Monsieur Beaucardin," said he. Monsieur Beaucardin, the manager, a fat, greasy Provençal, who sat over a ledger in the cramped bureau, leaned back in his chair and threw out his hands. "Evening dress in a little restaurant of the Côtier? Mais non! They would look at you through the windows. There would be a crowd. It would be an affair for the police." Martin Overshaw smiled. "Merci, monsieur," said he, "but as you may have already guessed, I am new to Paris and to Paris ways." "Oh, that doesn't matter," replied Monsieur Beaucardin graciously. "Paris isn't France. Paris isn't France. We of the south, I am from Nîmes, care that for Paris." He snapped his fingers. "Monsieur knows the Midi?" "It is my first visit to France," said Martin. "Mais comment donc? You speak French like a Frenchman." "My mother was a Swiss," replied Martin ingenuously, "and I lived all my boyhood in Switzerland in the Canton de Vaud. French is my mother tongue, and I have been teaching it in England ever since." "Ah, monsieur is professeur?" Monsieur Beaucardin asked politely. "Yes, professeur," said Martin, conscious for the first time in his life of the absurd dignity of the French title. It appealed to a latent sense of humour, and he smiled wryly. Yes, he was a professor, had been for the last 10 years at Marget's Universal College, Hickney Heath, a professor engaged in cramming large classes of tradesmen's children, both youths and maidens, with such trickster's command of French grammar and vocabulary as would enable them to obtain high marks in the stereotyped examinations for humble positions in the public and semi-public services. He had reduced the necessary instruction to an exact science. He had carried hundreds of pupils through their examinations with flying colours, but he had never taught a single human being to speak 30 consecutive coherent words of French, or to read and enjoy a French book. When he was very young and foolish, he tried to teach them the French speech as a living, organic mode of communication between human beings, with the result that his pupils, soul-strung for examinations, had revolted, and the great Cyrus Marget, founder of the colossal and horrible Strasbourg goose factory, known as Margate Universal College, threatened to sack him if he persisted in such damnable and unprofitable imbecility. So, being poor and unenterprising, and having no reason to care whether a Mr. James Bagshaw or a Miss Susan Tulliver profited for more than the examination moment by his teaching, he had taught the dry examination bones of the French language for 10 years. And Monsieur est professeur from Monsieur Bocardon. Then, as he turned away and began to mount the dingy stairs that led to his bedroom, it struck him that he was now only a professor in partibus. He was no longer a member of the professorial staff of Margate's Universal College. The vast original Margate had retired with fortune, liver, and head deservedly swollen to county magnateship, leaving, for pecuniary considerations, the tremendous educational institution to a young successor, who, having adopted as his watchword the comforting shibboleth, efficiency, had dismissed all those professors who did not attain his standard of slickness. Martin Overshaw was not slick. The young apostle of efficiency had dismissed Martin Overshaw at a month's notice, after 10 years' service. It was though a practised gougere, or hand-gorger of geese, had been judged obsolescent, and made to give place to one who gorged them by Hertzian rays. The new Olympian had flashed a glance, a couple of lightning questions at Martin, and that was the end. In truth, Martin Overshaw did not emanate efficiency like the eagle-faced men in the illustrated advertisements who undertake to teach you how to become a millionaire in a fortnight. He was of mild and modest demeanour, of somewhat shy and self-deprecatory attitude, a negligible personality in any assemblage of human beings, a man, according to the blasphemous saying, of no account. Of medium height, thin, black-haired, of sallow complexion, he regarded the world unspeculatively out of clear grey eyes that had grown rather tired. As he brushed his hair before the long strip of wardrobe mirror, it did not occur to him to criticize his reflected image. He made no claims to impeccability of costume. His linen and person were scrupulously clean, his sober suit comparatively new. But his appearance, though he knew it not, suffered from a masculine dowdiness, indefinable, yet obvious. His ill-tied cravat had an inveterate quarrel with his ill-chosen collar, and left the collar-stud exposed, and, innocent of sumptuary crime, he allowed his socks to ruck over his ankles. Once he had grown a full black beard, full in the barber's sense, but dejectedly straggling to the commonplace eye of a landlady's daughter who had goaded him into a tepid flirtation. To please the nymph long since married to a virtuous plumber whom Martin himself had called in to make his bath a going concern, he had divested himself of the offending excrement, and contented himself thenceforward with a poor, little, undistinguished moustache. A very ordinary, unarresting young man was Martin Overshaw. Yet, in his simple, apologetic way, exempli gratia, when he smiled with deferential confidence on the shabby concierge and the greasy Monsieur Bocardon, he carried with him an air of good breeding, a disarming sensitiveness of manner which commanded the respect, contemptuous though it might have sometimes been, of coarser natures. A long, thin, straight nose with delicate nostrils, the only noticeable feature of his face, may have had something to do with this impression of refinement. Much might be written on noses. The great master of nosiology, Lawrence Sterne, did but broach the subject. On account perhaps of a long head terminating in a long blunt chin, and a mild patience of expression, he bore at Margate's Universal College the traditional sobriquet of cab-horse. The cab-horse, however, was now turned out to grass, in August Paris. He had been there 3 days, and his head swam with the wonder of it. As he walked along the indicated route to the Petit Cornichon in the airless dark, he felt the thrill of freedom and of romance. Down the boulevard Sébastopol he went, past the Tour Saint-Jacques, through the Place du Châtelet, over the Pont au Change, and across the Ile de la Cité to the Boulevard Saint-Michel, and turned to the right along the Boulevard Saint-Germain until he came to the Rue Bonaparte and his destination. It was the sweltering cool of the evening. Paris sat out of doors, at cafes, at gateways, in shirt-sleeves and loosened bodices, at shop-fronts, at dusty tables before humble restaurants. Pedestrians walked languidly in quest of ultimate seats. In the wide thoroughfares the omnibuses went their accustomed route, but motor cabs whizzed unfrequent for lack of custom. They who could afford to rise in taxi autos on the Rive Gauche were far away in cooler regions, and the old horses of crawling fiacres hung stagnant heads. Only the stale dregs of Paris remained in the Boule Miche. Yet it was fairyland to the emancipated professor in Partibus, who paused here and there to catch the odd phrases of his mother tongue, which struck his ears with delicious unfamiliarity. Paris, too, that close, sultry evening, smelled of unutterable things, but to Martin Overshaw it was the aroma of a wonder city. He found without difficulty the Café-Restaurant Dufour, whose gilded style and title eclipsed the modern sign of the Petit Cornichon, prudently allowed to remain in porcelain letters on the glass of door and windows. Under the aegis, as it were, of the poor little gherkin, and independent of the magnificent Dufour establishment, was the announcement displayed: Déjeuner, 1 franc 50, dîner, 2 francs, vin compris. The ground floor was a small café, newly decorated with fresco panels of generously unclad ladies dropping roses on goat-legged gentlemen, symptoms of the progressive mind of the ambitious Monsieur Dufour. Only 2 tables were occupied, by ruddy-faced provincials engaged over coffee and dominoes. To Martin, standing embarrassed, came a pallid waiter. "Monsieur désire? Le restaurant?" "C'est au haut, monsieur, au premier." He pointed to a meagre staircase on the left-hand side. Martin descended and found himself alone in a ghostly tabled room. From a doorway emerged another pallid waiter, who also addressed him with inquiry. "Monsieur désire?" But the inquiry was modulated with a certain subtle inflection of surprise and curiosity. "I am expecting a lady," said Martin. "Bien, monsieur, a table for 2? Voici." He drew back an inviting chair. "I should like this one by the window," said Martin. The room being on the entresol, the ceiling was low, and the place reeked with reproachful reminders of long-forgotten 1 franc 50 and 2 franc meals. "I am sorry, monsieur," replied the waiter, "but this table is reserved by a lady who takes here all her repas. Monsieur can see that it is so by the half-finished bottle of mineral water." He held up the bottle of Evian in token of his veracity. Scrawled in pencil across the label ran the inscription, "Mademoiselle Hastings." "Mademoiselle Hastings!" cried Martin. "Why, that is the lady I am expecting." The waiter smiled copiously. "Monsieur was a friend of Miss Hastings? Then it was a different matter. Mademoiselle said she would be back tonight, and that was why her bottle of Evian had been preserved for her. She was the only one left of the enormous clientele of the restaurant. It was a restaurant of students. In the season, not a table for the chance comer. All engaged. The students paid so much per week or per month for nourishment. It really was a pension, enfin, for board without lodging. When the students were away from Paris, the restaurant was kept open at a loss. Not a very great loss, for in Paris one knew how to accommodate oneself to circumstance. Good provincials and English tourists sometimes wandered in. One always then indicated the decorations, real masterpieces, some of them. Only a day or 2 ago an American traveller had taken photographs. If monsieur would deign to look round." Martin deigned. Drawings in charcoal and crayon on the distempered walls, caricatures, bold nudes, bars of music, bits of satiric verse, flowing signatures, bore evidence of the passage of many generations of students. "It amuses them," said the waiter, "and gives the place a character." He was pointing out the masterpieces when a young voice by the door sang out, "Hello, Martin!" Martin turned and met the welcoming eyes of Corinna Hastings, fair-haired, slender, neatly dressed in blue serge coat and skirt, and a cheap little hat, to which a long pheasant's feather gave a touch of bravado. "You're a real godsend," she declared. "I was thinking of throwing myself into the river, and there would have been no one on the deserted bridge to fish me out again. I am the last creature left in Paris." "I am more than lucky then to find you, Corinna," said Martin, "for you're the only person in Paris that I know." "How did you find my address?" "I went down to Wendlebury." "Then you saw them all?" said Corinna, as they took their seats at the window-table. "Father and mother and Bessie and Joan and Ada, etc., etc., down to the new baby. A new baby makes 10 of us alive. Really, he's the 14th. I wonder how many more there are going to be." "I shouldn't think there would be any more," replied Martin gravely. Corinna burst out laughing. "What on earth can you know about it?" The satirical challenge brought a flush to Martin's sallow cheek. What did he know, in fact, of the very intimate concerns of the Reverend Thomas Hastings and his wife? "I'm afraid they find it hard to make both ends meet as it is," he explained. "Yet I suppose they all flourish as usual, playing tennis and golf and selling at bazaars and quarrelling over curates." "They all seem pretty happy," said Martin, not over-pleased at his companion's airy treatment of her family. He himself, the loneliest of men, had found grateful warmth among the noisy, good-hearted crew of girls. It hurt him to hear them contemptuously spoken of. "It was the first time you went down since—" She paused. "Since my mother died. Yes, she died early in May, you know." "Must be a terrible loss to you," said Corinna in a softened voice. He nodded and looked out of the window at the houses opposite. That was why he was in Paris. For the last 10 years, ever since his father's death had hurried him away from Cambridge, after a term or two, into the wide world of struggle for a living, he had spent all his days of freedom in the little Kentish town. And these days were few. There were no long, luxurious vacations at Margaret's Universal College, such as there are at ordinary colleges and schools. The grind went on all the year round, and the staff had but scanty holidays. Such as they were, he passed them at his mother's tiny villa. His father had given up the chaplaincy in Switzerland, where he had married and where Martin had been born, to become vicar of Wendlebury, and Mr. Hastings was his successor. Mrs. Overshaw, with her phlegmatic temperament, had taken root in Wendlebury, and there Martin had visited her, and there he had been received into the intimacy of the Hastings family, and there she had died. And now that the little villa was empty, and Martin had no place outside London to lay his leisured head, he had satisfied the dream of his life and come to Paris. But even in this satisfaction there was pain. What was Paris compared with the kind touch of that vanished hand? He sighed. He was a simple soul in spite of his 30 years. The waiter roused him from his sad reflections by bringing the soup and a bottle of thin red wine. Conscious of food and drink and a female companion of prepossessing exterior, Martin's face brightened. "It's so jolly of them in Paris to throw in wine like this," said he. "I only hope you can drink the stuff," remarked Corinna. "We call it Tour de Boyau." "It's a rare treat," said Martin. "I can't afford wine in England, and the soup is delicious. Somehow no English landlady ever thinks of making it." "England is a beast of a place," said Corinna. "Yet in your city you call Paris a God-forsaken city." "Oh, so it is in August. The schools are closed, not a studio is open. Every single student is cleared out, and there's nothing in the world to do." "I've found heaps to do," said Martin. "The Pantheon and Notre Dame and the Folies Bergère," said Corinna. "There's always the Eiffel Tower. Imagine a 3 years art student finding fun on the Eiffel Tower." "Then why haven't you gone home this August as usual?" asked Martin. Corinna knitted her brows. "That's another story," she replied shortly. "I beg your pardon, I didn't mean to be impertinent," said Martin. She laughed. "Don't be silly. You think wallowing in the family trough is the height of bliss. It isn't. I would sooner starve than go back. At any rate, I should be myself, a separate entity, an individual. Oh, that's being merely a bit of clotted family. How I should hate it!" "But you would return to Paris in the autumn," said Martin. Again she frowned and broke her bread impatiently. All that was another story. "But never mind about me. Tell me about yourself, Martin. Perhaps we may fix up something merry to do together. Père Lachaise, or the tomb of Napoleon. How long are you staying in Paris?" "I can only afford a week. I've already had 3 days. I must look out for another billet as soon as possible." "Another billet?" Her question reminded him that she was ignorant of his novel position as professor in partibus. He explained over the boeuf flamande. Corinna, putting the other story of her own trouble aside, listened sympathetically. All Paris art students must learn to do that, otherwise who would listen sympathetically to them? And all art students want a prodigious amount of sympathy, so uniquely constituted is each in genius and temperament. "You can't go back to that dog's life," she said after a while. "You must get a post in a good public school." Martin sighed. "Why not in the kingdom of heaven? It's just as possible. Heads of public schools don't engage as masters men who haven't a degree and have hacked out their youth in low-class institutions like Margaret's. I know only too well. To have been at Margaret's damns me utterly with the public schools. I must find another Margaret's." "Why don't you do something else?" asked the girl. "What else in the world can I do? You know very well what happened to me. My poor old father was just able to send me to Cambridge because I had a good scholarship. When he died, there was nothing to supplement the scholarship, which wasn't enough to keep me at the university. I had to go down. My mother had nothing but my father's life insurance money, £1,000, and £20 a year from the Freemasons. When she wrote to her relations about her distress, what do you think my damned set of Swiss uncles and aunts and cousins sent her? 200 francs. £8. And they're all rolling in money got out of the English. I had to find work at once to support us both. My only equipment was a knowledge of French. I got a post at Margaret's through a scholastic agency. I thought it was a miracle. When the letter came accepting my application, I didn't sleep all night. I remained there up till a week or so ago, working 12 hours a day all the year round. I don't say I had classes for 12 hours, he admitted conscientiously. But when you see about a couple of hundred pupils a day and they all do written work which needs correcting, you'll find you have as much work in class as out of class. Last night I dreamed I was confronted with a pile of exercise books 8 feet high. "It's a dog's life," Corinna repeated. "It is," said Martin. "Mais que veux-tu, ma pauvre Corinne? I detest it as much as one can detest anything. If even I was a successful teacher, pas encore. But I doubt whether I have taught anybody even the régime du participe passé, save as a mathematical formula. It's heart-rending. It has turned me into a brainless, soulless, heartless, bloodless machine." For a moment or two the glamour of the Parisian meal faded away. He beheld himself, as he had woefully done in intervals between the raptures of the past few days, an anxious and despairing young man, terribly anxious to obtain another abhorred teachership, yet desperate at the prospect of lifelong ineffectual drudgery. Corinna, her elbows on the table, poising in her hand a teaspoonful of tepid strawberry ice, regarded him earnestly. "I wish I were a man," she declared. "What would you do?" She swallowed the morsel of ice and dropped her spoon with a clatter. "I would take life by the throat and choke something big out of it," she cried dramatically. "Probably an ocean of tears or a Sahara of despair," said a voice from the door. Both turned sharply. The speaker was a middle-aged man of a presence at once commanding and subservient. He had a shock of greyish hair brushed back from the forehead and terminating about the collar in a fashion suggested of the late Abbé Liszt. His clean-shaven face was broad and massive, the features large, eyes grey and prominent, the mouth loose and fleshy. Many lines marked it, most noticeable of all a deep vertical furrow between the brows. He was dressed somewhat shabbily in a black frock-coat suit and wore the white tie of the French attorney. His voice was curiously musical. "Good Lord, Fortinbras, how you startled me!" exclaimed Corinna. "I couldn't help it," said he, coming forward. "When you turned the Petit Cornichon into the stage of the Odeon, what can I do but give you that reply? I came here to find our good friend Widdrington." "Widdrington went back to England this morning," she announced. "That's a pity. I had good news for him. I have arranged his little affair. He should be here to profit by it. I love impulsiveness in youth," he said, addressing himself to Martin, "when it proceeds from noble ardour. But when it marks the feather-headed irresponsibility of the idiot, I cannot deprecate it too strongly." Challenged, as it were, for a response, "I cordially agree with you, sir," said Martin. "You two ought to know one another," said Corinna. "This is my friend, Mr. Overshaw. Martin, let me introduce you to Mr. Daniel Fortinbras, Marchand de Bonheur." Fortinbras extended a soft white hand, and holding Martin's benevolently, "which, being translated into our rougher speech," said he, "means dealer in happiness." "I wish you would provide me with some," said Martin laughingly. "And so do I," said Corinna. Fortinbras drew a chair to the table and sat down. "My fee," said he, "is 5 francs each, paid in advance." End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Wonderful Year by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 2. At this unexpected announcement, Martin exchanged a swift glance with Corinna. She smiled, drew a 5-franc piece from her purse and laid it on the table. Martin, wondering, did the same. The Marchand de Bonheur unbuttoned his frock-coat and slipped the coins, with a professional air, into his waistcoat pocket. "Mr. Overshaw," said he, "you must understand, as our charming friend Corinna Hastings, and indeed half the courtier latin understand, that for such happiness as may be my good fortune to provide, I do not charge 1 penny. But having to eke out a precarious livelihood, I make a fixed charge of 5 francs for every consultation, no matter whether it be for 10 minutes or 10 hours. And for the matter of that, 10 hours is not my limit. I am at your service for an indefinite period of time, provided it be continuous." "That's very good indeed of you," said Martin. "I hope you'll join us," he added, as the waiter approached with 3 coffee cups. "No, I thank you. I've already had my after-dinner coffee. But if I might take the liberty of ordering something else—" "By all means," said Martin hospitably. "What would you have? Cognac, liqueur, whisky and soda?" Fortinbras held up his hand. It was the hand of a comfortable, drowsy prelate, and smiled. "I have not touched alcohol for many years. I find it blunts the delicacy of perception, which is essential to a Marchand de Bonheur in the exercise of his calling. Auguste will give me a sirop de framboise à l'eau." "Eh bien, monsieur," said Auguste. "On the other hand, I shall smoke with pleasure one of your excellent English cigarettes. Thanks. Allow me." With something of the grand manner, he held a lighted match to Corinna's cigarette and to Martin's. Then he blew it out and lit another for his own. "A superstition," said he, by way of apology. "It arises out of the Russian funeral ritual in which the 3 altar candles are lit by the same taper. To apply the same method of illumination to 3 worldly things like cigars or cigarettes is regarded as an act of impiety, and hence as unlucky. For 2 people to dip their hands together in the same basin, without making the sign of the cross in the water, is unlucky on account of the central incident of the Last Supper, and to spill the salt, as you are absent-mindedly doing, Corinna, is a violation of the sacred symbol of sworn friendship." "That's all very interesting," said Corinna calmly, "but what are Martin Overshaw and I to do to be happy?" Fortinbras looked from one to the other with benevolent shrewdness, and inhaled a long puff of smoke. "What about our young medical student friend, Camille Fagot?" Corinna flushed red, as only pale blondes can flush. "What do you know about Camille?" she demanded. "Everything and nothing. Come, come, it's my business to keep a paternal eye on you children. Where is he?" "Who the deuce is Camille?" thought Martin. "He's at Bordeaux, safe in the arms of his ridiculous mother," replied Corinna tartly. "Good, good," said Fortinbras. "And you, Mr. Overshaw, where is the lady on whom you have set your affections?" Martin laughed frankly. "Heaven knows, there isn't one. The Princesse Lointaine, perhaps, whom I've never seen." Fortinbras again looked from one to the other. "This complicates matters," said he. "On the other hand, perhaps it simplifies them. There being nothing common, however, to your respective roads to happiness, each case must be dealt with separately. Place aux dames. Corinna will first expose to me the sources of her divine discontent. Proceed, Corinna." She drummed with her fingers on the table, and little wrinkles lined her young forehead. Martin pushed back his chair. "Hadn't I better go for a walk until it is my turn to be interviewed?" Corinna bade him not to be silly. Whatever she had to say he was welcome to hear. It would be better if he did hear it. Then he might appreciate the lesser misery of his own plight. "I'm an utter, hopeless failure," she cried with an air of defiance. "Good," said Fortinbras. "I can't paint worth a cent." "Good," said Fortinbras. "That old beast Delafosse says I'll never learn to draw, and I'm colour-blind. That's a brutal way of putting it, but it's more or less true. Consequently, I can't earn my living by painting pictures. No one would buy them." "Then they must be very bad indeed," murmured Fortinbras. "Well, that's it," said Corinna. "I'm done for. An old aunt died and left me a legacy of £400. I thought I could best use it by coming to Paris to study art. I've been at it 3 years, and I'm as clever as when I began. I have about £20 left. When it's gone, I shall have to go home to my smug and chuckling family. There are 10 of us. I'm the eldest, and the youngest is 3 months old. Pretty fit I should be after 3 years of Paris to go back. When I was at home last, if ever I referred to an essential fact of physiological or social existence, my good mother called me immodest, and my sisters, goggle-eyed and breathless, besought me in corners to tell them all about it. When I tell them I know people who haven't gone through the ceremony of marriage, they think I'm giving them a peep into some awful hell of iniquity. It's a fearful joy to them. Then mother says I'm corrupting their young and innocent minds, and father mentions me at family prayers. And the way they run after any young man that happens along is sickening. I'm a prudish old maid compared with them. Have you ever seen me running after men?" "You are a modern Penthesilea," said Fortinbras. "Anyway, Wendlebury, that's my home, would drive me mad. I'll have to go away and fend for myself. Father can't give me an allowance. It's as much as he can do to pay his butcher's bills. Besides, I'm not that sort. What I do, I must do on my own. But I can't do anything to get a living. I can't typewrite. I don't know shorthand. I can scarcely sew a button on a camisole. I'm not quite sure of my multiplication table. I couldn't add up a column of pounds, shillings, and pence correctly to save my life. I play the devil with an egg if I put it into a saucepan, and if I attempted to bath a baby I should drown it. I'm 24 years of age, and a helpless, useless failure." Fortinbras drank some of his raspberry syrup and water, and lit another cigarette. "And you still have £20 in your pocket?" "Yes," said Corinna, "and I shan't go home until I've spent the last penny. That's why I'm in Paris, drinking its August dregs. I've already bought a third-class ticket to London, available for 6 months, so I can get back any time without coming down on my people." "That act of pusillanimous prudence," remarked Fortinbras, "seems to me to be a flaw in an otherwise admirable scheme of immediate existence. If the ravens fed an impossibly unhumorous and probably unprepossessing, disagreeable person like Elijah, surely there are doves who will minister to a sustenance of an attractive and keen-witted young woman like yourself. But that is a mere generalization. I only wish you," said he, bending forward and paternally and delicately touching her hand, "I only wish you to take heart of grace and not strangle yourself in your exhaustively drawn-up category of incompetence." The man's manner was so sympathetic, his deep voice so persuasive, the smile in his eyes so understanding, the massive lined face so illuminated by wise tenderness, that his words fell like balm on her rebellious spirit, before their significance, or want of significance, could be analysed by her intellect. The intensity of attitude and feature with which her confession had been attended relaxed into girlish ease. She laughed somewhat self-consciously, and took a cigarette from the packet offered her by a silent and wondering Martin. She perked up her shapely head, and once more the cock-pheasant's plume on her cheap straw hat gave her a pleasant air of braggadocio. Martin noticed for the first time that she had a little mutinous nose and a defiant lift of the chin above a broad white throat. He found it difficult to harmonize her appearance of confident efficiency with her lamentable avowal of failure. Those blue eyes, somewhat hard beneath the square brow, ought to have commanded success. Those strong and nervous hands were of just the kind to choke the great things out of life. He could not suddenly divest himself of preconceived ideas. To the dull, unaspiring drudge, Corinna Hastings, leading the fabulous existence of the Paris studios, had been invested with such mystery as surrounded the goddesses of the Gaiety Theatre and the headmaster of Eton. Martin also reflected that in her litany of woe she had omitted all reference to the medical student now in the arms of his ridiculous mother. He began to feel mildly jealous of this Camille Fargot, who assumed the shadow shape of a malignant influence. Yet she did not appear to be the young woman to tolerate aggressive folly on the part of a commonplace young man. Fortinbras himself had called her Penthesilea, Queen of the Amazons. He was puzzled. "What you say is very comforting and exhilarating, Fortinbras," remarked Corinna, "but can't you let me have something practical?" "All in good time, my dear," replied Fortinbras serenely. "I have no quack nostrums to hand over at a minute's notice. Auguste!" He summoned the waiter and addressed him in fluent French, marred by a Britannic accent. "Give me another glass of this obscene, though harmless beverage, and satisfy the needs of Monsieur and Mademoiselle, and after that leave us in peace, and if anyone seeks to penetrate into this salle à manger, say that it is engaged by a lodge of Freemasons. Here is remuneration for your prospective zeal." With impressive flourish he deposited 15 centimes in the palm of Auguste, who bowed politely. "Merci, monsieur," said he. "Et monsieur, dame." He looked inquiringly at Martin, and Martin looked inquiringly at Corinna. "I'm going to blow £20," she replied. "I'll have a Kümmel glacé." "And I'll have the same," said Martin, "though I don't in the least know what it is." The waiter retired. Corinna leaned across the table. "You're 30 years of age, and you've lived 10 years in London, and have never seen Kümmel served with crushed ice and straws?" "No," replied Martin simply. "What is Kümmel?" She regarded him in wonderment. "Have you ever heard of champagne?" "More often than I've tasted it," said Martin. "This young man," remarked Corinna, "has seen as much of life as a squirrel in a cage. That may not be very polite, Martin, but you know it's true. Can you dance?" "No," said Martin. "Have you ever fired off a gun?" "I was once in the Cambridge University Rifle Corps," said Martin. "You used a rifle, not a gun," cried Corinna. "Have you ever shot a bird?" "No," said Martin. "Or caught a fish?" "No," said Martin. "Can you play cricket, golf, ride?" "A bicycle," said Martin. "Oh, that's something, anyhow. What do you use it for?" "To go backwards and forwards to my work," said Martin. "What do you do in the way of amusement?" "Nothing," said Martin with a sigh. "My good Fortinbras," said Corinna, "you have your work cut out for you." The waiter brought the drinks, and after inquiring whether they needed all the electricity, turned out most of the lights. Martin always remembered the scene, the little low-ceilinged room with its grotesque decorations looming fantastic through the semi-darkness, the noises and warm smells rising from the narrow street. The eyes of the girl opposite raised somewhat mockingly to his, as straw in mouth she bent her head over the iced Kümmel. The burly figure and benevolent face of their queer companion, who, for 5 francs, had offered to be the arbiter of his destiny, and leaned forward, elbows on table and chin in hand, serenely expectant to hear the inmost secrets of his life. He felt tongue-tied and shy, and sucking too nervously at his straw, choked himself with the strong liqueur. It was one thing to unburden himself to Corinna, another to make coherent statement of his grievance to a stranger. "I am at your disposal, my dear Overshaw," said the latter kindly. "From personal observation and from your answers to Corinna's enfilade of questions, I gather that you are not overwhelmed by any cataclysm of disaster, but rather that yours is the more negative tragedy of a starved soul, a poor starved soul hungering for love and joy and the fruitfulness of the earth and the bounty of spiritual things. Your difficulty now is, how to say to this man, 'Give me bread for my soul.'" Am I not right?" A glimmer of irony in his smiling grey eyes, or an inflection of it in his persuasive voice, would have destroyed the flattering effect of the little speech. Martin had never taken his soul into account. The diagnosis shed a new light on his state of being. The starvation of his soul was certainly the root of the trouble, an infinitely more dignified matter than mere discontent with one's environment. "Yes," said he, "you're right. I've had no chance of development. My own fault, perhaps. I've not been strong enough to battle against circumstances. Circumstances have imprisoned me, as Corinna says, like a squirrel in a cage, and I've spent my time in going round and round in the profitless wheel." "And the nature of the wheel?" asked Fortinbras. "Have you ever heard of Margate's Universal College?" "I have," said Fortinbras. "It is one of the many mind-wrecking institutions of which our beloved country is so proud." "I'm glad to hear you say that," cried Martin. "I've been helping to wreck minds there for the last 10 years. I've taught French, not the French language, but examination French. When the son of a greengrocer wants to get a boy clerkship in the civil service, it's essential that he should know that bal, cal, carnaval, pal, régal, chacal take an S in the plural, in spite of the fact that millions of Frenchmen go through their lives without once uttering the plural words." "How came you to teach French?" "My mother tongue. My mother was a Swiss." "And your father?" "An English chaplain in Switzerland. You see, it was like this." And so started on his course, and helped here and there by a shrewd and sympathetic question, Martin, the ingenuous, told his story, while Corinna, slightly bored, having heard most of it already, occupied herself by drawing a villainous portrait of him on the tablecloth. When he mentioned details unknown to her, she paused in her task and raised her eyes. Like her own, his autobiography was a catalogue of incompetence, but it held no record of frustrated ambitions, no record of any ambitious desire whatever. It showed the tame ass's unreflecting acquiescence in its lot of drudgery. There had been no passionate cravings for things of delight. Why cry for the moon? With a salary of £135 a year, out of which he must contribute to the support of his widowed mother, a man can purchase for himself but little splendour of existence, and Martin was not one of those to whom splendour comes unbought. He had lived, semi-content, in a fog splendour obscuring for the last 10 years. But this evening the fog had lifted. The glamour of Paris, even the Pantheon and the Eiffel Tower, sarcastically mentioned by Corinna, had helped to dispel it. So had Corinna's sisterly interest in his dull affairs. And so, more than all, had helped the self-analysis formulated under the compelling power of the philanthropist with shiny coat-sleeves and frayed linen, at once priest, lawyer, and physician, who pocketed his 5 francs fee. He talked long and earnestly, and the more he talked and the more minutely he revealed the aridity of his young life, the stronger grew within him a hitherto unknown spirit of revolt. "That's all," he said at last, wiping a streaming brow. "And very interesting indeed," said Fortinbras. "Isn't it?" said Corinna. "And he never even kissed," so complete had been Martin's apologia, "the landlady's daughter who married the plumber." She challenged him with a glance. "I swear you didn't." With a shy twist of his lips, Martin confessed, "Well, I did once." "Why not twice?" asked Corinna. "Yes, why not?" asked Fortinbras, and his smile was archiepiscopal indulgence. "Why but one taste of ambrosial lips?" Martin reddened beneath his olive skin. "I hardly like to say it seems so indelicate." "Allons donc," cried Corinna. "We're in Paris, not Wendlebury." "We must get to the bottom of this, my dear Martin. It's a privilege I demand from my clients to address them by their Christian names. Otherwise, how can I establish the necessary intimate rapport between them and myself? So I repeat, my dear Martin, we must have the reason for the rupture, or the dissolution, or the termination of what seems to be the only romantic episode in your career. I'm not joking," Fortinbras added gravely after a pause. "From the psychological point of view, it is important that I should know." Martin looked appealingly from one to the other, from Fortinbras, massively serious, to Corinna, serenely mocking. "A weeny, unencouraged plumber?" she suggested. He sat bolt upright and gasped. "Good God, no!" He flushed indignant. "She was a most highly respectable girl. Nothing of that sort. I wish I hadn't mentioned the matter. It's entirely unimportant." "If that is so," said Corinna, "why didn't you kiss the girl again?" "Well, if you want to know," replied Martin desperately, "I have a constitutional horror of the smell of onions." And mechanically he supped through his straw the tepid residue of melted ice in his glass. Corinna threw herself back in her chair and laughed uncontrollably. It was just the lunatic sort of thing that would happen to poor old Martin. She knew her sex. Instantaneously she pictured in her mind the fluffy, lower-middle-class young person who set her cap at the gentleman with the long Grecian nose, and she entered into her devastated frame of mind when he wriggled awkwardly out of further osculatory invitations. And the good, solid plumber, onion-loving soul, had carried her off, not figuratively, but literally, under the nose of Martin. "Oh, Martin, you're too funny for words," she cried. Fortinbras smiled almost benevolently. "If Cleopatra's nose had been a centimetre longer, I forget the exact classical epigram, the history of the world would have been changed. In a minor degree, for the destiny of an individual must of course be of less importance than the destiny of mankind. Had it not been for one spring onion, unconsidered fellow of the robin and the burnished dove and the wanton lapwing, this young man's fancy would have been fettered in the thoughts of love. One spring onion, and human destinies are juggled. Martin is still a soul-starved bachelor, and her name? Gwendolen? And Gwendolen is the buxom mother of 5. 6, said Martin. I can't help knowing, he explained, since I still lodge with her mother. Corinna turned her head sideways to scrutinize the drawing on the tablecloth, and, still scrutinizing it, asked, "And that is your one and only affaire du cœur?" "I'm afraid the only one," replied Martin shamefacedly. Even so mild a man as he felt the disadvantage of not being able to hint to a woman that he could talk, and he would, of chimes heard at midnight, and of broken hearts, and other circumstances hedging round a devil of a fellow. His one kiss seemed a very bread-and-buttery affair, to say nothing of the mirth-provoking onion. And the emotion attending the approach to it had been of a nature so tepid that disillusion caused scarcely a pang. It had been better to pose as an out-and-out Sir Galahad, a type comprehensible to women. As the hero of one invertebrate embrace, he cut a sorry figure. "You are still young. The years and the women's lips before you are many," said Fortinbras, laying a comforting touch on Martin's shoulder. "Opportunity makes the lover as it does the thief. And in the bed-sitting-room in Hickney Heath, where you have spent your young life, where has been the opportunity? It pleases our Paris-hardened young friend to mock, but I see in you the making of a great lover, a Bertrand de Lallemand, a Chastelard, one who will count the world well lost for a princess's smile." Corinna interrupted. "What pernicious nonsense are you talking, Fortinbras? You've got love on the brain tonight. Neither Martin nor I are worrying our heads about it. Love be hanged! We're each of us worried to death over the problem of how to keep body and soul together without going back to prison, and you talk all this drivel about love. Well, at least not to me, but to Martin." "That qualification, my dear Corinna, upsets the logic of your admirable tirade," Fortinbras replied calmly, after drinking the remainder of his syrup and soda-water. "I speak of love to Martin because his soul is starved, as I've already declared. I don't speak of it to you because your soul is suffering from indigestion." "I'll have another Kümmel glacé," said Corinna. "It's a stomachache." She reached for the bell-pull behind her chair. She had the corner seat. Auguste appeared. Orders were repeated. "How can you drink all that syrup without being sick? I can't understand," she remarked. "Omnicomprehension is not vouchsafed even to the very young and innocent, my dear," said Fortinbras. Martin glanced across the table apprehensively. If ever young woman had been set down, that young woman was Corinna Hastings. He feared explosion, annihilation of the downsetter. Nothing of the sort happened. Corinna accepted the rebuff with the meekness of a schoolgirl, and sniffed when Fortinbras was not looking. Again Martin was puzzled, unable to divest himself of his old conception of Corinna. She was Corinna, chartered libertine of the land of Rodolphe, Marcel Chaunard. He had few impressions of the courtier latin later than Henri Mouget, and her utterances, no matter how illogical, were derived from godlike inspiration. He hung on her lips for some inspired and vehement rejoinder to the rebuke of Fortinbras. When none came, he realized that in the seedily dressed and now profusely perspiring Marchand de Bonheur she had met an acknowledged master. Who Fortinbras was, whence his origin, what his character and social status, how, save by the precarious methods to which he deluded, he earned his livelihood, Martin had no idea. But he suddenly conceived an immense respect for Fortinbras. The man hovered over both of them on a higher plane of wisdom. From his kind eyes, to Martin's simple fancy, beamed uncanny power. He assumed the semblance of an odd sort of god, indigenous to this Paris wonder-world. Fortinbras lit another of Martin's Virginian cigarettes. The little tin box lay open on the table, and leaned back in his chair. "My young friends," said he, "you have each put before me the circumstances which have made you respectively despair of finding happiness both in the immediate and the distant future. Now, as Montaigne says, an author whom I would recommend to you for the edification of your happily remote middle age, having myself found infinite consolation in his sagacity. As Montaigne says, men are tormented by the ideas they have concerning things, and not by the things themselves. The wise man, therefore, the general term my dear Corinna also includes within, is he who has learned to face things themselves after having dispelled the bogies of his ideas concerning them. It is on this basis that I am about to deliver the judgment for which I have duly received my fee of 10 francs. He moistened his lips with the pink syrup. For the picture, you can imagine a grey old lion eating ice cream. You, Corinna, he continued, belong to the new race of women whose claims on life far exceed their justification. You have, as assets, youth, a modicum of beauty, a bright intelligence, and a stiff little character. But as you rightly say, you are capable of nothing in the steep range of human effort, from painting a picture to washing a baby. Were you not temperamentally puritanical and intellectually obsessed by the modern notion of woman's right to an independent existence, you would find a means of realizing the above-mentioned assets, as your sex has done through the centuries. But in spite of Amazonian trifling with romantic-visaged and granite-headed medical students, you cling to the irresponsibilities of a celibate career. If he asked me, I'd marry a Turk tomorrow, said Corinna. Don't interrupt, said Fortinbras. You disturb the flow of my ideas. I have no doubt that in your desperate situation you would promise to marry a Turk, but your essential pusillanimity would make you wriggle out of it at the last moment. You're like the poor cat in the adage. What cat? Asked Corinna. The one in Macbeth, Act 1, Scene 3, a play by Shakespeare. Letting I dare not wait upon I would, like the poor cat in the adage. You require development, my dear Corinna, out of the cat stage. You've had your head choked with ideas about things in this soul-suffocating Paris, and the ideas are tormenting you, but you've never been at grips with things themselves. As for our excellent Martin, he has not even arrived at the stage of the desirous cat. A smile that lit up his coarse-lined features, and the musical suavity of his voice divested the words of offence. Martin, with a laugh, assented to the proposition. He too needs development, Fortinbras went on, or rather, not so much development as a collection of soul material from which development may proceed. Your one accomplishment, I understand, is riding a bicycle. Let us take that as the germ from which the tree of happiness may spring. Do you bicycle, Corinna? I can, of course, but I hate it. You don't, replied Fortinbras quickly. You hate your own idea of it. You'll begin your course of happiness by sweeping away all your ideas concerning bicycling and coming to bicycling itself. I never heard anything so idiotic, declared Corinna. Doubtless, smiled Fortinbras. You haven't heard everything. Go on your knees and thank God for it. I repeat, or amplify my prescription. Go forth, both of you, on bicycles into the wide world. They will not be wheels of chance, but wheels of destiny. Go through the broad land of France, filling yourselves with sunshine and freedom, and your throats with salutary and thirst-provoking dust. Have no care for the morrow, and look at the future through the golden haze of eventide. There's nothing I should like better, said Martin with a glance at Corinna. But I can't afford it. I must get back to London to look out for an engagement. Fortinbras mopped his brow with an over-fatigued pocket handkerchief. What did you pay me 5 francs for? For the pleasure of hearing me talk, or for the value of my counsel? I must look at things practically, said Martin. But good God, cried Fortinbras with soft, uplifted hands, what is there more practical, more commonplace, less romantic in the world than riding a bicycle? You want to emerge from your slough of despond, don't you? Of course, said Martin. Then I say, get on a bicycle and ride out of it. Practical to the point of pathos. Martin objected. No one will pay me for careering through France on a bicycle. I've got to live, and for that matter of fact, so has Corinna. But my dear young friend, she has £20. You, on your own showing, have 40. £60 between you, a fortune. You are both tormented by the idea of what will happen when the Pactolus runs dry. Banish that pestilential miasma from your minds. Go on the adventure. In poetic terms he set forth the delights of that admirable vagabondage. His eloquence sent a thrill through Martin's veins, causing his blood to tingle. Before him new horizons broadened. He felt the necessity of the immediate securing of an engagement grow less insistent. If he got home with £20 in his pocket, even 15, at a pinch 10, he could manage to subsist until he found work. And perhaps this blandly authoritative, though seedy angel really saw into the future. The temptation fascinated him. He glanced again at Corinna, who sat demure and silent, her chin propped on her fists, and his heart sank. The proposition was absurd. How could he ride abroad for an indefinite number of days and nights with a young unmarried woman? Of himself he had no fear. Undesirous cat though he was, sent forth on the journey into the world to learn desire, he could not but remain a gentleman. In his charge she would enjoy a sister's sanctity. But she would never consent. She could not. No matter how profound her belief in his chivalry, her maiden modesty would revolt, her reputation would be gone. One whisper in Wendlebury of such gypsying, and scandal with bared scissor points would arrest her on the station platform. And while these thoughts agitated his mind, and Corinna kept her eyes always demure and somewhat ironical on Fortinbras, the latter continued to talk. "I'm not advising you," said he, "to pedal away like little pilgrims into the unknown. I propose for you an objective. In the little town of Brantôme in the Dordogne, made illustrious by one of the quaintest of French writers—" "The Abbé Brantôme of La Vie des Dames Galantes?" asked Corinna. Martin gasped. "You don't know that book?" "By heart," she replied mischievously, in order to shock Martin. As a matter of fact, she had but turned over the pages of the immortal work and laid it down, disconcerted both by the archaic French and the full flavour of such an anecdote or two as she could understand. "In the little town of Brantôme," Fortinbras continued after a pause, "you will find an hotel called the Hôtel des Grottes, kept by an excellent and massive man by the name of Bigourdin, a poet and a philosopher, and a mighty maker of pâté de foie gras. A line from me would put you on his lowest tariff, for he has a descending scale of charges, one for motorists, another for commercial travellers, and a third for human beings. It would be utterly delightful, Martin interrupted, if it were possible. Why shouldn't it be possible? Asked Corinna with a calm glance. You and I are alone, the proprieties, he stammered. Again Corinna burst out laughing. Is that what's worrying you? My poor Martin, you're too comic. What are you afraid of? I promise you I'll respect maiden modesty, my word of honour. It is entirely on your account, but if you don't mind, said Martin politely. I assure you I don't mind in the least, replied Corinna with equal politeness. But supposing, she turned to Fortinbras, we do go on this journey, what would we do when we got to the great Monsieur Bigourdan? You would sun yourselves in his wisdom, replied Fortinbras, and convey my love to my little daughter, Felice. If Fortinbras had alluded to his possession of a steam yacht, Corinna could not have been more astonished. To her he was merely the Marchand de Bonheur, eccentric bohemian, half charlatan, half good fellow, without private life or kindred. She sat bolt upright. You have a daughter? Why not? Am I not a man? Haven't I lived my life? Haven't I had my shares of its joys and sorrows? Why should it surprise you that I have a daughter? Corinna reddened. You haven't told me about her before. When do I have the occasion in this world of students to speak of things precious to me? I tell you now. I am sending you to her. She is 20, and to my excellent brother-in-law Bigourdan, because I think you are good children, and I should like to give you a bit of my heart for my 10 francs. Fortinbras, said Corinna with a quick outstretch of her arm, I'm a beast. Tell me what is she like? To me, smiled Fortinbras, she is like one of the wild flowers from which alpine honey is made. To other people she is doubtless a well-mannered, commonplace young person. You will see her and judge for yourselves. How far is it from Paris to Brantôme? Asked Martin. Roughly about 500 kilometres, under 300 miles. Take your time. You have £60 worth of sunny hours before you, and there is much to be learned in 300 miles of France. In a few weeks' time I will join you at Brantôme, journeying by train as befits my soberer age. I go there a certain number of times a year to see Felice. Then, if you will continue to favour me with your patronage, we shall have another consultation. There was a brief silence. Fortinbras looked from one young face to the other. Then he brought his hands down with a soft thump on the table. You hesitate, he cried indignantly. You're afraid to take your poor little lives in your hands even for a few weeks. He pushed back his chair and rose and swept a banning gesture. I have nothing more to do with you. For profitless advice my conscience allows me to charge nothing. He tore open his frock-coat, and his fingers, diving into his waistcoat pocket, brought forth and threw down the 2 5-franc pieces. Go your ways, said he. At this dramatic moment, both the young people sprang protesting to their feet. What are you talking about? We're going to Brantôme, cried Corinna, gripping the lapels of his coat. Oh, of course we are, exclaimed Martin, scared at the prospect of losing the inspired counsellor. Then why aren't you more enthusiastic? Cried Fortinbras. But we are enthusiastic, Corinna declared. We'll start tomorrow, said Martin. At 6 o'clock in the morning, cried Corinna. At 5, if you like, said Martin. Fortinbras embraced them both in a capacious smile as he deliberately repocketed the coins. That is well, my children, but don't do too many unaccustomed things at once. In the Dordogne you can rise at 5 with enjoyment and impunity. In Paris, your meeting at that hour would be fraught with mutual antipathy, and you would not find a shop open where you could hire or buy your bicycles. I've got one, said Corinna. So have I, said Martin, but it's in London. Fortinbras extracted from his person a dim, chainless watch. It is now 1:15. Time for honest folk to be abed. Meet me here at 11 o'clock tomorrow, booted and spurred, with but a scrip at your back of your bicycles, and I will hand you letters to Felice and the poetic and philosophic Bigourdan. And now, said he, with your permission, I will ring for Auguste." Auguste appeared, and Martin, waving aside the protests of Corinna, paid the modest bill. In the airless street, Fortinbras bade them an impressive good night, and disappeared in the byways of the sultry city. Martin accompanied Corinna to the gaunt neighbouring building wherein her eyrie was situate. Both were tongue-tied, shy, embarrassed by the prospect of the intimate adventure to which they had pledged themselves. When the great door, swung open by the hidden concierge, at Corinna's ring, invited her entrance, they shook hands perfunctorily. "At 11:15, said Martin. "I shall be ready," said Corinna. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Wonderful Year by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 3. The bicycle journey of two young people through a mere 300 miles of France is, on the face of it, an odyssey of no importance. The only interest that could attach itself to such a humdrum affair would centre in the development of tender feelings, reciprocated, or otherwise, in the breasts of both or one of the young people. But when the two of them proceed dustily and unemotionally along the endless, straight, poplar-bordered roads, with the heart of each at the end of the day as untroubled by the other as at the beginning, a detailed account of their wanderings would resolve itself into a commonplace itinerary. "My children," said Fortinbras, when, after having lunched with them at the Petit Cornichon and given them letters of introduction and his blessing, he had accompanied them to the pavement whence they were preparing to start, "I advise you, until you reach Brantôme, to call yourself brother and sister, so that your idyllic companionship shall not be misinterpreted." "Pooh!" or some such vocable of scorn, Corinna remarked. "We are not in narrow-minded England." "In narrow-minded England," Fortinbras replied, "without a wedding ring, and without the confessed brother and sisterly relation, inns would close their virtuous doors against you. In France, where a pair of lovers is universally regarded as an object of romantic interest, innkeepers would confuse you with zealous attentions. Thus, in either country, though for opposite reasons, you would be bound to encounter impossible embarrassment." "I don't think there would be any danger of that," laughed Corinna lightly, "unless Martin went mad. But perhaps it would be just as well to play the comedy. I'll stick up my cheek to be kissed every night in the presence of the landlady. Bonsoir, mon frère. Do you think you can go through the performance, Martin?" Martin, very uncomfortable, already experiencing at the suggestion of misconstrued relations the embarrassment foreshadowed by Fortinbras, flushed deeply and took refuge in an examination of his bicycle. The celibate dreamer was shocked by her cool bravado. Since the episode of Gwendolen he had lived remote from the opposite sex. The only woman he had known intimately was his mother, and from that knowledge he had formed the profound conviction that women were entirely futile and utterly holy. Corinna kept on knocking this conviction endwise. She made hay, not to say chaos, with his theory of women. He felt himself on the verge of a fog-filled abysm of knowledge. There she stood, a foot or two away. He scarce dared to glance at her. Erect, clear-eyed, the least futile person in the world, treating a suggestion the most disconcerting and appalling to maidenhood with the unholiest mockery, and coolly proposing, in order to give themselves an air of innocence, they should contract the habit of a nightly embrace. I'll do anything," said he, "to prevent disagreeableness arising." Corinna laughed, and after final farewells they rode away down the baking little street, leaving Fortinbras watching them wistfully until they had disappeared. And he remained a long time, following in his thoughts the pair whom he had dispatched upon their unsentimental journey. How young they were, how malleable, how agape for hope like young thrushes for worms, how attractive in their respective ways, how careless of sunstroke. If only he could have escaped with them from this sweltering Paris to the cool shadow of the Dordogne rocks and the welcome of a young girl's eyes. What a hopeless mess and muddle was life! He sighed and mopped his forehead, and then a hand touched his arm. He turned and saw the careworn face of Madame Goussat, the fat wife of a neighbouring printseller. "Monsieur Fortinbras, it is only you in this city of misfortune that can give me advice. My husband left me the day before yesterday and has not returned. I am in despair. I have been weeping ever since. I weep now." She did, copiously regardless of the gaze of the street. "Tell me what to do, my good Monsieur Fortinbras, you whom they call the Marchand de Bonheur. See, I have your little honorarium." She held out her 5-franc piece. Fortinbras slipped it into his waistcoat pocket. "At your service, madame," said he, with a sigh. "Doubtless I shall be able to restore to you a fallacious semblance of conjugal felicity." "I was sure of it," said the lady, already comforted. "If you would deign to enter the shop, monsieur." Fortinbras followed her, and for a while lost his envy of Martin and Corinna in patient and ironic consideration of the naughtiness of Monsieur Gassard. The first stage out of Paris was the only time when the wanderers braved the midday heat of the golden August. They took counsel together in an earwiggy arbour outside Versailles, where they quenched their thirst with cider. They were in no hurry to reach their destination. A few hours in the early morning, they could start at 6, and an hour or two in the cool of the evening would suffice. The remainder of the day would be devoted to repose. "And churches and cathedrals," added Martin. "You have a frolicsome idea of a holiday jaunt," said Corinna. "What else can we do?" "Eat lotus," said Corinna. "Forget that there are ever such places as Paris, or London, or Wentlebury." "I don't think Chartres will remind me of one of them," said Martin. "I've dreamed of Chartres ever since I read La Cathédrale by Huysmans." "You're what they call an earnest soul," remarked Corinna. "All the way here I've never stopped wondering why I've come with you on this insane pilgrimage to nowhere." "I've been wondering the same myself," said Martin. As he had lain awake most of the night, and therefore risen late, the occupations of the morning involving the selection and hire of a bicycle, consultation with the concierge of the Hôtel du Soleil et de l'Ecosse with regard to luggage being forwarded, the changing of his money into French banknotes and gold, and various small purchases, had left him little time for reflection. It was only when he found himself pedalling perspiringly by the side of this comparatively unknown and startling young woman, who was to be his intimate companion for heaven knew how long, that he began to think. Qu'allait-il faire dans cette galère? It was comforting to know that Corinna asked herself the same question. "That old humbug Fortinbras must have put a spell upon us," she continued, without commenting on Martin's lack of gallantry. "He sort of envelops one in such a mist of words uttered in that musical voice of his, and he looks so inspired with benevolent wisdom that one loses one's common sense. The old wretch can persuade anybody to do anything. He once inveigled a girl, an art student, into becoming a nun." Martin's Protestant antagonism was aroused. He expressed himself heatedly. He saw nothing but reprehensibility in the action of Fortinbras. Corinna examined her well-trimmed fingernails. "It was a question of Saint Clotilde, that I think was the order, or Saint Lazare. Some girls are like that." "Saint Lazare? Don't you know anything?" she sighed. "What's the good of being decently epigrammatic? Saint Lazare is the final destination of a certain temperament unsupported by good looks or money. It's the woman's prison of Paris." "Oh," said Martin. "How he did it I don't know, but he saved her body and soul, and now she's the happiest creature in the world. I had a letter from her only the other day, urging me to go over to Rome and take the vows." "I hope you're not thinking of it," said Martin. "I'm in no danger of Saint Lazare," replied Corinna dryly. There was a long silence. In the leafy arbour, screened from the dust and glare of the highway, there prevailed a drowsy peace. Only one of the dozen other green-blistered wooden tables was occupied, and that by a blue-bloused workman and his wife and baby, all temperately refreshing themselves with harmless liquid, the last from nature's fount itself. The landlord, obese, unshaven, and alpaca-jacketed, read the Petit Journal at the threshold of the café of which the arboured terrace was but a summer adjunct. A mangy mongrel lying at his feet snapped spasmodically at flies. a couple of tow-headed urchins hung by the arched entrance, low-class Perrys at the gates of a dilapidated paradise. "Who is Fortinbras?" Martin asked. Corinna shrugged her dainty shoulders. She did not know. Rumour had it, and for rumour she could not vouchsafe, that he was an English solicitor struck off the rolls. With French law, at any rate, he was familiar. He had the Code Napoleon at his finger ends. In spite of the sober black clothes and white tie of the French attorney which he affected, he certainly possessed no French qualifications which would have enabled him to set up a regular cabinet d'avoué and earn a professional livelihood. Nor did he presume to step within the avoué's jealously guarded sphere. But his opinion on legal points was so sound, and his fee so moderate, that many consulted him in preference to an orthodox practitioner. That was all that Corinna knew of him in his legal aspect. The rest of his queer practice consisted in advising in all manner of complications. He arbitrated in disputes between man and man, woman and woman, lover and mistress, husband and wife, parent and child. He diverted the debtor from the path to bankruptcy. He rescued youths and maidens from disastrous nymphs and fauns. He hushed up scandal. Meanwhile his private life, and even his address, remained unknown. Twice a day he went the round of the cafes and restaurants of the Quartier, so that those in need of his assistance had but to wait at their respective taverns in order to see him, for he appeared with the inevitability of the sun in its course. "There are all kinds of parasitical people," said Corinna, "who try to sponge on students for drinks and meals and money, but Fortinbras isn't that kind. Now and again, but not often, he will accept an invitation to lunch or dinner, and then it's always for the purpose of discussing business. Whether it's his cunning or his honesty, I don't know, but nobody's afraid of him. That's his great asset. You're absolutely certain sure that he won't stick you for anything. Consequently, anybody in trouble or difficulty goes to him confident that his 5 francs consultation fee is the end of the financial side of the matter, and that he will concentrate his whole mind and soul on the case. He's an odd devil." "The most remarkable man I've ever met," said Martin. "You've not met many," said Corinna. "I don't know," replied Martin reflectively. "I once came across a prize-fighter, remarkable chap, in the bar-parlour of the pub at the corner of our street, who was afterwards hanged for murdering his wife. And I once met a member of Parliament, another remarkable man, forget his name now. And then, of course, there was Cyrus Margate. But none of them is in it with Fortinbras." Corinna smiled with ironic indulgence. "None," said Martin, "had his peculiar magnetic quality, not even the Member of Parliament. But," he continued after a pause, "is that all that is known of him? He seems to be a very mysterious person." "I shouldn't mind betting you," said Corinna, "that you and I are the only people in Paris who are aware of his daughter in Brantôme." "Why should he single us out for such a confidence?" asked Martin. "He said last night that he was giving us a bit of his heart because we were good children. It was quite touching. But why should we be the only ones to have a bit of his heart?" "Would you like to know?" asked Corinna, meeting his eyes full. "I should. He told me before you turned up at the Petit Cornichon this morning that you interested him as a sort of celestial freak." "I'm not sure whether to take that as a compliment or not," replied Martin, pausing in the act of rolling a cigarette. "It's tantamount to calling me an infernal ass." At this show of spirit the girl swiftly changed her tone. "You may take it from me that Fortinbras doesn't give a bit of his heart to infernal asses. If I had gone to him on my own, he would never— you heard him— he would never have touched on things precious to him. It's for your sake, not mine." "But why?" "Because he's fed up with the likes of me," said Corinna with sudden bitterness. "There are hundreds and thousands of us." Martin knitted his brow. "I don't understand." "Better not try," she said. "Let us pay for the cider and get on." So they paid and went on, and halted at the townlet of Rambouillet, where, as Monsieur and Mademoiselle Overshaw, they engaged rooms at the most modest of terms. And to Martin's infinite relief, Corinna did not summon him to kiss her cheek in the presence of the landlady before they retired for the night. He went to bed comforted by the thought that Corinna's bark was worse than her bite. I've done my best to tell you that this was an unsentimental journey. So, day after day they sped their innocent course, resting by night at tiny places where haughty automobiles halted not. They had but £60 to their joint fortune, and it behoved them not to dissipate it in unwanted luxury. Through Chartres they went, and Corinna, quite as eagerly as Martin, drank in deep draughts of its Gothic mystery and its splendour of stained glass. Through Châteaudun with its grim old castle, through Vendôme with the flaming west front of its cathedral, through Tours, in the neighbourhood of which they lingered many days, seeing in familiar intimacy things of which they had but dreamed before. Chinon, Loche, Chenonceau, Azay-le-Rideau, perhaps the most delicate of all the chateaux of the Loire. And following the counsel of a sage Fortinbras, they went but a few kilometres out of their way and visited Richelieu, the fascinating town known only to the wanderer, himself judicious or judiciously advised, that was built by the great cardinal outside his palace gates for the accommodation of his court. And there it remains now, untouched by time, priceless jewel of the art of Louis XIII, with its walls and gates and church and market square and stately central thoroughfare of hôtels for the nobles, each having its mansard roof and porte cochere giving entrance to court and garden. And there it remains, dozing in prosperity, for around it spread the vineyards which supply brandy to the wide, wide world. It was here that Martin, sitting with Corinna on a blistered bench beneath a plane tree in the little market-place, said for the first time, "I don't seem to care whether I ever see England again." "What about getting another billet?" asked Corinna. "England and billets are synonymous terms. The further I go, the less important does it appear that I should get one. At any rate, the more loathsome is the prospect of a return to slavery." "Don't let us talk of it," she said, fanning herself with her hat. "The mere thought of going back turns the sun grey. Let us imagine we're just going on for ever and ever." "I've been doing so in a general way," he replied. "I've been living in a sort of intoxication. But now and then I wake up and have a lucid interval. And then I feel that by not sitting on the doorstep of scholastic agents, I'm doing something wrong, something almost immoral. And it gives me an unholy thrill of delight." "When I was a small child," said Corinna, "I used to take the 10 Commandments one by one and secretly break them, just to see what would happen. Some I didn't know how to break, the 7th, for instance, which worried me, and others referring to stealing and murder were rather too stiff propositions. But I chipped out with a nail on a tile a little graven image, and I bowed down and worshipped it in great excitement. And as father used to tell us that the 3rd commandment included all kinds of swearing, I used to bend over an old well we had in the garden and whisper, 'Damn, damn, 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 damn,' until the awful joy of it made my flesh creep. I think, Martin, you can't be more than 10 years old." "Why do you spoil a bit of sympathetic comprehension by that last remark?" he asked. "Why do you jib at truth?" he retorted. "Truth? Aren't you like a child revelling in naughtiness just for the sake of being naughty?" "Perhaps I am," said he, "but why do you mock at me for it?" "I don't think I'm mocking," she answered more seriously. "When I said you were only 10 years old, I meant to be rather affectionate. I seem to be ever so old in experience, and you never to have grown up. You're so refreshing after all these people I've been mixed up with, mostly lots younger really than you, who have plumbed the depths of human knowledge and have fished up the dregs and, holding them out in their hands, say, 'See what it all comes to.' I'm dead sick of them. So to consort, as I've been doing, with an ingenuous mind like yours, is a real pleasure." Martin rose from his seat, and a tortoiseshell cat, the only other denizen of the market-place, startled from intimate ablutions, gazed at him, still poising a forward-thrown hind leg. "My dear Corinna," said he, "I would beg you to believe that I'm not so damned ingenuous as all that." For reply, Corinna laughed out loud, whereupon the cat fled. She rose too. Let us look at the church and cool this heat of controversy. So they visited the Louis XIII church and continued their journey. And the idle days passed, and nothing happened of any importance. They talked a vast deal, and now and then wrangled. After his sturdy declaration at Richelieu, Martin resented her jibes at his ingenuousness. He felt that it was incumbent on him to play the man. At first, Corinna had taken command of their tour, ordaining routes and making contracts with innkeepers. These functions he now usurped, the former to advantage, for he discovered that Corinna's splendid misreading of maps had led them devious and unprofitable courses. The latter to the disgusted remonstrance of Corinna, who found the charges preposterously increased. "I don't care," said Martin. "I don't mind your treating me as a brother, but I'm not going to be treated as your little brother." In the freedom and adventure of their unremarkable pilgrimage, he had begun to develop, to loosen the fear of her ironical tongue, to crave some sort of self-assertion, if not of self-expression. He also discovered in her certain little feminine frailties which flatteringly aroused his masculine sense of superiority. Once they were overtaken by a thunderstorm, and in the cowshed to which they had raced for shelter, she sat fear-stricken, holding hands to ears at every clap, while Martin, hands in pockets, stood serene at the doorway, interested in the play of the lightning. What was there to be afraid of? Far more dangerous to cross London or Paris streets, or to take a railway journey. Her unreasoning terror was woman's weakness, a mere matter of nerves. He would be indulgent. So, turning from the door, he put his waterproof cape over her shoulders as she was feeling cold, and the humility with which she accepted his services afforded him considerable gratification. Of course, when the sun came out, she carried her head high and soon found occasion for a jibe, but Martin rode on unheeding. There were situations in which he was master. Once, also, in order to avoid a drove of steers emerging from a farmyard gate, she had swerved violently into a ditch and twisted her ankle. As she could neither walk nor ride, he picked her up in his arms. "I'll take you to the farmhouse." "You can't possibly carry me," she protested. "I'll soon show you," said Martin, and he carried her. And although she was none too light and his muscles strained beneath her weight, he rejoiced in her surprised appreciation of his man's strength. But halfway she railed, white-lipped, "I suppose you're quite certain now you're my big brother?" "Perfectly certain," said Martin. And then he felt her grip around his neck relax, and her body lay dead in his arms, and he saw that she had fainted from the pain. Leaving her in the care of the kind farm people, he went to retrieve the abandoned bicycles, and reflected on the occurrence. In the first place, he would not have lost his head on encountering a set of harmless steers. Secondly, had he accidentally twisted his ankle, Corinna could not have carried him. Thirdly, he would not have fainted. Fourthly, mocking as her last words had been, she had confessed her inferiority, all of which was most comforting to his self-esteem. Then, some time afterwards, when the farmer put her into a broken-down equipage covered with a vast hood and drawn by a gaunt horse, rustily caparisons, in order to drive her to the nearest inn some 5 kilometres distant, Martin superintended the arrangements, leaving Corinna not a word to say. He rode, a mounted constable, by her side, and on arriving at the inn carried her up to her room, and talked with much authority. Then, having passed through Poitiers and Ruffec, they came, 3 weeks after their start from Paris, to Angoulême, daintiest of cities, perched on its bastioned rocks above the Charente. And here, as it was the penultimate stage of their journey, they sojourned a few days. They stood on the shady rampart and gazed over the red-roofed houses, embowered in greenery, at the great plain, golden in harvest and drenched in sunshine, and sighed. "I dread Brantôme," said Corinna. "It marks something definite. Hitherto we've been going along vaguely in a sort of stupefied dream. At Brantôme we'll have to think." "I've no doubt it will do us good," said Martin. "I fail to see it," said Corinna. "We'll just have the same old worry over again." I'm not so sure, Martin answered. In the first place, we're not quite the same people as we were 3 weeks ago. Rubbish, said Corinna. I'm not the same person at any rate. She laughed. Because you give yourself airs nowadays? Even my giving myself airs, he replied soberly, denotes a change. But it's deeper than that. It's difficult to explain. I feel I have a grip on myself I hadn't before, and also an intensity of delight in things I never had before. The first half hour or so of our rides in the early dewing mornings, our rough déjeuner outside the little cafes, the long drowsy afternoons under the trees, watching the lazy life of the road, the wine wagons and the bullock carts and the sunburnt men and women, and the brown dusty children with their goats, and the quiet evenings under the stars when we have either sat alone saying nothing, or else talked to the patron of the auberge and listened to his simple philosophy of life, and then to sleep drunk with air and sunshine between the clean, coarse sheets, to sleep like a dog until the scurry of the house wakes you at dawn. I don't know, he fetched up lamely. It's been a thrill, morning, noon, and night, and my life before this was remarkably devoid of thrills. Of course, he added after a slight pause, you've had a good deal to do with it. Je te remercie infiniment, mon frère, said Corinna. That is as much as to say, I've not been a too dull companion. You've been a delightful companion, he cried boyishly. I had no idea a girl could be so... He sought for a word with his fingers. Her eyes smiled on him, and lips showed ever so delicate a curl of irony. So what? So companionable, said he. She laughed again. What exactly do you mean by that? So sensible, said Martin. When a man calls a girl sensible, do you know what he means? He means that she doesn't expect him to fall in love with her. Now you haven't fallen in love with me, have you? Martin, from his lolling position on the parapet, sprang erect. I should never dream of such a thing. She laughed loud and grasped the lapels of his jacket. Oh, Martin, she cried, you're a gem, a rare jewel. You haven't changed one little bit. And for heaven's sake, don't change. If you mean that I haven't turned from a gentleman into a cad, then I haven't changed, said Martin, freeing himself, and I'm glad of it. She tossed her head, and the laughter died from her face. I don't see how you would be a cad to have fallen in love with a girl who is neither unattractive nor a fool, and has been your sole companion from morning to night for 3 weeks. 99 men out of 100 would have done it. I don't believe it, said Martin. I have a higher estimate of the honour of my fellow men. If that's your opinion of me, she said, and turning, swiftly walked away. Martin overtook her. Do you want me to fall in love with you? He asked. She halted for a second and stamped her foot. No, 10,000 times no. If you did, I'd throw vitriol over you. She marched on. Martin followed in an obfuscated frame of mind. She led the way round the ramparts and out into the narrow, cobble-paved streets of the old town, past dilapidated glories of the Renaissance, where once great nobles had entertained kings, and now the proletariat hung laundry to dry over royal salamanders and proud escutcheons, past the Maison de Saint-Simon, with its calm and time-mellowed ornament and exquisite orioles, past things over which but yesterday, but that morning, they'd lingered lovingly, into the Place du Murier. There she paused, as if seeking her bearings. "Where are you going?" asked Martin, somewhat breathlessly. "To some place where I can be alone," she flashed. "Very well," said he, and raised his cap, and left her. In a few seconds he heard her call. "Martin!" He turned. "Yes?" "I'm anything you like to call me," she said. "It's not your fault. It's my temper. But you've got to learn it's better not to turn women down flat like that, even when they speak in jest." "I'm very sorry, Corinna," he said, smiling gravely. "But when one jests on such subjects, I don't know where I am." They crossed the square slowly, side by side. "I suppose neither you nor anybody else could understand," she said. "I was angry with you, but if you had played the fool, I should have been angrier still." "Why?" he asked. She looked straight ahead with a strange glance, and for a minute or two did not reply. At last, You remember Fortinbras mentioning the name of Camille Fargo? Oh, said Martin. That's why, said Corinna. Is he a Brantôme? Asked Martin, with brow perplexed by the memory of the ridiculous mother. No, I wish to God he was. Are you engaged? In a sort of a way, said Corinna gloomily. I see, said Martin. You don't see a little bit in the world, she retorted with a sudden laugh. You're utterly mystified. I'm not, he declared stoutly. Why on earth shouldn't you have a love affair? I thought you insinuated that none of your fellow men would look at me twice. He contracted his brows and regarded her steadily. I'm beginning to get tired of this argument, said he. Her eyes drooped first. Perhaps you really have progressed a bit since we started. I was doing my best to tell you when you switched off onto this idiotic circuit. Suddenly she put out her hand. Don't let us quarrel, Martin. What has been joy and wonder to you has been merely an anodyne to me. I'm about the most miserable girl in France. I wish you'd told me something of this before, said Martin, because I've been feeling myself the happiest man. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Wonderful Year by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 4. There is 6 o'clock striking, and those English have not yet arrived. Thus spake Gaspard-Marie Bigorre, landlord of the Hôtel Les Grottes, a vast man clad in a brown holland suit and a soft straw hat with a gigantic brim. So vast was he that his person overlapped in all directions the Austrian Bentwood rocking-chair in which he was taking the cool of the evening. "They said they would come in time for dinner, mon oncle," said Felice. She was a graceful slip of a girl, dark-eyed, refined of feature. Fortinbras, with paternal fondness, if you remember, had likened her to the wild flowers from which alpine honey was made. And indeed she suggested wild fragrance. Her brown hair was done up on the top of her head and fastened by a comb like that of all the peasant girls of the district, but she wore the blouse and stuff skirt of the well-to-do bourgeoisie. 6 o'clock is already time for dinner in Brantôme, remarked Monsieur Bigorre. They are accustomed to the hours of London and Paris, where I've heard they dine at 8 or 9, or any time that pleases them. In London and Paris they get up at midday and go to bed at dawn. They are coming here purposely to dishabilitate themselves from the ways of London and Paris. At least, so your father gives me to understand. It is a bad beginning. I am longing to see them, said Felice. Don't you see enough English? 10 years ago an Englishman at Brantôme was a curiosity. All the inhabitants, you among them, ma petite Felice, used to run 2 kilometres to look at him. But now, with the automobile, they are as familiar in the eyes of the good Brantômois as truffles. By this simile, Monsieur Bigorre did not mean to convey the idea that the 1,200 inhabitants of Brantôme were all gastronomic voluptuaries. It is true that Brantôme battens on pâté de foie gras, but it is the essence of its existence, seeing that Brantôme makes it and sells it, and with pigs and dogs hunts the truffles, without which pâté de foie gras would be a comestible of fat absurdity. But no English have been sent before by my father, said Felice. Ah, that's true, replied Bigorre, with a capacious smile, showing white, strong teeth. They are the first people, French or English, I shall have met who know my father. Ah, that's true also, said Bigorre, and they must be droll types, like your excellent father himself. Tiens, let me see again what he says about them. He searched his pockets, a process involving convulsions of his frame, which made the rocking-chair creak. Oh, it must be in my black jacket, said he at last. I'll get it, said Felice, and went into the house. Bigorre rolled and lit a cigarette and gave himself up to comfortable reflection. The Hôtel des Grottes was built on the slope of a rock, and the loggia or veranda on which Bigorre was taking his ease hung over a miniature precipice. At the bottom ran the river Dronne, encircling most of the old-world town, and crossed here and there by flashing little bridges. Away to the north-east loomed the mountains of the Limousin, where the river had its source. The tiny place slumbered in the slanting sunshine. The sight of Brantôme stretched out below him was inseparable from Bigourdin's earliest conception of the universe. In the Hôtel des Grottes he had been born. There, save for a few years at Lyon, whither he had been sent by his mother in order to widen his views on hotel-keeping, he had spent all his life, and there he sincerely hoped to die, full of honour and good nourishment. Brantôme contented him. It belonged to him. It was so diminutive and compact that he could take the whole of it in at once. He was familiar with all the little tragedies and comedies that enacted themselves beneath those red-tiled roofs. As he walked down the Rue de Périgueux, his hand went to his hat as often as that of the President of the Republic on his way to review at Longchamp. He was a man of substance and consideration, and he was just 40 years of age. And Félise adored him and anticipated his commands. She returned with the letter. He glanced through it, reading portions aloud. "I am sending you a young couple whom I have taken to my heart. They are not relations, they are not married, and they are not lovers. They are Arcadians of the pavement, more innocent than doves, and of a ferocious English morality. She is a painter without patrons, he a professor without classes. They are also candidates for happiness performing their novitiate. Later they will take the vows." "What does he mean? What vows?" "Perhaps they are pious people and are going to enter the convent," Félise suggested. "I can see your father, anti-clerical that he is, interesting himself in little nuns and monks." "Yet he and Monsieur le Curé are good friends." "That is because Monsieur le Curé has much wisdom and no fear. He would have tried to convert Voltaire himself. Let us continue. As they are poor and doing this out of obedience—" "Saprelotte," he laughed. "They seem to have taken the 3 vows already." He read on. "They do not desire the royal suite in your Excelsior Palace. Corinna Hastings has lived under the roofs in Paris, Martin Overshaw over a baker's shop in a vague quarter of London. All the luxury they ask is to be allowed to wash themselves all over in cold water once a day." "I was sure you had not written to my father about the bathroom," said Félise. She was right, but the omission was odd, for Bigourdin took inordinate pride in the newly installed bathroom, and all the touring clubs of Europe and editors of guide-books had heard of it, and he had offered it to the admiring inspection of half Brantôme. Monsieur le Maire himself had visited it, and if he had only arrived girt with the tricolour sash, Bigourdin would have jumped in and demanded an inaugural ceremony. "I must have forgotten," said Bigourdin, "but no matter, they can have plenty of cold water. But if I am to feed them and lodge them and wash them for the derisory price your father stipulates, they must learn that 6 o'clock is the hour of table d'hôte of the Hôtel des Grottes. It is only people in automobiles who can turn the place upside down, and then they have to pay 4 francs for their dinner." He rose mountainously, and, standing, displayed the figure of a vigorous, huge-proportioned, upright man. On his face, large and ruddy, a small black moustache struck a startling note. His eyes were brown and kindly, his mouth too small, and his chin had a deep cleft, which on a creature of lesser scale would have been a pleasing dimple. "Allons dîner," said he. In the patriarchal fashion, now unfortunately becoming obsolete, Monsieur Bigourdin dined with his guests. The salle à manger, off the loggia, was furnished with the long central table sacred to commercial travellers, and with a few side tables for other visitors. At one of these, in the corner between the service door and the dining-room door, sat Monsieur Bigourdin and his niece. As they entered the room, 5 bagmen, with anticipatory napkins stuck cornerwise in their collars, half rose from their chairs and bowed. "Bonsoir, monsieur," said Bigourdin, and he passed with Félise to his table. Euphémie, the cook, fat and damp, entered with the soup tureen, followed by a desperate-looking, crop-headed villain bearing plates. The latter, who viewed half a mile off through a telescope might have passed for an orthodox rhétor, appeared at close quarters to be raimented in grease and grime. He served the soup, first to the 5 commercial travellers, and then to Bigourdin and Félise. On Félise's plate he left a great thumb mark. She looked at it with an expression of disgust. "Regarde, mon oncle." Bigourdin, alluding to him as a sacred animal, asked what she could expect. He was from Bordeaux, a place of rock some 5 miles distant, condemned by Brantôme, chef-lieu du canton. He summoned him. Polydore. Oui, monsieur. You have made a mistake. You are no longer in the hands of the police. Monsieur Verdier? I am not the commissaire who desires to photograph your fingerprints. Ah, pardon, said Polydore, and with a soiled napkin he erased the offending stain. Sacre animal, repeated Bigourdin, attacking his soup. I wonder why I keep him. I too, said Felice. If his grandmother and my grandmother had not been foster sisters, said Bigourdin, waving an indignant spoon. You would have kept him just because he is ugly, smiled Felice. You would have found the reason. One of these days I'll throw him into the river, Bigourdin declared. I am patient, I am slow to anger, but when I am roused I am like a lion. Polydore, said he serenely, as the dilapidated menial removed the plates, if you can't keep your hands clean, I'll make you wear gloves. People would laugh at me, said Polydore. So much the better, said Bigourdin. The meal was nearly over when the expected guests were announced. Uncle and niece slipped from the dining-room into the little vestibule to welcome them. An elderly man in a blouse, named Baptiste, was already busying himself with their luggage, the knapsacks fastened to the back of the bicycles. Mademoiselle, monsieur, said Bigourdin, it is a great pleasure to me to make friends of my excellent brother-in-law. Allow me to present Mademoiselle Felice Fortinbras. He gave the French pronunciation. My niece. As dinner is not yet over, and as you must be hungry, will you give yourselves the trouble to enter the salle à manger? I should like to have a wash first, said Corinna. Bigourdin glanced at Felice. They were beginning early. There is a bathroom upstairs fitted with every modern luxury. Corinna laughed. I only wanted to tidy up a bit. I will show you to your room, said Felice, and conducted her up the staircase beside the bureau. And monsieur? Martin went over to the little lavabo against the wall beside which hung the usual damp towel. This will do quite well, said he. Bigourdin breathed again. The new arrivals were quite human, and they spoke French perfectly. The men conversed a while until the two girls descended. Bigourdin led his guests into the salle à manger and installed them at a table by one of the windows looking on the loggia. Like this, said he, you will be cool and also enjoy the view. I think, said Corinna, looking up at him, you have the most delicious little town I have seen in France. Bigourdin's eyes beamed with gratification. He bowed and went back to his unfinished meal. Behold over there, said he to Felice, a young girl of extraordinarily good sense. She is also extremely pretty, a combination which is rare in women. Yes, uncle, said Felice demurely. The 5 commercial travellers rose, and, bowing as they passed their host, went out in search, after the manner of their kind, of coffee and backgammon at the Café de l'Univers in the Rue de Périgueux. It is only foreigners who linger over coffee, liqueurs, and tobacco in the little inns of France. Presently Felice went off to the bureau to make up the day's accounts, and Bigourdin, having smoked a thoughtful cigarette, crossed over to Martin and Corinna. After the good hotel-keeper's inquiry as to their gastronomic satisfaction, he swept his hand through his inch-high standing stubble of black hair and addressed Martin. Monsieur forgive me if I cannot pronounce your name. Overshaw, said Martin distinctly. Overshaw? No, c'est bigrément difficile. Then call me Monsieur Martin à la Française. And me, Mademoiselle Corinne, laughed Corinna. Voilà, cried Bigourdin, delighted. Those are names familiar to every Frenchman. Then his brow clouded. Well, Monsieur Martin, there is something I would say to you. What profession does my good brother-in-law exercise in Paris? Martin and Corinna exchanged glances. I scarcely know, said Corinna. Nor I, said Martin. It is on account of my niece, his daughter, that I ask. You permit me to sit down for a moment? He drew a chair. You must understand at once, said he, that I have nothing against Monsieur Fortinbras. I love him like myself, but on the other hand I also love my little niece. She is very simple, very innocent, and does not appreciate the subtleties of the great world. She adores her father. I can quite understand that, said Martin, and I am sure that he adores her." "Precisely," said Bigourdin. "That is why I would like you to have no doubt as to the profession of my brother-in-law. You have never, by any chance, Mademoiselle Corinne, heard him called le Marchand de Bonheur?" "Never," said Corinna, meeting his eyes. "Never," echoed Martin. "Not even when he advised you to come here? It is for police that I ask." "No," said Corinna. "Certainly not," said Martin. "But you have heard that he is an avoué?" "An English solicitor practising in Paris. Of course," said Martin. "A very clever solicitor," said Corinna. Bigourdin smote his chest with his great hand. "I thank you with all my heart for your understanding. You are the first person she has met who know her father. It is somewhat embarrassing what I say, and she in her innocence will ask you questions which he did not foresee." "There will be no difficulty in answering them," replied Martin. "Encore merci," said Bigourdin. "You must know that Felice came to us at 5 years old, when my poor wife was living. She died 10 years ago. I am a widower. She is to me like my own daughter. Although," he added with a smile and a touch of vanity, "I am not quite so old as that. My sister, her mother, is older than I." "She is alive, then?" asked Corinna. "Certainly," replied Bigourdin. "Did you not know that? But she has been an invalid for many years. That is why Felice lives here instead of with her parents. I hope, mademoiselle, you and she will be good friends." "I am sure we shall," replied Corinna. A little while later the two wanderers sat over their coffee by the balustrade of the covered loggia, and looked out on the velvet night, filled with contentment. They had reached their goal. Here they were to stay until it pleased Fortinbras to come and direct them afresh. Hitherto their resting places, mere stages on their journey, had lacked the atmosphere of permanence. The still nights, when they had talked together, as now, beneath the stars, had throbbed with a certain fever, the anticipation of the morrow's dawn, the morrow's adventures in strange lands. But now they had come to their destined haven. Here they would remain tomorrow, and the morrow after that, and for morrows indefinite. A phase of their life had ended with curious suddenness. As the intensity of silence falls on ears accustomed to the whir of machinery, so did an intensity of peace encompass their souls. And the dim-lit valley itself brought solace. Not here stretched infinite horizons such as those of the plains of La Bourse through which they had passed, horizons whence sprang a whole hemisphere of stars, horizons which, embracing nothing, set the heart aching for infinite things beyond, horizons in the centre of which they stood specks of despair, overwhelmed by immensities. Here the comfortable land had taken them to its bosom. Near enough to be felt, the vague bluish mass of the Limousin mountains, sweeping from north to east, assured them of the calm protection of eternal forces. Beyond them, who need look or crave to look? To the fevered spirit they brought in their mothering shelter all that was needed by man for his happiness. Fruitfulness of cornfields, mystery of beech-woods faintly revealed by the rays of a young moon, a quiet town for man's untroubled habitation, guarded by its encircling river, rather guessed than seen, and betrayed only here and there by a streak of quivering light. And as the distant glare of great cities, the lights of London reflected in the heavens, in the days of wandering youths seeking their fortunes, compelled them moth-like to the focus, so in its dreamy microcosm did the lights of the little town, 1,000 flickering points from the outskirts, and a line of long illumination marking the main street athwart the dark mass of roofs, and dissipating itself hazily in mid-air, appeal to the imagination, set it wondering as to the myriad joyous affairs of men. In low voices they talked of Fortinbras. His spirit seemed to have emerged from the welter of Paris into this pool of the world's tranquillity. In spite of his magnetic force, his words had been but words. What they were to meet at Brantôme they knew not. They scarce had thought. What to them had been the landlord of a tiny provincial inn, but a good-natured common fellow unworthy of speculation? And what the daughter of the seedy Paris bohemian, snapper-up of unconsidered trifles, but a serving girl of no account, plain and redolent of the scullery? Bigourdin's courteous bearing and delicacy of speech had come upon them as a surprise. So had the refinement of Felice. They had to readjust their conception of Fortinbras. They were amazed, simple souls, to find that he had ties in life so indubitably respectable. And he had a wife, too, a chronic invalid, with whom he lived in the jealous obscurity of Paris. It was pathetic. They had obeyed him, hardly knowing why. At the back of their minds he had been but a charlatan of peculiar originality. At the same time a being almost mythical, so remote from them was his life. And now he became startlingly real. They heard his voice, soft and persuasive, whispering by their side with a touch of gentle mockery. Then silence fell upon them, their minds drifted apart, and they lost themselves in their separate dreams. At last Polydore, coming to remove the coffee-tray and to inquire as to their further wants, broke the spell. When he had gone, Corinna leaned her elbow on the little iron-table and asked, in her direct fashion, "What have you been thinking of, Martin?" He drew his hand across his eyes, and it was a moment or two before he answered. "When I was in London," said he, "I seemed to have lived in a tiny provincial town. Now that I come to a tiny provincial town, I have an odd feeling that the deep life of a great city is before me. That's the best I can do by way of explanation. Thoughts like that are a bit formless and elusive, you know." "What do you think you're going to find here?" "I don't know. Why not happiness in some form or other?" "You expect a lot for 5 francs," she laughed. "And you?" "I? Yes, what have you been thinking of?" She pointed, and in the gloom he followed the direction of white-bloused arm and white hand. "Do you see that little house on the quay, the one with the lights and the loggia? You can just get a glimpse of the interior. See? There's a picture, and below a woman sitting at a piano. If you listen you can catch the sound. It's Schubert's Moment Musical. Well, I've been wishing I were that woman with her life full of her home and husband and children. Sheltered, protected, love all around her. Nothing more to ask of God. It was a beautiful dream." "You too," said Martin, "feel about this place somewhat as I do." "I suppose it's the night. It turns one into a sentimental lunatic. Fancy living here for the rest of one's days and concentrating one's soul on human stomachs." "What do you mean, Corinna?" "Isn't that what women's domestic life comes to? She must fill her husband's stomach properly, or he'll beat her or run off with somebody else. And she must fill her baby's stomachs properly, or they'll get cramps and convulsions and bilious attacks and die. It was a beautiful dream, but the reality would drive me stark, staring mad." "My ideas of married life," said Martin sagely, "are quite different." "Of course," she cried, "you're one of the creatures with the stomach." "I've never been aware of it," said Martin. "It strikes me you're too good for this world," said Corinna. Martin rolled a cigarette from a brown packet of Maryland tobacco. His supply of English woodbines had long since given out. "I have my ideals as to love and so forth," said he. "And so have I. All for love and the world well lost. That's the title of an old play, isn't it? I can understand it. I would give my soul for it. But it happens once in a blue moon. Meanwhile one has to live, and connubiality and maternity in a little lost hole in nowhere like this aren't life." "What the dickens is life?" asked Martin. But her definition he did not hear, for the vast figure of Bigourdin loomed in the doorway of the salle à manger. "I wish you good night," said he. Martin rose and looked at his watch. "I think it's time to go to bed." "So do I," yawned Corinna. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Wonderful Year by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 5. The first thing a cat does on taking up its quarters in a new home is to make itself acquainted with its surroundings. It walks methodically with uplifted tail and quivering nose, from vast monument of sideboard to commonplace of chair, from glittering palisade of fender to long-lying bastion of couch. Creeps by defences of walls, noting each comfortable issue. Prowls through lanes and squares innumerable formed by intricacies of furniture. And having once gone through the grave business, worries its head no more about topography and points of interest, but settles down to serene enjoyment of such features of the place as have appealed to its aesthetic or grosser instincts. In this respect, the average human is nearer a cat than he cares to realize. The first hour on board a strange ship is generally devoted to an exhaustive exploration, never repeated during the rest of the voyage. And doubtless a prisoner's first act on being locked into his cell is to creep round the confined space and familiarize himself with his depressing installation. Obeying this instinct common to cats and men, Martin and Corinna, as soon as they had finished breakfast the next morning, wandered forth and explored Brantôme. They visited the grey remains of the old abbey begun by Charlemagne. But Villon, writing in the 15th century and asking, "Mais où est le pro, Charlemagne?" might have asked, with equal sense of the transitory nature of human things, "Where is the abbey which the knightly Charlemagne did piously build in Brantôme?" For the Normans came and destroyed it, and one 11th century tower protecting a Romanesque Gothic church alone tells where the abbey stood. Strolling down to the river level along the dusty, shady road, they came to the terraced hillside, past which the river, once infinitely furious, must have torn its way. In the sheer rock were doors of human dwellings, numbered sedately like the houses of a smug row. Above them, at the height of a cottage roof, stretched a grassy plain, from which, corresponding with each homestead, emerged the short stump of a chimney emitting thin smoke from the hearth beneath. Before one of the open doors they halted. Children were playing in the one room which made up the entire habitation. They had the impression of a vague bed in the gloom, a table, a chair or two, cooking utensils by the rude chimney-piece, bunks fitted into the living rock of the sides. The children might have been Peter Pan and Wendy and Michael and John, and the rest of the delectable company, and the chimney-stump above them might have been replaced by Michael's silk hat, and on the green sward around it pirates and Red Indians might have fought undetected by the happy denizens below. Thus announced Corinna with lighter fancy. But Martin, serious exponent of truth, explained that the monks, in the desolate times when their abbey was rebuilding, had hewn out these abodes for cells, and had dwelt in them many, many years, and to prove it, having conferred, before her descent to breakfast, with the excellent Monsieur Bigourdin, he led her to a neighbouring cave, called in the district Les Grottes, hence the name of Bigourdin's hotel, which the good monks, their pious aspiration far exceeding their powers of artistic execution, had adorned with grotesque and primitive carvings in bas-relief, representing the Last Judgment and the Crucifixion. They paused to admire the Renaissance Fontaine Medici, set in startling contrast against the rugged background of rock, with its graceful balustrade and its medallion enclosing the bust of the worthy Pierre de Boudet, Abbé de Brantôme, the immortal chronicler of horrific scandals, and they crossed the Pont des Barils, and wandered by the quays where men angled patiently for deriding fish, and women below at the water's edge beat their laundry with lusty arms. And so past the rows of dwellings, old and new, huddled together, a decaying 13th century house with its heavy corbellings and a bit of rounded turret lost in the masonry, jostling a perky modern café decked with iron balconies painted green, until they came to the end of the bridge that commands the main entrance to the tiny water-girt town. They plunged into it with childlike curiosity. In the Rue de Périgueux they stood entranced before the shop-fronts of that wondrous thoroughfare, alive with the traffic of an occasional ox-cart, a rusty one-horse omnibus labelled Service de Ville, and some prehistoric automobile wheezing by, a clattering impertinence. For there were shops in Brantôme of fair pretension. Is it not the chef-lieu du canton? And you could buy articles de Paris, at most 3 years old. And there was a Pharmacie Internationale, so called because there you could obtain Pierre's soap and Eno's fruit salt, and a draper's, where were exposed for sale frilleries which struck Martin as marvellous, but at which Corinna curved a supercilious lip. And a shop ambitiously blazoned behind, whose plate-glass windows could be seen a porcelain bathtub and other adjuncts of the luxurious bathroom, on one of which, sole occupant of the establishment, a little pig-tailed girl was seated eating from a porringer on her knees. And there were all kinds of other shops, including one which sold cabbages and salsifies and charcoal and petrol and picture postcards and rusty iron and vintage eggs and guano and all manner of fantastic dirt. And there was the Librairie de la Dordogne, which smiled at you when you asked for devotional pictures or tin-tacks, but gasped when you demanded books. Martin and Corinna, however, demanded them with British insensibility, and marched away with an armful of cheap reprints of French classics disinterred from a tomb beneath the counter. But before they went, Martin asked, "But have you nothing new? Nothing from Paris that has just appeared?"
Voici, monsieur,"
replied the elderly proprietress of the Librairie of the Dordogne, plucking a volume from a speckled shelf at the back of the shop.
"On trouve ça très joli."
And she handed him Le Maître de Forge by Georges Honnet. "But this, madam," said Martin, examining the venerable unsold copy, "was published in 1882.
"I regret, monsieur," said the lady, "we have nothing more recent."
"I'll buy it if it breaks me as a curiosity," cried Corinna, and she counted out 2 francs 75 centimes.
95,
said the bookseller. She was speckled and dusty and colourless like the back of her library. "But in Paris?"
"In Paris it is different, mademoiselle. We are here en Provence."
Corinna added the extra 2 pence and went out with Martin, grasping her prize. "This is the deliciousest place in the world," she laughed. 1882! Why, that's years before I was born." "But what on earth are we going to do for books here?" Martin asked anxiously. "There's always the railway station," said Corinna, "and if you kiss the old lady at the bookstall nicely, she will get you anything you want." "The ways of provincial France," said Martin, "take a good deal of finding out." Thus began their first day in Brantôme. It ended peacefully. Another day passed, and yet another, and many more, and they lived in Lotus Land. Soon after their arrival came their luggage from Paris, and they were enabled to change the aspect of the road-worn vagabond for that of neat suburban English folk, and as such gained the approbation of the small community. They had little else to do but continue to repeat their exploration. In their unadventurous wanderings, Felice sometimes accompanied them, and shyly spoke her halting English. To Corinna alone she could chatter with quaint ungrammatical fluency, but in Martin's presence she blushed confusedly at every broken sentence. All her young life she had lived in her mother's land and spoken her mother's tongue. She had a vague notion that legally she was English, and she took mighty pride in it. But by training and mental habit she was the little French bourgeoise, through and through. With Martin alone, however, she abandoned all attempts at English, and gradually her shyness disappeared. She gave the first signs of confidence by speaking of her mother in Paris as of a dream woman of wonderful excellencies. You see her often, mademoiselle?" Martin asked politely.
"Alas, no, Monsieur Martin."
She shook her head sadly and gazed into the distance. They were idling on one of the bridges, while Corinna, a few feet away, made a rapid sketch. "But your father?"
"Ah, yes, he comes 4 times a year. It is not that I do not love him. J'adore papa. Everyone does. You cannot help it. But it is not the same thing. A mother—"
"I know, mademoiselle," said Martin. "My mother died a few months ago." She looked at him with quick tenderness.
"That must have caused you much pain."
"Yes, mademoiselle," said Martin simply, and he smiled for the first time into her eyes, realizing quite suddenly that beneath them lay deep wells of sympathy and understanding. "Perhaps one of these days you will let me talk to you about her," he added. She flushed. "Why, yes. Talking relieves the heart." She used the French word soulager, that word of deep-mouthed comfort. "It does. And your mother, Mademoiselle Felice?"
"She cannot walk," she sighed. "All these years she's lain on her bed, ever since I left her when I was quite little. So you see she cannot come to see me."
"But you might go to Paris."
"We do not travel much in Brantôme," replied Felice. "Then you have not seen her?" "No, but I remember her. She was so beautiful and so tender. She had chestnut hair. My father says she has not changed at all. And she writes me every week, Monsieur Martin. And there she lies, day after day, always suffering, but always sweet and patient and never complaining. She is an angel." After a little pause she raised her face to him. "But here I am talking of my mother, when you asked me to let you talk of yours." So Martin then, and on many occasions afterwards, spoke to her of one that was dead more intimately than he could speak to Corinna, who seemed impatient of the expression of simple emotions. Corinna he would never have allowed to see tears coming into his eyes, but with Felice it did not matter. Her own eyes filled too in sympathy. And this was the beginning of a quiet understanding between them. Perhaps it might have been the beginning of something deeper on Martin's side, had not Bigourdin taken an early opportunity of expounding certain matrimonial schemes of his own with regard to Felice. "It had all been arranged," said he, "many years ago. His good neighbour, Monsieur Viriot, Marchand de Bonheur et Gros, a man everything there was of the most solid, had an only son, and he, Bigourdin, had an only niece, for whom he had set aside a substantial dowry, 100,000 francs. There were not many girls in Brantôme who could hide as much as that in their bridal veils. It was the most natural thing in the world that Lucien should marry Felice, nay, more, an ordinance of the bon Dieu. Lucien had been absent some time doing his military service. That would soon be over. He would enter his father's business. The formal demand in marriage would be made, and they would celebrate the fiançailles before the end of the year. "Does Mademoiselle Felice care for Lucien?" asked Martin. Bigourdin shrugged his mountainous shoulders. "He does not displease her. What more do we want? She is a good little girl, and knows that she can entrust her happiness to my hands. And Lucien is a capital fellow. They will be very happy." Thus he warned the sensitive Martin off philandering paths, and, with his French adroitness, separated youth and maiden as much as possible. And this was not difficult. You see, Felice acted as manageress in the Hôtel des Grottes, and her activities were innumerable. There was the kitchen to be ruled, an eye to be kept on the handle of the basket. If it danced too much, according to the French phrase, the cook was exceeding a commission of a sou in the franc. There were the bedrooms and clean, dry linen to be seen to, and the doings of Polydore, the unclean, and of Baptiste, the haphazard, to be watched. There were daily bills to be made out, accounts to be balanced, impatient bagmen to be cajoled or rebuked, orders for pâté de foie gras and truffles to be dispatched. The Hôtel des Grottes had a famous manufactory of these delights, and during autumn and winter supported a hive of workers, and the shelves in the cool storeroom were filled with appetizing jars. And then the laundry, and the mending, and the polishing of the famous bathroom. Ma foi, there was enough to keep one small manageress busy. Like a bon hôtelier, Bigourdin himself supervised all these important matters, ordering and controlling as an administrator, but Felice was the executive. And, like an obedient and happy little executive, Felice did not notice a subtle increase in her duties. Nor did Martin, honest soul, in whose eyes a betrothed maiden was as sacred as a married woman, remark any change in facilities of intercourse. For him she flashed, a gracious figure, across the half-real tapestry of his present life. A kindly word, a smiling glance, on passing, sufficed for the maintenance of his pleasant understanding with Felice. For feminine companionship of a stimulating kind there was always Corinna. For masculine society he had Bigourdin and his cronies of the Café de l'Univers, to whom he was introduced in his professorial dignity. It was there, at the café table, in the midst of the notables of the little town, that he learned many things either undreamed of or uncared for during his narrow life at Margette's Universal College. It startled him to find himself in the company of men passionately patriotic. Hitherto, as an Englishman living remote from continental thought, he had taken patriotism for granted. His interest in politics had been mild and parochial. He had adopted a vague conservative outlook, due most likely to antipathy to his democratic Swiss relatives, who sent £8 to the relief of his impoverished mother,
and to a nervous shrinking from democracy in general, as represented by his pupils. But in this backwater of the world, he encountered a political spirit intensely alive. Vital principles formed the subject of easy, yet stern, discussion. Beneath the calm of peaceful commerce and agriculture, he felt the pulse of France throbbing in fierce determination to maintain her national existence. Every man had been a soldier. Some of the elders had fought in 1870, and those who had grown-up sons were the fathers of soldiers. Martin realized that whereas in England, in time of peace, the private soldier was tolerated as a picturesque, good-natured, harum-scarum sort of fellow, the piou-piou in France was an object of universal affection. The army was woven into the whole web of French life. It permeated the whole of French thought. It coloured the whole of French sentiment. It was not a machine of blood and iron, as in Germany, but the sole sacrifice of a nation. Vive la France meant Vive l'armée, and that mere expression, Vive la France, how often had he heard it during his short sojourn in the country? He cudgelled his brain to remember when he had heard a corresponding cry in England. It seemed to him that there was none. There was no need for one. England would live as long as the sea girded her shores and Britannia ruled the waves. We did not trouble our English heads any further. But in France conditions are different. From the Vosges to the Bay of Biscay, from Calais to the Mediterranean, every stroke on a Krupp anvil reverberated through France. Ça vient, when no one knows, said the comfortable citizens. But it is coming sooner or later, and then we shed the last drop of our blood. We are prepared. We have learned our lesson. There will never be another Sedan. They said it soberly, like men whose eyes were set on an implacable foe. And Martin knew that through the length and breadth of the land, comfortable citizens held the same sober and stern discourse. Every inch of French soil was dear to these men, and to guard it they would shed the last drop of their blood. Corinna, informed of these conversations, said lightly, "You haven't lived among them as long as I have. It's just their Gallic way of talking." But Martin knew better. His horizons were expanding. He began too to conceive a curious love for the country so earnest, whose speech was the first that he had spoken. He had a vague impression that he was learning to live a corporate instead of an individual life. When he tried to interpret these feelings to Corinna, she cried out upon him, "To hear you talk one would think you hadn't any English blood. Isn't England good enough for you?" "It's because I'm beginning to understand France that I'm beginning to understand England," he replied in his grave way. "Like practising on the maid before you dare make love to the mistress." "Very possibly," said he, digging the blunt end of his fork into the coarse salt. They were at lunch. "To put it another way, if you learn Latin, you learn the structure of all languages." "What a regular schoolmaster's simile," she remarked scornfully. He flushed. "I am no longer a schoolmaster," said he. "Since when?" "Since I came here." "Do you mean to say you're not going back to it?" He paused before replying to the sudden question which accident had occasioned. To himself he had put it many times of late, but hitherto had evaded a definite answer. Now, with a thrill, he looked at her. "Never," said he. She laid down her knife and fork and stared at him. Was he, after all, taking this fool journey seriously? To her it had been a reckless adventure, a stolen trip into Lotus Land, with the knowledge of an inevitable return to common earth eating into her heart. Even now she dreaded to ask how much of her £20 had been spent. But she knew that the day of doom was approaching. She could not live without money. Neither could he. "What do you propose to do for a living?" "God knows," said he. "I don't. Anyhow, the squirrel has escaped from his cage, and he's not going back to it." "What's he going to do? Sit on a tree and eat nuts?" "Oh, my dear Martin!" "There are worse fates," he replied, answering her laughter with a smile. "At any rate, he has God's free universe all around him." "That's all very well, but analogies are futile. You aren't a squirrel, and you can't live on acorns and east wind. You must live on bread and beef. How are you going to get them?" "I'll get them somehow," said he. "I'm waiting for Fortinbras." To this determination had he come after 3 weeks resident in Brantôme. The poor-spirited drudge had drunk of the waters of life, and was a drudge no more. He had passed into another world. Far remote, as down the clouded vista of long memory, he saw the bare, hopeless classroom and the pale, pinched faces of the students. All that belonged to a vague past. It had no concern with the present or the future. How he had arrived at this state of being, he could not tell. The change had been wrought little by little, day by day. The 10 years of his servitude had been blocked out. He had the thrilling sense of starting life afresh at 30, as he had started it, a boy of 20. There was so much more in the open world than he had dreamed of. If the worst came to the worst, he could go forth into it, knapsack on shoulders, and seek his fortune. And every step he took would carry him further from Margette's universal college. "When is that fraud of a Marchand de Bonheur coming?" Corinna cried impatiently. She put the question to Bigourda the next time she met him alone, which was after the meal on the terrace. He could not tell. Perhaps tonight, tomorrow, the week after next. Fortinbras came and went like the wind, without warning. Did Mademoiselle Corinne desire his arrival so much? "I should like to see him here before I go." "Before you go, you are leaving us, mademoiselle?" She laughed at his look of dismay. "I can't stay idling here forever." "But you have been here no time at all," said he. "Just a little bird that comes and perches on this balustrade, looks this side and that side out of its bright eyes, and then flies away." "Oui, c'est comme ça," said Corinna. "Voilà." He sighed and turned to throw his broad-brimmed hat on a neighbouring table. "That's the worst of our infamous trade of hotel-keeping. You meet sincere and candid souls whose friendship you crave, but before you have time to win it, away they go like the little bird, for ever and ever out of your life." "But you have won my friendship, Monsieur Bigourda," said Corinna with rising colour. "You are very gracious, Mademoiselle Corinne. But why take it from me as soon as it is given?" "I don't," she reported. "I shall always remember you and your kindness." "Aye, aye, you know our saying, tout passe, tout casse, tout lasse. It is the way of the world, the way of humanity. We say that we will remember, but other things come to dim memory, to blunt sentiment. Enfin, we forget, not because we want to, but because we must." "If we must," laughed Corinna, "you'll forget our friendship too, so we'll be quits." "Never, mademoiselle," he cried illogically. "Your friendship will always be precious to me. You came into this dull house with your youth, your freshness, your wit, and your charm. Different from the ordinary hotel guests, you have joined my little intimate family life. Felice, for example, adores you. Were it not for her mother, you would be her ideal. And I, and you, Monsieur Bigourda?" Her voice had the flat sound of a wooden mallet striking a peg. The huge man bowed with considerable dignity. "I shall miss terribly all that you have brought into this house, mademoiselle." Corinna relaxed into a mocking smile. "Fortinbras warned us that you were a poet, Monsieur Bigourda." "Every honest man whose eyes can see the beautiful things of life must be a poet of a kind. It is not necessary to scribble verses." "But do you? Do you write verse?" "Jamais de la vie," he declared stoutly. "An hotelier like me counts syllables on his fingers. Ah, non! I can make excellent pâté de foie gras, no one better in Périgord, but I should make execrable verses. Ah, voyons donc!" He laughed lustily, and Corinna laughed too, and Martin, appearing on the veranda, asked and learned the reason of their mirth. After a word or two their host left them, fanning himself with his great hat. "What on earth brought you here?" said Corinna. "I was having the flirtation of my life." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Wonderful Year by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 6. A week passed, and Fortinbras did not come. Corinna wrote to him. He replied, "Have patience, cultivate Martin's sense of humour, and make Felice give you lessons in domestic economy. The cook might instruct you in the various processes whereby eggs are rendered edible. and you might also learn how to launder clothes without disaster to flesh or linen. I'm afraid you are wasting your time. Remember, you're not like Martin, who needs this rest to get his soul into proper condition. I will come whither my heart draws me, for I yearn to see my little Felice, as soon as I am allowed to do so by my manifold avocations and responsibilities." Corinna, in a fury, handed the letter to Martin and asked him what he thought of it. He replied that in his opinion Fortinbras gave excellent advice. Corinna declared Fortinbras to be an overbearing and sarcastic pig, and rated Martin for standing by and seeing her insulted. "You gave him 5 francs for putting you on the road to happiness," he replied. "He has done his best, and seems to keep on doing it, without extra charge. I think you ought to be grateful. His suggestions are full of sense." "Confound his suggestions!" cried Corinna. "I think our friend Bigourdin would be pleased if you followed them." "I don't see what our friend Bigourdin has to do with it." "He would give you all the help he could. A Frenchman likes a woman to know how to do things." "I won't wash clothes," said Corinna defiantly. "You might rise superior to a brand of soap," retorted Martin. She turned her back on him and went her way. His gross sense of humour required no cultivation. It was a poisonous weed. And what did he mean by dragging in Bigourdin? She would never speak to Martin again after his disgraceful innuendo. It took the flavour from the sympathetic relations that had been set up between her host and herself during the past week. A twinge of conscience exacerbated her anger against Martin. She certainly had encouraged Bigourdin to fuller professions of friendship than is usual between landlord and guest. The fresh flowers he had laid by her plate at every meal she wore in her dress. Only the night before she had ever so delicately hinted that Martin was capable of visiting the Café de l'Univers without a bear leader, and the huge and poetical man had sat with her in the moonlight, and in terms of picturesque philosophy had exposed to her the barren loneliness of his soul. She had enjoyed the evening prodigiously, and was looking forward to other evenings equally exhilarating. Now Martin had spoiled it all. She called Martin names that would have shocked Mrs. Hastings and caused her father to mention her specially during family prayers. Then she defended herself proudly. Who was there to talk to in that nowhere of a place? The conversation of Felice stimulated as much as that of a 10-year-old child. Martin she had sucked dry as a bone during their 7 weeks' companionship. He, of course, could hobnob with men at the café. He also picked up a curious assortment of acquaintance, male and female, in the town, and had acquired a knack of conversing with them. A day or 2 ago she had come upon him in one of the rock dwellings, discussing politics with a desperate villain who worked in the freestone quarries, while the frowsy mistress of the house lavished on him smiles and the horrible grey wine of the country, which he drank out of a bowl. She, Corinna, had no café, nor could she find anything in common with desperadoes of quarrymen and their frowsy wives. To enter their house savoured of district visiting, a philanthropic practice which she abhorred with all the abhorrence of a parson's rebellious daughter. Where was she to look for satisfying human intercourse? She knew enough of the French middle-class manners and customs to be aware that she might live in Brantôme 1,000 years before one lady would call on her, a mere question of social code as to which she had no cause for resentment. But she craved the stimulus, the give and take of talk, such as had been her daily food in Paris for the last 3 years. Huge, not at all commonplace, but somewhat of an enigma, Bigourdin lumbered on to her horizon. His first-hand knowledge of men and things was confined to Brantôme and Lyon, but with that knowledge he had pierced deep and wide. He had read little, but astonishingly. He had a grasp of European, even of English, internal affairs that disconcerted Corinna, who airily set out to expound to him the elements of world politics. 2 phases of French poetry formed an essential factor of his intellectual life, the 15th-century amorists and the later romanticists. He could quote Victor Hugo, Alfred de Musset, Theodore de Banville by the mile. When stirred, he had in his voice disquieting tones. He recited the Chanson de Fortunio and the Chanson de Barberine in the moonlight, and Corinna caught her breath and felt a shiver down her spine. It was a new sensation for Corinna to feel shivers down her spine at the sound of a man's voice. Mais j'aime trop pour que je dis qui j'ose aimer. Et je veux mourir pour mamie, sans la nommer. She went to bed with the words singing in her ears like music. Altogether, it was much more comforting to talk to Bigourdin than to take lessons in household management from Felice. At last, the day came when she plucked up courage and demanded of Martin an account of his stewardship. He tried to evade the task by flourishing in her face a bundle of notes. They had heaps, said he, to go on with. But Corinna pressed her inquiry with feminine insistence. Had he kept any memoranda of expenditure? Of course methodical Martin had done so. Where was it? Reluctantly he drew a soiled notebook from his pocket, and side by side at a little table on the veranda, her fair hair brushing his dark cheek, they added up the figures, and apportioned and divided, and eventually struck the balance. Corinna was 1 franc 75 centimes in Martin's debt. She had not 1 penny in the world. She had 1 franc 75 centimes less than nothing. She rose, white-lipped. You ought to have told me. Why? Asked Martin. There's plenty of money in the common stock. There never was any such thing as a common stock. I thought there was, said Martin. I thought we had arranged it with Fortinbras. Anyway, there's one now. There isn't, she cried indignantly. Do you suppose I'm going to live on your money? What kind of a girl do you take me for? An unconventional one, said Martin. But not dishonourable. To assert my freedom and live by myself in Paris and run about France alone with you may be unconventional. But for a girl to accept support from a man when she gives him nothing in return, it is a different thing altogether. They argued for some time, and at the end of the argument neither was convinced. She upbraided. Martin ought to have struck a daily balance. He continued to put forward the plea of the common stock, to which she had apparently given her tacit agreement. Well, well, said Martin at last, there's no dishonour in a loan. You can give me an IOU. That's a legal document. But how do you suppose I'm ever going to pay you? That, my dear Corinna, said he, is a matter which doesn't interest me in the least. She turned on him furiously. Do you know what you are? Would you like me to tell you? You're the most utterly selfish man in the wide, wide world. She flung away through the Empress salle à manger and left Martin questioning the eternal hills of the Limousin. I offer, said he in effect, to share my last penny, in all honour and comradeship, with a young person of the opposite sex whom I have always treated with the utmost delicacy, who is absolutely nothing to me, who would scoff at the idea of marrying me, and whom I would no more think of marrying than a 5th of November box of fireworks, who has heaped on me all sorts of contumelious epithets. I offer, I repeat, to divide my last crust with her, and she calls me selfish. Eternal hills resolve the problem. But the hills enfolded themselves majestically in their autumn purple, and deigned no answer to the little questionings of man. Unsuccessful, he strolled through the dining-room and vestibule, and at the hotel entrance came upon the ramshackle hotel omnibus, and the grey, raw-boned omnibus horse standing unattended and forlorn. To pass the time, the latter shivered occasionally in order to jingle the bells on his collar and scatter the magenta fly-whisk hung between his eyes. Martin went up and patted his soft muzzle, and put to him the riddle. But the old horse, who naturally thought that these overtures heralded a supply of bodily sustenance, and, in good faith, had essayed an expectant nibble, at last jerked his head indignantly, and refused to concern himself with such insane speculation. Martin was struck by the indifferent attitude of hills and horses towards the queer vagaries of the human female. Then, from the doorway, sallied forth a flushed Corinna, booted and spurred for adventure. I need not tell you that a woman's boots and spurs are on her head and not on her feet. Corinna wore the little hat with the defiant pheasant feather which she had not put on since her last night in Paris. A spot of red burned angrily on each cheek. Martin, accustomed to ask, "Where are you going?" was on the point of putting the mechanical question when he was checked by one of her hard glances. Obviously she would have nothing to do with him. She passed him by and walked down the hill at a brisk pace. Martin watched her retreating figure until a turn in the road hid it from his view, and then, retiring into the house, went up to his room and buried himself in Montaigne, to which genial author, it may be remembered, he had been recommended by Fortinbras. They did not meet until dinner, when she greeted him all smiles. She apologized for wayward temper, and graciously offered, should she need money, to accept a small loan for a short period. What her errand had been when she set forth in her defiant hat, she did not inform him. He shrewdly surmised she had gone to the Poste Telegraph in the town, but he was within 1,000,000 miles of guessing that she had dispatched a telegram to Bordeaux. The meal begun under these fair auspices was enlivened by a final act of depravity on the part of the debauched waiter Polydore. He had of late given more than usual dissatisfaction, to the point of being replaced by the chambermaid and Felice when fashionable motordom halted at the Hôtel des Grottes. Once Martin himself, beholding through the terrace doorway Felice struggling around a large party of belated and hungry Americans, came to her assistance and lent an amused hand. The guests, taking him for a deputy landlord, explained their needs in bad French. Felice thanked him in blushing confusion, while Bigourdin, as he had done 100 times before, gave a week's notice to Polydore, who, acting scullion, was breaking plates and dishes with drunken persistency. And now the truth is out as regards Polydore. With the sins of sloth, ignorance, and uncleanliness, he combined the sin of drunkenness. Polydore was nearly always fuddled. Yet, because of the ties of blood, the foster sisterdom of respective grandmothers, Bigourdin had submitted to his inefficiency. Once more he revoked the edict of dismissal. Once more Polydore kept sober for a few days. Then once more he backslided. And he backslided irretrievably this night at dinner. All went fairly well at first. It was a slack night. Only 3 commis voyageurs sat at the long table, and thus there were only 7 persons on whom to attend. It is true that his eye was somewhat glazed and his hand somewhat unsteady, but under the awful searchlight of Bigourdin's glance he nerved himself to his task. Soup and fish had been served satisfactorily. Then came a long, long wait. Presently Polydore reeled in. As he passed by Bigourdin's table, he held up the finger of a dirty hand bound with a dripping, bloody rag. "Pardon, je me suis coupé le doigt," he announced thickly, and made a beeline to Corinna with the ostensible purpose of removing her plate. But just as he reached her, the extra dram that he must have taken to fortify himself against the shock of his wound took full effect. He staggered, and in order to save himself clutched wildly at Corinna, leaving on her bare neck his disgusting sanguine imprint. She uttered a sharp cry, and simultaneously Bigourdin uttered a roar, and, rushing across the room, in a second had picked up on the unhappy varlet in his giant arms. "Ah, cochon!" he called in the most dreadful names, shaking him as Alice shook the Red Queen. "En voilà la fin! I will teach you to dare to spread your infamous blood. I will break your bones. I will crush your skull so that you'll never set foot here again. Ah, triple cochon!" A flaming picture of gigantic wrath, he swept with him to the door, whence he hurled him bodily forth. There was a dull thud, and that, as far as the 3 commercial travellers, standing agape with their napkins at their throats, Corinna, Martin, Felice, and Bigourdin were concerned, was the end of Polydore. Bigourdin, with an agility surprising in so huge a man, was in an instant by Corinna's side, with finger bowl full of water and a clean napkin. "Mademoiselle, that such a bestial personage should have dared to soil your purity with his uncleanness makes me mad, makes me capable of assassinating him. Permit me to remove his abominable contamination." "Let me do it, mon oncle," said Felice, who had run across. But Bigourdin waved her aside, and with reverent touch, as though she were a goddess, he cleansed Corinna. She underwent the operation in her cool way, and when it was over, smiled her thanks at Bigourdin. "Mademoiselle Corinna," he cried, "what can I say to you? What can I do for you? How can I repair such an outrage as you have suffered in my house? You have only to command, and everything I have is yours. Command, insist, ordain." He spread his arms wide, an agony of appeal in his eyes. Martin, who had started to his feet in order to save Corinna from the grip of the intoxicated Polydore, but had been anticipated by the impetuous rush of Bigourdin, gazed for a moment or two at his host, and then gasped, as his vision pierced into the huge man's soul. This perfervid declaration was not the good innkeeper's apology for a waiter's disgusting behaviour. It was the blazing indignation of a real man at the desecration inflicted by another on the body of the woman he loved. A shiver of comprehension of things he had never comprehended before swept through Martin from head to foot. He knew with absolute knowledge that should she rise and, with a nod of her head, invite Bigourda to follow her to the veranda, she could be mistress absolute of Bigourda's destiny. He held his breath, for the first time in his dull life conscious of the meaning of love of women, conscious of eternal drama. He looked at Corinna, smiling with ironic curl of lip, up at the impassioned man, and he had an almost physical feeling within him, as though his heart sank like a stone. But a week ago she had declared, with a vulgarity of which he had not thought her capable, that she'd had the flirtation of her life with Bigourda. She must have known then, she must know now, that the man was in soul-strung earnest. What was her attitude to the major things of life? His brain worked swiftly. If in her middle-class English snobbery she despised the French innkeeper, why did she admit him to her social plane on which alone flirtation, he had a sensitive gentleman's horror of the world, was possible? If she accepted him as a social equal, recognizing in him, as he, Martin, recognized, all that was vital in modern France, if she accepted him, woman accepting man, why that infernal smile on her pretty face? I must give you to understand that Martin knew nothing whatever about women. His ignorance placed him in this dilemma. He watched Corinna's lips, eager to hear what words would issue from them. She said coolly, "So long as this really is the end of Polydor, honour is satisfied." Bigourda stiffened under her gaze, and, collecting himself, bowed formally. "As to that, mademoiselle," said he, "I give you my absolute assurance." He turned to the commercial travellers. "Monsieur, I ask your pardon. You will not have to wait any longer. Viens, Félix." And landlord and niece took Polydor's place for the rest of the meal. "Bigourda's a splendid fellow," said Martin. Elbow on table, she held a morsel of bread to her lips. "He waits so well, doesn't he?" she said. He shrugged his shoulders. What was the use of arguing with a being with totally different standards and conception of values? Some little wisdom he was beginning to acquire. He spent the evening at the Café de Perigeux with Bigourda, who, with an unwonted cloud on his brow, abused the government in atrabiliar terms. The next morning, Corinna, attired in her daintiest, wandered off to sketch, lonely and demure. At déjeuner she made a pretence of eating, and entertained Martin with uninteresting, and to him unintelligible criticism of Parisian actors. Bigourda passed a moment or two of professional commonplace at the table, and retired. An inexperienced young woman of the town, with the chambermaid's assistance, replaced the villain of last night's tragedy. Corinna continued her hectic conversation, and took little account of Martin's casual remarks. A mind even less subtle than her companion's would have assigned some nervous disturbance as a reason for such feverish behaviour. But of what nature the disturbance? Vaguely he associated it with the Sunday-fied raiment. Could it be that she intended, without drum or trumpet, to fly from Brantôme? "By the way, Martin," she said suddenly, when the last wizened grape had been eaten, "have you ever taken those snapshots of the chateau at Bordeaux?" "I'm afraid I haven't," said he. "You promised to get them for me." "I'll go over with my camera one of these days," said Martin. "That means au calendrier grec. Why not this beautiful afternoon?" "If you'll come with me." "I've rather a headache, or I would," said Corinna. "As it is, I think I'll have to lie down. But you go, it would do you good." "Aha," thought Martin astutely. "She wants to get rid of me so that she can escape by the afternoon train to Paris." Aloud he said, "I'll go tomorrow." "Why not today?" "I don't feel like it," said he. Not for the first time she struck an obstinate seam in Martin. He turned a deaf ear both to her cajolings and her reproaches. To some degree he felt himself responsible for Corinna, as a man must do who acts as escort, or what you will, to an attractive and penniless young woman. If she had decided to rush home to England, it was certainly his duty to make commodious arrangements for her journey. "I'm going to loaf about today," he announced.
"Like the selfish pig you always are," said Corinna.
"Comme tu veux," said Martin cheerfully.
"Can't you see I want you to go away for the afternoon?"
said Corinna angrily. "Any idiot could see that," replied Martin.
"Then why don't you?"
"I want to keep an eye on you." She flushed scarlet and rose from the table.
"All right, spy as much as you like. It doesn't matter to me."
Once more she left him with a dramatic whirl of skirts. The procedure having become monotonous impressed Martin less than on previous occasions. He even smiled the conscious smile of sagacity. There was something up, he reflected, with Corinna, or he would eat his hat. She contemplated some idiotic action. Of that there could be no doubt. It behoved him, as the only protector she had in the world, to mount guard. He mounted guard, therefore, over cigarette and coffee in the vestibule of the hotel, and for some time held entertaining converse with Bigourdin on the decadence of Germanic culture. And while Martin was expounding the futile vulgarity of the spectacle of Sumurum, which, on one of his rare visits to places of amusement, he had witnessed in London, the word of Corinna's enigma was suddenly and dustily flashed upon him. From a dusty two-seater car that drew up noisily at the door sprung a dusty youth with a reddish face and a little black moustache. "Is Mademoiselle Hastings in the hotel?" he asked. "Yes, monsieur," said Bigourdin. "Will you kindly let her know that I am here? Monsieur Camille Fargot." "Monsieur Fargot," repeated Bigourdin. "Mademoiselle Hastings expects me," said the young man. "Bien, monsieur," said Bigourdin. He retired, his duty as a good innkeeper compelling him. Martin, comfortable in his cane chair, lit another cigarette, and with dispassionate criticism inspected Monsieur Camille Fargot, who stood in the doorway, his back to the vestibule, frowning resentfully on the little car. This, then, was the word of Corinna's enigma. To summon him by telegraph had been the object of her sortie in the hat with the pheasant's plume. To welcome him had been the reason of her festive garb. In order to hold unembarrassed converse, she had tried to send Martin away to photograph Bourdais. This, then, was the famous student in medicine who was supposed to have won Corinna's heart. Martin, who had of late added mightily to his collection of remarkable men, thought him as commonplace a young student as he had encountered since the far-off days of Margette's Universal College. He seemed an indeterminate, fretful person, the kind of male over whom Corinna, in her domineering way, would gallop and re-gallop until she had trampled the breath out of him. Being a kindly soul, he began to feel sorry for Camille Fargot. He was tempted to go up to the young fellow, lay a hand on his shoulder and say, "If you want to lead a happily married life, my dear chap, drive straight back to Bordeaux and marry someone else." By doing so he would indubitably contribute to the greatest happiness of the greatest number of human beings, and would rank among the philanthropists of his generation. But Martin still retained much of his timidity, and he also had a comradely feeling towards Corinna. If she regarded this dusty and undistinguished young gentleman as the rock of her salvation, who was he, powerless himself to indicate any other rock of any kind, to offer objection? So, realizing the absurdity of standing on guard against so insignificant a danger as Monsieur Camille Fargot, student in medicine, and not desiring to disconcert Corinna by his presence should she descend to the vestibule to meet her lover, he courteously begged pardon of the frowning young man who blocked the doorway, and, passing by him, walked meditatively down the road. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Wonderful Year by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 7. When Martin returned to the hotel a couple of hours later, he found that Monsieur Camille Fargot had departed, and that Corinna had entrenched herself in her room. On the wane of the afternoon, she sent word to any whom it might concern that, not being hungry, she would not come down for dinner. To Felice, anxious concerning her health, she denied access. Offers of comforting nourishment on a tray made on the outer side of the closed door she curtly declined. Mystery enveloped the visit of Camille Fargo. Martin learned from a perturbed Bigourdin that she had descended immediately after he had left the vestibule, and had led Fargo at once into the salon de lecture, a moth-eaten and fusty cubbyhole in which commercial travellers who found morbid pleasure in the early stages of asphyxiation sometimes wrote their letters. There they had remained for some time, at the end of which Monsieur Fargo, il avait l'air hébété, according to Baptiste, a witness of his excess, had issued forth alone, and jumped into his car and sped away, presumably to Bordeaux. After a moment or two, Mademoiselle Corinne, in her turn, had emerged from the salon de lecture, and, looking very haughty with her pretty head in the air, again Baptiste, had mounted to her apartment. Those were the bare facts. Bigourdin narrated them simply, in order to account for Corinna's non-appearance at dinner. With admirable taste he forbore to question Martin as to the relations between the lady and her visitor. Nor did Martin enlighten him. An art student in Paris, like Corinna, must necessarily have a host of friends. What more natural than that one, finding himself in her neighbourhood, should make a passing call? Such was the tacit convention between Martin and Bigourdin. But the breast of each harboured the conviction that the visit had not been a success of cordiality. Bigourdin exhibited brighter spirits that night at the Café de l'Univers. He played his game of backgammon with Monsieur le Maire and beat him exultantly. Around him the coterie cursed the Germans for forcing the 3 years' service on France. He paused, arm uplifted in the act of throwing the dice. "Never mind, they seek it, they will get it. Vous l'avez voulu, Georges Gendon. The bon Dieu is on our side, just as he is on mine in this battle here. Voilà." The dice rattled out of the box, and they showed the number that declared him the winner. A great shout arose. The honest burgesses cried miracle. Voyons, it was a sign from heaven to France. In hoc signo vinces, cried a professor at the École Normale, and the sober company had another round of box to celebrate the augury. Martin and Bigourdin walked home through the narrow, silent streets and over the bridges. There was a high wind, sharpened by a breath of autumn, which ruffled the dim surface of the water, and overhead a rack of cloud scudded athwart the stars. A light or two far up the gloomy score showed the Hôtel des Grottes. Bigourdin waved his hand in the darkness. "It is beautiful, all this." Martin assented and buttoned up his overcoat. "It is beautiful to me," said Bigourdin, "because it is my own country. I was born and bred here, and my forefathers before me. It is part of me like my legs and my arms. I don't say that I am beautiful myself," he added with a laugh, his French wit seeing where the logic would lead him. "But you understand." "Yes," said Martin, "I can understand in a way. But I have no little corner of a country that I can call my own. I am not the son of any soil." "Périgord is very fruitful and motherly. She will adopt you," laughed Bigourdin. "But I am English of the English," replied Martin. "Périgord would only adopt a Frenchman." "I have heard it said, and I believe it to be true," said Bigourdin, "that every English artist has two countries, his own and France. And it is the artist who expresses the national feeling, and not the university professors and philosophers. And all true men have in them something of the artistic, something which responds to the artistic appeal. I don't know if I make myself clear, Monsieur Martin, but you must confess that all the outside inspiration you get in England in your art and your literature is Latin. I say outside, for naturally you draw from your own noble wells. But for nearly a generation the fin esprit anglais, in all its delicacy and all its subtlety and all its humanity, is in every way sympathetic with the fin esprit français. Is not that true?" "And now I come to think of it," said Martin, "I suppose it is. I represent the more or less educated middle-class Englishman, and so far as I am aware of any influence on my life, everything outside of England that has moved me has been French. As far as I know, Germany has not produced one great work of art or literature during the last 40 years. "Voilà!" cried Bigourdin. "How could a pig of a country like that produce works of art? I have been to Berlin, but I have seen photographs of the Allée des Victoires. Mon cher, it is terrible. It is sculpture hewn out by orders of the drill sergeant's cane. Ah, cochon du pays. But you others, you English, at last, after our 100 years of peace, you realize how bound you are to France. You realize, all the noble souls among you, that your language is half Latin, that for 1,000 years, even before the Norman conquest, all your culture, all the sympathies of your poetry and your art are Roman and Greek, enfin, are Latin. Your wonderful cathedrals, Gothic, do they get them from Teutonic barbarism? No. You get them from the Comecene masters, the little band of Latin spiritualists on the shores of Lake Como. I am an ignorant man, Monsieur Martin, but I have read a little, and I have much time to think, and voila, those are my conclusions. In the great war that will come— It can't come in our time, said Martin. No, it will come in our time, and sooner than you expect. But when it does come, all that is noble and spiritual in England will be passionately French in its sympathies. Tiens, mon ami. He planted himself at the corner of the dark uphill road that led to the hotel, and brought his great hands down on Martin's shoulders. You do not yet understand. You are a wonderful race, you English. But if you were pure Frisians like the Germans, you would not be where you are. Nor would you be if you were pure Latins. What has made you invincible is the interfusion since 1,000 years of all that is best in Frisian and Latin. You emerged English after Chaucer, Saxon born and Latin spirit. That is why, my friend, you hate all that is German. That is why you love now all that is French. And that is why we, nous autres Français, feel at last that England understands us and is with us. Having thus analysed the psychology of the Entente Cordiale in terms which, proceeding from the lips of a small English innkeeper, would have astounded Martin, Bigourd released him, and together they mounted homewards. "I was forgetting," said he, as he bade Martin good night. "All of what I have said was to prove that if you were in need of a foster mother, Perigord will take you to her bosom." "I'll think of it," smiled Martin. He thought of it for 5 minutes after he had gone to bed, and then fell fast asleep. Early in the morning he was awakened by a great thundering at his door. Convinced of catastrophe, he leaped to his feet and opened. On the threshold the urbane figure of Fortinbras confronted him. "You?" cried Martin. "Even I, having embraced Felice, breakfasted, washed, and viewed Printemps proceeding to its daily labours, I thought it high time to arouse you from your unlark-like slumbers." Saying this, he passed Martin and drew aside the curtains so that the morning light flooded the room. He was still attired in his sober black, with the avoué's white tie, which bore the traces of an all-night journey. Then he sat down on the bed, while Martin, in pyjamas and barefoot, took up an irresolute position on the cold boards. "I generally get up a bit later," said Martin with an air of apology. "So I gather from my excellent brother-in-law." "Well," said Fortinbras, "how are you faring in Arcadia?" "Capitally," replied Martin. "I've never felt so fit in my life. But I'm jolly glad you've come." "You want another consultation? I'm ready to give you one. At the usual fee, of course." "Oh, not now." As Martin turned to the dressing-table, where lay a small heap of money, he raised a soft, arresting hand. "The hour is too early for business, even in France. I have no doubt Corinna is equally anxious to consult me. How is she?" "Much the same as usual," said Martin. "By which you would imply that she belongs to the present stubborn and stiff-necked generation of young Englishwomen. I hope you haven't suffered unduly." "I? Oh, Lord, no," Martin replied with a laugh. "Corinna goes her way, and I go mine. Occasionally, when there's only one way to go, well, it isn't hers." "You've put your foot down?" "At any rate, Corinna hasn't put her foot down on me. I think," said Martin, rubbing his thinly clad sides meditatively, "my journey with Corinna has not been without profit to myself. I've made a discovery." He paused. "My dear young friend," said Fortinbras, "let me hear it." "I've found out that I needn't be trampled on unless I like." Fortinbras passed his hand over his broad forehead and his silver mane, and regarded the young man acutely. Whatever possibilities he might have seen of a romantic attachment between the pair of derelicts no longer existed. Martin had taken cool measure of Corinna and was not in the least in love with her. The dealer in happiness smiled in his benevolent way. Although in your present ruffled and unshorn state you're not looking your best, you're a different man from my client of 2 months ago. Thanks to your advice, said Martin, my 3 weeks' journey put me into gorgeous health, and here I've been living in clover. And the environment does not seem to be unfavourable to moral and intellectual development. Ah, that's Big Ordar and his friends, cried Martin. He's a splendid fellow, a liberal education. He's an apostle of sanity, replied Fortinbras with an approving nod. Meanwhile, sanity would not recommend your standing about in this chilly air with nothing on. I will converse with you while you dress. I'll have my tub at once, said Martin. He disappeared into the famous bathroom, and after a few moments returned and made his toilet while he gossiped with Fortinbras of the things he had learned at the Café de l'Univers. It's a funny thing, said he, but I can't make Corinna see it. Oh, she's Parisianized, replied Fortinbras. In Paris we see things in false perspective. All the little finicky people of the hour, artists, writers, politicians, are so close to us that they loom up like mountains. You learn more of France in a week at Brantôme than in a year at Paris, because there's nothing to confuse your sense of values. Happy young man to live in Brantôme. He sighed, and seeing that Martin was ready, rose and accompanied him downstairs. Phyllis, fresh and dainty, with heightened colour and gladness in her eyes due to the arrival of the adored father, poured out Martin's coffee. They were old-fashioned in the Hotel des Grottes, and drank coffee out of generous bowls without handles, besides which, on the plate, rested great spoons for such sops of bread as might be thrown therein. "It is as you like it?" she asked in her pretty, clipped English. "It's always the best coffee I have ever drunk," smiled Martin. He looked up at Fortinbras lounging in the wooden chair usually occupied by Corinna. "Do you know, Mr. Fortinbras, that Mademoiselle Felice has so spoilt me with the food and drink that I shall never be able to face an English lodging-house meal again?" Fortinbras passed his arm round his daughter's waist and drew her to him affectionately. "Oh, she would spoil me too if she had the chance. It is astonishing what capability there is in this little body." Felice, yielding to the caress, touched her father's hair. "It's like Maman when she was young, n'est-ce pas?" She spoke in French, which came more readily. "Yes," said Fortinbras in a deep voice, "just like your mother." "I try to resemble her. To say, every time I feel I am lazy or missing my duties, I think of Maman, and I say, no, I will not be unworthy of her. And so that gives me courage." "I've heard so much of Mrs. Fortinbras," said Martin, "that I seem to know her intimately." A smile of great tenderness and sadness crept into Fortinbras's eyes as he turned them on his daughter. "It is good that you still think and speak so much of her. Ideals keep the soul winged for flight. If it flies away into the empyrean and comes to grief like Icarus and his later fellow pioneers in aviation, at least it has done something." He released her, and she sped away on her duties. Presently she returned with a scared face. "Monsieur Martin, what has happened? Here's Corinna going to leave us this morning." "Corinna going? Does she know I'm here?" asked Fortinbras in wonderment. "I don't know. I haven't seen her. I did not dream that she was up. She generally rises so late. But she has told Baptiste to take down her boxes for the omnibus to catch the early train for Paris. Mon Dieu, what has happened to drive her away?" "Perhaps the visit yesterday of Monsieur Camille Fargot," said Martin. "Huh?" said Fortinbras sharply. Then turning to Felice, "Go, my dear, and lay my humble homage at the feet of Mademoiselle Corinna, and say that as I have travelled for nearly a day and a night in order to see her, I crave her courtesy so far as to defer her departure until I can have speech with her. You can also tell Baptiste that I'll break his neck if he touches those boxes. The omnibus might also anticipate its usual hour of starting." Felice departed. Fortinbras lit a cigarette, and, holding it between his fingers, frowned at it, Camille Fargo? What was that spawn of nothingness doing here? I fancy she's sent for him, said Martin. I suppose I'd better tell you all about it. I haven't as yet, but because it was none of my business. Proceed, said Fortinbras. And Martin told him of the famous balance striking, and of Corinna's subsequent behaviour, including last night's retirement into solitude after her mysterious interview with the spawn of nothingness. Good, said Fortinbras, when Martin had finished. Very good. And what has my excellent brother-in-law to say to it? Your excellent brother-in-law, replied Martin with a smile, seems to be a very delicate-minded gentleman. Fortinbras did not press the subject. Waiting for Corinna, they talked of casual things. Martin, now a creature of health and appetite, devoured innumerable rolls and absorbed many bowls of coffee, to the outspoken admiration of Fortinbras. But still Corinna did not come. Then Martin filled a pipe of caporal, and, smoking it with gusto, told Fortinbras more of what he had learned at the Café de l'Univers. He expressed his wonder at the people's lack of enthusiasm for their political leaders. The adventurer politician is the curse of this country, said Fortinbras. He insinuates himself into every government. He is out for plunder, and his hand is at the throat of patriotic ministers, and he strangles France, while into his pocket, through devious channels, filters a fine stream of German gold. I can't believe it, cried Martin. Oh, he isn't a traitor in the sense of being suborned by a foreign power. He's far too subtle. But he knows what policy will affect the world's exchanges to his profit, and that policy he advocates. A gangrene in the body politic, said Martin. Fortinbras nodded assent. It will only be the sword of war that will cut it out. On this, in marched Corinna, dressed for travel, with a little embroidered bag slung over her arm. She crossed the room, her head up, her chin in the air, defiant as usual, and shook hands with Fortinbras. I've come as you asked, she said, but let us be quick with the talking, as I've got to catch a train. Sit down, said Fortinbras, setting a chair for her. She obeyed, and there the three of them were sitting once more round a table in an empty dining-room. But this time it was a cloudy morning in early November, in the heart of France, the distant mountains across the town half veiled in mist, and a fine rain falling. Gusts of raw air came in through the open terrace window at the end of the room. So, my dear Corinna, said Fortinbras, you have not waited for the second consultation which was part of our programme. That's your fault, not mine, said Corinna. I expected you weeks ago. Doubtless, but your expectation was no reason for my coming weeks ago. My undertaking, however, was a reason for your continuing to expect me, and being certain that sooner or later I should come. All right, said Corinna, this is mere talk. What do you want with me? To ask you, my dear Corinna, replied Fortinbras in his persuasive tones, why you have disregarded my advice. And what was your advice? To do nothing headstrong, violent, and lunatic until we met again. You should have come sooner. I find I am living now on Martin's charity, and the time has come to put all this rubbish aside and go home to my people with my tail between my legs. It's vastly pleasant, I assure you. Oh, young woman of little faith, why did you not put your trust in me instead of in canno medical students with ridiculous mothers? Corinna flushed crimson, and her eyes hardened in anger. I suppose every gossiping tongue in this horrid little hotel has been wagging. That's why I'm going off now, so that they can wag in my absence. But, my dear Penthesilea, said Fortinbras soothingly, why get so angry? Every living soul in this horrid hotel is on your side. They would give their eyes and ears to help you and sympathize with you and show you that they love you. I don't want their sympathy, said Corinna stubbornly, or any human expression of affection or regret. You want just to pay your bill like any young woman in an automobile who has put up for the night and go your way? No, I don't, but I've been damnably treated and I want to get away back to England. Who has treated you damnably here? Asked Fortinbras. Don't be idiotic, cried Corinna. Everybody here has been simply angelic to me, even Martin. On the whole, I think I've behaved fairly decently since we started out together, Martin observed. At any rate, you've acted according to the instincts of a gentleman, she admitted. Fortinbras leaned back in his chair and drew a breath of relief. I'm glad to perceive that this hurried departure is not an elopement. Elopement? She echoed. Do you think I'd... Fortinbras checked her with his uplifted hand. Would you like me to tell you in a few words everything that has happened? He bent his intellectual brow upon her and held her with his patient, tired eyes. Being at the end of your resources, not desiring to share in the vagabond's pool with Martin, and losing faith in my professional pledge, you bethink you of the young popinjay, with whom, in your independent English innocence, but to the scandal of his French relatives, you have flaunted it in the restaurants and theatres of Paris. Il vous a conté fleurette. He has made his little love to you. All honour and no blame to him. At his age, he bowed, I would have done the same. You correspond on the sentimental plane, but in all his correspondence you will find not one declaration in form. Corinna mechanically peeled off her gloves. Fortinbras drew a whiff of his cigarette. He continued, You think of him as a possible husband. I am frank, it is my profession to be so. But your heart, he pointed dramatically to her bosom, has never had a flutter. You don't deny it? Good. In your extremity, as you think, you send him an urgent telegram, such as no man of human feeling could disregard. He borrows his cousin's husband's motor-car and obeys your summons. You interview him in yonder little fly-blown, suffocating salon. You put your case before him, with no matter what feminine delicacy. He perceives that he is confronted with a claim for a demand in marriage. He draws back. He cannot, by means of any quirk or quibble of French law, marry you without his parents' consent. This they would never give, having their own well-matured and irrefragable plans. Marriage is as impossible as immediate canonization. But, says he, we are both young. We love each other. We shall both be in the côtier for time indefinite. Time is never indefinite, thank God, to youth. Why should we not set up housekeeping together? I have enough for both, and let the future take care of itself. Corinna rose and looked at him haggardly and clutched him by the shoulder. How in the name of God do you know that? Who told you? Who overheard that little beast propose that I should go and live with him as his mistress? Fortinbras patted the white-knuckled hand and smiled as he looked up into her tense face. Do you suppose, my dear child, that I have been the father-confessor of half the Rive Gauche for 20 years without knowing something of the ways of the Rive Gauche? Without knowing something, not exactly of international, but say of multinational codes of social observance, morality, honour, and so forth, and how they clash, correspond, and interact? I know the two international forces, yours and Camille Fargot's, converging on the matrimonial point, and with simple certainty I tell you the resultant. It's like a schoolboy's exercise in mathematics. She freed herself and sat down again dejectedly. Everything had happened as Fortinbras declared. His only omission, to repair which she had not given him time, was the scene of flaming indignation incident to Camille Fargot's dismissal. And his psychology was correct. The young man's charming love-making had flattered her, had indeed awakened foolish hopes, but she had never cared a button for him. Now she loathed him with a devastating hate. She thrummed with her fingers on the table. What is there left for me to do? Ah, now, said Fortinbras genially, we're talking sense. Now we come to our famous second professional consultation. Go ahead, then, said Corinna. I mentioned the word professional, Fortinbras remarked. Martin laughed and put a 10-franc piece into the soft open palm. I'll pay for both, said he. It's like having your fortune told at a fair, said Corinna, but hurry up. She glanced at her watch. As it is, I shan't have time to pay my bill. Will you see after it? She drew from her bag one of the borrowed notes and threw it across to Martin. Well, I'm all attention. I can give you 3 minutes. But just then a familiar sound of scrunching wheels came through the open doors of the vestibule and dining-room. She started. That's the omnibus going. The omnibus gone, said Fortinbras. I'll miss my train. You will, said Fortinbras. My luggage has gone with it. It has not, said Fortinbras. I gave instructions that it should not be brought down." Corinna gasped. "Of all the cool impertinence!" She looked at her watch again. "And the beastly thing has started long before its time." "At my request," said Fortinbras. "And now, as there is no possibility of your getting away from Brantôme for several hours, perhaps you might, with profit, abandon your attitude of indignation and listen to the voice of reason." "By the way," said Martin, "have you had your petit déjeuner?" "No," said Corinna sullenly. "Good God!" cried Fortinbras, holding up his hands. "And they let women run about loose." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Wonderful Year by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 8. Corinna, fortified by urgently summoned nourishment, lit a cigarette and sarcastically announced her readiness to listen to the oracle. The oracle bowed with his customary benevolence and spoke for a considerable time in florid, though unambiguous terms. To say that Corinna was surprised by the proposal which he set before her would inadequately express her indignant stupefaction. She sat angry, with reddened cheekbones and tightly screwed lips, perfectly silent, letting the wretched man complete his amazing pronouncement before she could annihilate him. He was still pronouncing, however, when Bigourdin appeared at the door. Fortinbras broke off in the middle of a sentence and called him into the room. "My good Gaspard," said he in French, for Bigourdin knew little English, "I am suggesting to mademoiselle a scheme for her perfect happiness, of which I have reason to know you will approve. Sit down and join our conclave." "I approve of everything in advance," said the huge man with a smile. "Then I suppose you are aware of this delicious scheme?" she asked. "Not at all," said he, "but I have boundless confidence in my brother-in-law. His idea is that I am to enter your employment as a kind of forewoman in your fabrique." "But that is famous," exclaimed Bigourdin with a sparkle in his eyes. "It could only enter into that wise head yonder." "The trade is getting beyond Felice and myself. Sooner or later I must get someone, a woman, to take charge of the manufacturing department. I have told Daniel my difficulties, and he comes now with this magnificent solution. Car c'est vraiment magnifique." He beamed all over his honest face. "You would have to learn the business from the beginning," said Fortinbras quickly. "That would be easy, as you would have willing instructors, and as you are not deficient in ordinary intelligence. You would rise every day in self-esteem and dignity, and at last find yourself of use in the social organism." "You propose, then," said Corinna, restraining the annihilatory outburst owing to Bigourdin's presence, and shaking with suppressed wrath, "you propose, then, that I should spend the life that God has given me in making pâté de foie gras?" "Better that than spend it in making bad pictures, or a fool of yourself." "I've given up painting," Corinna replied, "and every woman makes a fool of herself. Hence the perpetuation of the human species." "In your case, my dear Corinna," said Fortinbras, "that would be commendable folly." "You are insulting," she cried, her cheeks aflame. "Tiens, tiens," said Bigourdin, laying his great hand on his brother-in-law's arm. But Fortinbras stroked back his white mane, and regarded them both with leonine serenity. To meet a cynical jibe with a retort implying that marriage and motherhood are women's commendable lot cannot be regarded as an insult. Corinna scoffed. "How do you manage to do it?" "Do what?" "Talk like that." "By means of an education not entirely rudimentary," replied Fortinbras in his blandest tone. "In the meanwhile you haven't replied to my suggestion. Once you said you would like to take life by the throat and choke something big out of it. You still want to do it, but you can't. You know you can't, my dear Corinna. Even the people that can perform this garrotting feat squeeze precious little happiness out of it. Happiness comes to mortals through the most subtle channels. I suggest it might come to you through the liver of an overfed goose." At Corinna's outburst, Bigourdin's sunny face had clouded over. "Mademoiselle Corinna," said he earnestly, "if you would deign to accept such a position, which after all has in it nothing dishonourable, I assure you from my heart that you will be treated with all esteem and loyalty." The man's perfect courtesy disarmed her. Of course she was still indignant with Fortinbras. that she, Corinna Hastings, last type of emancipated English womanhood, bent on the expression of a highly important self, should calmly be counselled to bury herself in a stuffy little French town and become a sort of housekeeper in a shabby little French hotel? The suggestion was preposterous, an outrage to the highly important self, reckoning it a thing of no account. Why not turn her into a chambermaid or a gooseherd at once? The contemptuous assumption fired her wrath. She was furious with Fortinbras. But Bigourdan, who treated the subject from the point of view of one who asked a favour, deserved a civil answer. "Monsieur Bigourdan," she said, with a becoming air of dignity, tempered by a pitying smile, "I know that you are everything of this kind, and I thank you most sincerely for your offer, but for private reasons it is one that I cannot accept. You must forgive me if I return to England, where my duty calls me." "Your duty? To whom?" asked Fortinbras. She petrified him with a glance. "To myself," she replied. "In that case there's nothing more to be said," remarked Bigourdan dismally. "There's everything to be said," declared Fortinbras, "but it's not worth while saying it." Corinna rose and gathered up her gloves. "I'm glad you realize the fact." Bigourdan rose too and detained her for a second. "If you would do me the honour of accepting our hospitality for just a day or two," delicately he included Felice as hostess, "perhaps you might be induced to reconsider your decision." But she was not to be moved, even by Martin, who, having smoked the pipe of discreet silence during the discussion, begged her to postpone her departure. "Anyhow, wait," said he, "until our good counsellor tells us what he proposes to do for me. As we started in together, it's only fair." "Yes," said Corinna, "let us hear. What ordonnance de Bonheur have you for Martin?" "Are you very anxious to know?" asked Fortinbras. "Naturally," said Martin, and he added hastily in English, being somewhat shy of revealing himself to Bigourdan, "Corinna can tell you that I've been loyal to you all through. I've had a sort of blind confidence in you. I've chucked everything. But I'm nearly at the end of my financial tether, and something must happen." "Sans doute," said Fortinbras. So as to bring Bigourdan into range again, he continued in French. "To tell you what is going to happen is one of the reasons why I am here." "Well, tell us," said Corinna. "I can't stand here all day." "Won't you sit down, mademoiselle?" said Bigourdan. Corinna took her vacated chair. "Aren't you ever going to begin?" "I had prepared," replied Fortinbras benevolently, "an exhaustive analysis of our young friend's financial, moral, and spiritual state of being, but as you appear to be impatient, I will forego the pleasure of imparting to you this salutary instruction. So perhaps it is better that I should come to the point at once. He is practically penniless. He has abandoned all idea of returning to his soul-stifling profession, but he must, in the commonplace way of mortals, earn his living. His soul has had a complete rest for 3 months. It is time now that it should be stimulated to effort that shall result in consequences more glorious than the poor human phenomenon that is, I can predict. My prescription of happiness, as you, Corinna, have so admirably put it, is that Martin shall take the place of the unclean Polydor, who I understand has recently been ejected with ignominy from this establishment." His small audience gasped in 3 separate and particular fashions. "Mon Dieu, c'est idiot!" cried Bigourdan. "What a career!" cried Corinna with a laugh. "I never thought of that," said Martin, thumping the table. Fortinbras rubbed his soft hands together. "I don't deal in the obvious." "Mon Dieu, you are laughing at us," said Bigourdan. "Monsieur Martin, a gentleman, a scholar, a professor." "A speck of human dust in search of a soul," said Fortinbras. "Which he's going to find among dirty plates and dishes?" scoffed Corinna. "In the eyes of the distributing department of the sole office of Olympus, where every little clerk is a deuce of a high god, the clatter of plates and dishes is as important as the clash of armies." Corinna looked at Bigourdan. "He's raving mad," she said. Fortinbras rose unruffled and laid a hand on Martin's shoulder. "My excellent friend and disciple," said he, "let us leave the company of these obscurantists and seek enlightenment in the fresh air of heaven." Whereupon he led the young man to the terrace, and walked up and down, discoursing with philosophical plausibility, while his white hair, caught by the gusty breeze, streamed behind like a shaggy meteor. Bigourdin, who had remained standing, sat down again, and said apologetically, "My brother-in-law is an oddity." "I believe you," assented Corinna. There was a short silence. Corinna felt that the time had come for a dignified retirement, but without repair at this unconscionably early hour. The hotel resembled now a railway station at which she was doomed to wait interminably, and one spot seemed as good as another, so she did not move. "You have decided then to leave us, Mademoiselle Corinna?" said Bigourdin at last. "I must. Is there no means by which I could persuade you to stay? I desire enormously that you should stay." Her glance met his and lowered. The tone of his voice thrilled her absurdly. She had at once an impulse to laugh and a queer, triumphant little flutter of the heart. "To make pâté de foie gras? You must have unwarrantable faith in me." "Perhaps in the end," said he soberly, "it might amuse you to make pâté de foie gras. Who knows? All things are possible." He paused for a moment, then bent forward, elbow on table and chin in hand. "This is but a little hotel in a little town, but in it one might find tranquillity and happiness. Enfin, the significance of things, of human things. For I believe that where human beings live and love and suffer and strive, there is an eternal significance beneath the commonplace. And if we grasp it, it leads us to the root of life, which is happiness. Don't you think so, mademoiselle?" "I suppose you're right," she admitted dubiously, never having taken the trouble to look at existence from the subjective standpoint. Her attitude was instinctively objective. "I thank you, mademoiselle," said he. "I said that because I wanted to put something before you. And it is not very easy. I repeat, this is but a little hotel in a little town. I, too, am but a man of the people, mademoiselle. But this hotel, my father added to it and transformed it, but it is the same property. This hotel has been handed down from father to son for 100 years. My great-grandfather, a simple peasant, rose to be Général de Brigade in the Grande Armée of Napoleon. After Waterloo, he would accept no favour from the Bourbons, and retired to Brantôme, the home of his race, and with his little economies he bought the Hôtel des Grottes, at which he had worked years before as a little va-nu-pied, turnspit, holder of horses. Que sais-je, moi? Those were days, mademoiselle, of many revolutions of fortune." "And all that means?" asked Corinna, impressed, in spite of English prejudice, by the simple, yet not inglorious ancestry of the huge innkeeper. "It means, mademoiselle," said Bigourdin, "that I wish to present myself to you as an honest man. But as I am of no credit myself, I would like to expose to you the honour of my family. My great-grandfather, as I have said, was Général de Brigade in the Grande Armée. My grandfather, simple soldat, fought side by side with the English in the Crimea. My father, sergeant of artillery, lost a leg and an arm in the war of 1870. My younger brother was killed in Morocco. For me, I have done my service militaire. Who fait que qu'on peut? It is chance that I am 40 years of age and live in obscurity. But my name is known and respected in all Périgord, mademoiselle. And again, all that means? That if a petit hôtelier like me ventures to lay a proposition to the feet of a jeune fille de famille like yourself, the petit hôtelier wishes to assure her of the perfect honourability of his family. In short, mademoiselle Corinne, I love you very sincerely. I can make no phrases, for when I say I love you, it comes from the innermost depths of my being. I am a simple man," he continued very earnestly, and with an air of hope as Corinna flashed out to repulse, but sat sphinx-like, looking away from him across the room. "A very simple man, but my heart is loyal. Such as I am, mademoiselle Corinne, and you have had an opportunity of judging, I have the honour to ask you if you will be my wife." Corinne knew enough of France to realize that all this was amazing. The average Frenchman whom Bigourda represented is passionate but not romantic. If he sets his heart on a woman, be she the angel-eyed spouse of another respectable citizen, or the tawdry and naughty little figurante in a provincial company, he does his honest, or dishonest, best to get her. C'est l'amour, and there's an end to it. But he envisages marriage from a totally different angle. Far be it from me to say that he does not entertain very sincere and tender sentiments towards the young lady he proposes to marry. But he only proposes to marry a young lady who can put a certain capital into the business partnership which is an essential feature of marriage. If he is attracted towards a damsel of pleasing ways but devoid of capital, he either behaves like the appalling Monsieur Camille Fargot, or puts his common sense, like a non-conducting material, between them, and in all simplicity doesn't fall in love with her. But here was a manifestation of freakishness. Here was Bigourda, man of substance, who could have gone to any one of 20 families of substance in Périgord and chosen from it an impeccable and well-dowered bride. Here he was, snapping his fingers at French bourgeois tradition, than which there is nothing more sacrosanct, putting his common sense into his cap and throwing it over the windmills, and acting in a manner which King Cophetua himself, had he been a Frenchman, would have condemned as either unconventional or insane. Corinna's English upper-middle-class pride had revolted at the suggestion that she should become an employee in a little bourgeois inn. But her knowledge of French provincial life, painfully quickened by her experience of yesterday, assured her that she was the recipient of the greatest honour that lies in the power of a French citizen to offer. An English innkeeper daring to propose marriage, she would have scorched with blazing indignation, and the bewildered wretch would have gone away wondering how he had mistaken for an angel such a Catherine wheel of a woman. But against Bigourda, son of other traditions, so secure in his integrity, so delicate in his approach, so intensely sincere in his appeal, she could find within her not a spark of anger. All conditions were different. The plane of their relations was different. She would never have confessed to a flirtation with an English innkeeper. Besides, she had a really friendly feeling for Bigourda, something of admiration. He was so big, so simple, so genuine, so intelligent. In spite of Martin's complaint that she could not realize the spirit of modern France, her shrewd observation had missed little of the moral and spiritual phenomena of Brantôme. She was well aware that Bigourda, petit hôtelier that he was, stood for many noble ideals outside her own narrow horizon. She respected him. She also derived feminine pleasure from his small mouth and the colour of his eyes. But the possibility of marrying him had never entered her head. She had not the remotest intention of marrying him now. The proposal was grotesque. As soon as she got clear of the place, she would throw back her head and roar with laughter at it. A leafy little devil was already dancing at the back of her brain. For the moment, however, she did not laugh. On the contrary, a queer thrill again ran through her body, and she felt a difficulty in looking him in the face. After having thrown herself at a man's head yesterday only to be spurned, her outraged spirit found solace in having today another man suppliant at her feet. Of his sincerity there could be no possible question. This big, good man loved her. For all her independent ways and rackety student experiences, no man before had come to her with the loyalty of deep love in his eyes. No man had asked her to be his wife. Absurd as it all was, she felt its flattering deliciousness in every fibre of her being. "Eh bien, Mademoiselle Corinne, what do you answer?" asked Bigourda, after a breathless silence, during which, with head bent forward over the table, she had been nervously fiddling with her gloves. "You are very kind, Monsieur Bigourda. I never thought you felt like that towards me," she said falteringly, like any well-brought-up schoolgirl. "You should have told me." "To have expressed my feelings before mademoiselle would have been to take advantage of your position under my roof." Suddenly there came an unprecedented welling of tears in her eyes and a lump in her throat. She sprang to her feet and with rare impulsiveness thrust out her hand. "Monsieur Bigourd, you are the best man I have ever met. I am your friend, your very great friend. But I can't marry you. It is impossible." He rose too, holding her, and put the eternal question. "But why?" "You deserve a wife who loves you. I don't love you. I never could love you." And then from the infinite spaces of loneliness there spread about her soul a frozen desolation, and she stood as one blasted by polar wind. "I shall never love a man all my life long. I am not made like that." And she seemed to shrivel in his grasp, and, flitting between the snow-clad tables like a wraith, was gone. "Bigre," said Bigourd, sitting down again. Soon afterwards, Fortinbras and Martin, coming in from the terrace, found him sprawling over the table, a monumental mass of dejection. But, full of their own conceits, they did not divine his misery. Fortinbras smote him friendly-wise on his broad back, and aroused him from lethargy. "It is all arranged, mon vieux Gaspard," he cried heartily. "I have been pouring into awakening ears all the divine distillations of my philosophy. I have initiated him into mysteries. He is a neophyte of whom I am proud." Bigourd, in no mood for allusive hyperbole, shook himself like a great dog. "What kind of imbecility are you talking?" "The late Polydor," Fortinbras began. "Ah, finish with it, I beg you," interrupted Bigourd, with an unusual air of impatience. "It isn't a joke, I assure you," said Martin. "I've come to the end of my resources. I must work. You will sooner or later have to fill the place of Polydor. Give me the wages of Polydor, and I am ready to fill it. I could not be more incapable. Perhaps I am a little more intelligent." "It is serious?" "As serious as can be." Bigourd passed his hand over his face. "I went to sleep last night in a commonplace world. I wake up this morning in a fantastic universe in which I seem to be a leaf, like those outside." He threw a dramatic arm. "Driven by the wind. I don't know whether I am on my head or my heels. Arrange things as seem best to you." "You accept me, then, as waiter in the Hotel des Grottes?" "Mon cher," said Bigourd, "in the state of upheaval in which I find myself, I accept everything." The upheaval, or rather overthrow, for he used the word bouleversement, of the big man was evident. He sat the dejected picture of defeat. No man in the throes of seasickness ever cared less what happened to him. Fortinbras looked at him shrewdly, and his thick lips formed themselves into a noiseless whistle. Then he exchanged a glance with Martin, who suddenly conjectured the reason of Bigourd's depression. "She ought to be spanked," said he in English. Fortinbras beamed on him. "You do owe something to me, don't you?" "A lot," said Martin. Felice, her face full of affairs of high importance, ran into the salle à manger. "Mon oncle, le Père Didier sends word that he has decided not to kill his calf till next week. What shall we do?" "We'll eat asparagus," Bigourd replied, and lumbered out into the November drizzle. 3 pairs of wondering eyes sought among themselves the solution of this enigmatic utterance. "Mais qu'est-ce que cela veut dire?" cried Felice, with pretty mouth agape. "It means, my child," said Fortinbras, "that your uncle, with a philosopher's survey of the destiny of the brute creation, refuses to be moved either to ecstatic happiness or to ignoble anger by the information that the life of the obscure progeny of a bull and a cow has been spared for 7 days. For myself, I am glad. So is our tender-hearted Martin. So are you. The calf has before him a crowded week of frisky life. Send word to Pierre Didier that we are delighted to hear of his decision, and ask him to crown the calf with flowers and send him along to-day for afternoon tea." He smiled and waved a dismissing hand. Felice, laughing, kissed him on the forehead and tripped away, having little time to spare for pleasantry. The 2 men smoked in silence for some time. At last, Fortinbras, throwing the butt end of his cigarette into Corinna's coffee bowl, rose, stretched himself, and yawned heartily. "Having now accomplished my benevolent purpose," said he, I shall retire and take some well-earned repose. In the meanwhile, Monsieur Polydore Martin, you had better enter upon your new duties." So Martin, after he had procured a tray and an apron from the pantry, took off his coat, turned up his shirt-sleeves, and set to work to clear away the breakfast things. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Wonderful Year by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 9. Behold Martin, the professor, transformed into the perfect waiter, perfect at least in zeal, manner, and habiliment. His dress suit, of ardent cut but practically unworn, gave the salle à manger an air of startling refinement and prosperity. At first Bigourda, embarrassed by the shifting of the relative position, had deprecated this outer symbol of servitude. A man could wait in a lounge suit just as well as in a tailcoat, a proposition which Fortinbras vehemently controverted. He read his perplexed brother-in-law a lecture on the psychology of clothes. They had a spiritual significance, bringing subjective and objective into harmony. A judge could not devote his whole essence to the administration of justice if he were conscious of being invested in the glittering guise of a harlequin. If Martin wore the tweeds of the tourist, he would feel inharmonious with his true waiter self, and therefore could not wait with the perfect waiter's spiritual deftness. Besides, he had not counselled his disciple to wait as an amateur. The way of the amateur was perdition. No, when Martin threw his napkin under his left arm, he should flick a bit of his heart into its folds, like a true professional. "Arrange it as you like," said the weary Bigourda. Fortinbras arranged, and Martin became outwardly the perfect waiter. Of the craft itself he had much to learn, chiefly under the guidance of Bigourda, and sometimes under the shy instruction of Felice. Its many calls on intelligence and bodily skill surprised him. To balance a piled-up tray on one bent-back hand required the art of a juggler. He practised for days with a trayful of bricks before he trusted himself with plates and dishes. By means of this exercise his arm became muscular. He discovered that the long, grave step of the professor, especially when he bore a load of eatables, did not make for the perfect waiter's celerity. He acquired the gentle arts of salad-making and folding napkins into fantastic shapes. Never handy with his fingers, and, like most temperate young men in London lodgings, unaccustomed to the corkscrew, he found the clean prestidigitation of cork-drawing a difficult accomplishment. But he triumphed eventually in this, as in all other branches of his new industry. And he liked it. It amused and interested him. It was work of which he could see the result. The tables set before the meal bore testimony to his handicraft. Never had plate been so polished, cutlery so lustrous, glass so transparent, in the 100 years' history of the Hôtel des Grottes. And when the guests assembled, it was a delight to serve them according to organized scheme, and disarm criticism by demonstration of his efficiency. He rose early and went to bed late, tired as a draught dog, and slept the happy sleep of the contented human. Bigourda praised him, but shrugged his shoulders. "What are you doing it for, mon ami? I can't imagine." "For the good of my soul," laughed Martin, "and in order to attain happiness." "Our good friend the English are a wonderful race," said Bigourda, "and I admire them enormously, but there's not one of them who isn't a little bit mad." To the coterie of the Café de l'Univers, however, he gave a different explanation altogether of Professor Martin's descent in the social scale. The professor, said he, had abandoned the professoriate for the more lucrative paths of commerce, and had decided to open a hotel in England, where everyone knew the hotels were villainous and provided nothing for their clients but overdone bacon and eggs and raw beefsteaks. The professor, more enlightened than his compatriots, was apprenticing himself to the business in the orthodox continental fashion. As the substantial Gaspard Bigourda himself, son of the late equally substantially, although one-armed and one-legged Armede Bigourda, had, to the common knowledge of Brantôme, served as scullion, waiter, sous-chef de cuisine, sous-maître de hôtel, and bookkeeper at various hotels in Lyon, in order to become the bon hôtelier that he was, his announcement caused no sensation whatever. The professor of the École Normale bewailed his own chill academic lot, and proclaimed Monsieur Martin an exceedingly lucky fellow. "But, mon cher patron, it isn't true what you've said of the Café de l'Univers," protested Martin, when Bigourdan told him of the explanation. Bigourdan waved his great arm. "How am I to know it isn't true? How am I to get into the English minds of you and my farceur of a brother-in-law, so as to discover why you arrive as an honoured guest at my hotel, and then in the wink of an eye become the waiter of the establishment? What am I to say to my friends? They wouldn't care a hang. Ils s'afficheront pas mal, for your soul. If you are to continue to mix with them on terms of equality, they must have an explanation, nom de Dieu, which they can understand." "I never dreamed," said Martin, "of entering the circle at the café again." "Mais j'y ai pensé, moi, animal," cried Bigourdan. "Because you have the fantasy of becoming a waiter, are you any less the same human being I had the pleasure of introducing to my friends?" And then, perhaps for the first time, Martin appreciated his employer's fine kindness and essential loyalty. It would have been quite easy for the innkeeper to dismiss his waiter from the consideration of the hierarchy of Brantôme as a mad Englishman, an adventurer, not a professor at all, but a broken-down teacher of languages giving private lessons, an odd-job instructor who finds no respect in highly centralized bureaucratic France. But the easy way was not the way of Gaspard Bigourdan. So Martin, driven by force majeure, lent himself to the pious fraud, and, when the evening's work was done, divested himself of his sable panoply of waiterdom, and once more took his place in the reserved, cosy corner of the Café de l'Univers. The agreeable acidity in his life which he missed when Corinna, graciously dignified, had steamed off by the night train, he soon discovered in the pursuit of his new avocation. Euphemie, the cook, whose surreptitious habits of uncleanliness, carefully hidden from Felice, but unavoidably patent to an agonized Martin, supplied as much sourness as his system required. She would not take him seriously, and declared her antipathy to un monsieur in her kitchen. To bring about an entente cordiale was for Martin an education in diplomacy. The irritability of a bilious commercial traveller, poisoned by infected nourishment at his last house of entertainment, the reason invariably given for digestive misadventure, so that his stomach was dislocated, often vented itself on the waiter serving an irreproachable repast at the Hôtel des Grottes. The professional swallowing of outraged feelings also gave a sub-acid flavour to existence. Motorists, on the other hand, struck by his spruceness and polite demeanour, administered pleasant tonic in the form of praise. They also bestowed handsome tips. These caused him some misgiving. A gentleman could be a waiter or anything you pleased, so long as it was honest, and remain a gentleman. But could he take tips? Or rather, having taken tips, was it consonant with his gentility to retain them? Would it not be nobler to hand them over to Baptiste or Euphemie? Bigourdan, appealed to, decided that it would be magnificent, but would inevitably disorganize these excellent domestics. Martin suggested the assistance publique, or the church poor-box. "I thought," said Bigourdan, "you became a waiter in order to earn your living." "That is so," replied Martin. "Then," said Bigourdan, "earn it like a waiter. Suppose I were the manager of a grand hotel and gave you nothing at all. As it is, your salary is not that of a prince. How would you live? You are a servant of the public. The public pays you for your services. Why should you be too proud to accept payment?" "But a tip's a tip," Martin objected. "It is good money," said Bigourdan. "Keep your fine 5-franc pieces in your pocket, and elles feront des petits, and in course of time you build with them an hotel on the Côte d'Azur." In a letter to Corinna, Martin mentioned the disquieting problem. Chafing in her crowded vicarage home, she offered little comfort. She made the sweeping statement that whether he kept his tips or not, the whole business was revolting. He wrote to Fortinbras. The dealer in happiness replied on a postcard. "Will you never learn that a sense of humour is the beginning and end of philosophy?" After which, Martin, having schooled himself to the acceptance of pourboires, learned to pocket them with a professional air, and ended by regarding them as part of the scheme of the universe. As the heavens rained water on the thirsty fields, so did clients shower silver coins on hungry waiters. How far as yet it was good for his soul he could not determine. At any rate, in his mild, unambitious way, he attained the lower rungs of happiness. I do not wish it to be understood that if he had entered as a stranger, say, the employment of the excellent proprietor of the excellent Hôtel de Commerce at Périgueux, he would have found the same contentment of body and spirit. The alleviations of the Hôtel des Grottes would have been missing. His employer, while acknowledging his efficiency, still regarded him as an eccentric professor, and apart from business relations, treated him as friend and comrade. The notables of the town accepted him as an equal. To the cave-dwellers and others of the proletariat with whom he had formed casual acquaintance, he was still Monsieur Martin, greeted with the same shade of courteous deference as before, although the whole population of Brantôme knew of his social metamorphosis. Wherever he went, in his walks abroad, he met the genial smile and raised hat. He contrasted it all with the dire unwelcome of the North London streets. There he had always felt lost, a drab human item of no account. Here he had an identity pleasantly proclaimed. So would a sensitive, long-sentence convict, B2278, coming into the world of remembering men, rejoice that he was no longer a number, but that intensely individual entity, Bill Smith, recognized as a lover of steak and kidney pudding. As a matter of fact, he seldom heard his surname. The refusal of Bigourdin's organs of speech to grapple with the Saxon Overshaw had already been remarked upon. From the very first, Bigourdin decreed that he should be Monsieur Martin, Martin pronounced French fashion, and as Monsieur Martin he introduced him to the Café de l'Univers, and Monsieur Martin he was to all Brantôme. But of what importance is a surname when you are intimately known by your Christian name to all of your acquaintance? Who in the world, save his mother and the Hastings family, had for dreary ages past called him Martin? Now he was Martin, or Monsieur Martin, a designation which agreeably combined familiarity with respect, to all who mattered in Périgord. It must be remembered that it was an article of faith among the good Brantômois that, in Périgord, only Brantôme mattered. "You people are far too good to me," he remarked one day to Bigourdin. "It is a large-hearted country." "Did I not say, my friend," replied Bigourdin, "that Périgord would take you to her bosom?" And then there was Félise, who in her capacity of task-mistress called him peremptorily Martin, but out of official hours nearly always prefixed the Monsieur. She created an atmosphere of grace around the plates and dishes. Her encouraging word sang for long afterwards in his ears. With a tact only to be found in democratic France, she combined the authority of the superior with the intellectual inferior's respect. Apparently she concerned herself little about his change of profession. Her father, the all-wise and all-perfect, had ordained it. Her uncle, wise and perfect, had acquiesced. Martin, peculiarly wise and almost perfect, had accepted it with enthusiasm. Who was she to question the doings of inscrutable men? They met perforce more often than during his guesthood, and their common interests being multiplied, their relations became more familiar. They had reached now the period of the year's stress, that of the great foie gras making, when fatted geese were slain, and the masses of swollen liver were extracted, and the huge baskets of black warty truffles were brought in from the beech forests, where they had been hunted for by pigs and dogs. Martin, like everyone else in the household, devoted all his spare moments to helping in the steaming kitchen, supervised by a special chef, and in the long, clean-smelling workroom where rows of white-aproned girls prepared and packed the delectable compound. Here Bigourdin presided in brownit majesty, and Félise bustled as smiling second-in-command. "It is well to learn everything," she said to Martin. "Who knows when you may be glad to have been taught how to make pâté de foie gras?" So Martin, though such a course was not contemplated in his agreement with the Hôtel des Grottes, received much instruction from her in the delicate craft, which was very pleasant indeed. And the girls looked on at the lessons after the way of their kind, and exchanged glances one with another, and everyone, save perhaps Bigourdin, who had not yet recovered his serenity overclouded by Corinna's rejection of his suit, was exceedingly contented. And then, lo and behold, into this terrestrial paradise strayed the wandering feet of Lucien Viriot. Not that Lucien was unexpected. His father, Monsieur Viriot, Marchand de Bonheur, and one of the famous circle of the Café de l'Univers, had for the past month or two nightly proclaimed the approaching release of the young man from military service. Martin had heard of him. Bigoudin, on their walks home together, had dilated on the heaven-decreed union of the two young people and the loneliness of his lot. Where would he find at least such a ménagère as Félix? "It's a pity Corinna hasn't any sense," said Martin on one of these occasions. Bigoudin heaved a mighty sigh. "Ah, mon vieux," said he by way of answer. The sigh and the "Ah, mon vieux" were eloquent of shattered ideals. "There is always Madame Tullier, who used to help me when Félix was little," he continued after a while, meditatively. "She has experience, but she is as ugly as a monkey, the poor woman." Whereupon he sighed again, leaving Martin in doubt as to the exact position he intended the ill-favoured lady to occupy in his household. Anyhow, Martin was forewarned of the ex-warrior's advent. So was Félix. "But I cannot leave you, mon oncle," she cried in dismay. "What would become of you? Who would mend your linen? What would become of the hotel? What would become of the fabrique?" "Bah!" said he, snapping his fingers at such insignificant considerations. "There is always the brave Madame Tullier." "But I thought you detested her as much as you can detest anybody." "You are mistaken, mon enfant," replied Bigoudin. "I have a great regard for her. She has striking qualities. She is a woman of ripe age and much common sense." Which shows how double-tongued men may be. "C'est une vieille pimbèche," cried Félix. "Tais-toi," said Bigoudin severely, for a vieille pimbèche means at the very least a horrid old tabby with her claws out. "I won't be silent," laughed Félix rebelliously. "C'est une vieille pimbèche, and I'm not going to leave you to her. I don't want to leave you. I don't want to marry." "That is what all little girls say," replied Bigoudin. "But when you see Lucien return, joli garçon, holding his head in the air like a brave little soldier of France, and looking at you out of his honest eyes, you will no longer tell me, 'Je ne veux pas me marier, mon oncle.'" She laughed at his outrageous mimicry of a modest little girl's accent. "It's true all the same," she retorted. "I don't want to marry anybody, and Lucien, having seen all the pretty girls of Paris, won't want to marry me." "If he doesn't," cried Bigoudin threateningly, "if he dares." "Well, what then?" asked Félix. "I'll have a serious conversation with his father," declared Bigoudin. Thus both Martin and Félix, as I have said, were forewarned. Yet neither took much notice of the warning. Martin had been aware all along of the destiny decreed for her by the omnipotent triumvirate consisting of her uncle, the bon Dieu, and Monsieur Viriot, and, regarding her as being sealed to another, had walked with Martin-like circumspection, subject in days not long since past for Corinna's raillery, along the borderline of the forbidden land of tenderness. But this judicious and conscientious skirting had its charm. I would have you again realize that the eternal feminine had entered his life only in the guise, first, of the kissed damsel who married the onion-loving plumber, secondly, of Corinna, by whose beau he had been vastly terrified until he had taken successfully to saying beau himself, a process destructive of romantic regard, and thirdly, of Félix, a creature, he always remembered Fortinbras's prejudiced description, like one of the wild flowers from which alpine honey is made, and compact of notable, gentle, and adorable qualities. Naturally, of the three, he preferred Félix. Félix, for her part, like the well-brought-up damsel of the French bourgeoisie, never allowed her eyelids to register the flutterings of the heart which the mild young Englishman's society set in action. She scarcely admitted the flutterings to herself. Possibly, if he had been smitten with a fine frenzy of love-making, she would have been shocked. But as he showed respectful gratification at being allowed to consort with her, and gratitude for her little bits of sympathetic understanding, and as she found she could talk with him more spontaneously than with any other young man she had ever met, she sought, rather than avoided, the many daily opportunities for pleasant intercourse. And there was not the least harm in it. and the bogey of a Lucien, whom she had liked well enough years ago in a childish way, was still hundreds of miles from Brantôme. In fact, they entered upon as pretty a Daphnis and Chloe idyll as ever was enacted by a pair of innocents. Then, one fine day, as I have stated, in swaggered Lucien Video, excoriacier, and spoiled the whole thing. His actual hour of swaggering into Martin's ken was unexpected, by Martin at any rate. He was playing backgammon with the professor of the École Normale in the midst of elders discussing high matters of local politics, when all of a sudden an uproar arose among these grave and reverend seniors, clapping of hands and rattling on tables, and Martin, looking up from his throw of the dice, perceived the stout, square-headed, close-cropped Monsieur Video, Marchand de Bonheur en gros, his eyes sparkling and his cheeks flushed above his white moustache and imperial, advancing from the café door, accompanied by his square-headed, close-cropped, sturdy, smiling, swaggeringly sheepish, youthful replica. And when they reached the group, the young man bowed punctiliously before grasping each outstretched hand, and everyone called him Mon Brave, to which he replied, Bien aimable, and Monsieur Video presented him formally, Mon fils qui vient de terminer son service militaire, to Monsieur Bozo, professor à l'École Normale, a newcomer to Brantôme, and to Monsieur Martin, ancien professeur anglais. Whereupon Monsieur Lucien Video declared himself enchanted at meeting the two learned gentlemen, and the two learned gentlemen reciprocated the emotion of enchantment. Then, amid scuffling of chairs and eager help of waiters, room was made for Monsieur Video and Monsieur Lucien, and the proprietor of the café, Monsieur Cazonsac, swarthy, portly, and heavy-jowled, a Gascon from Agen, who, if the truth were known, took the good easy folk of Périgord under his protection, came up from behind the high bottle-armamented counter, where Madame Cazonsac, fat and fair, prodigally beamed on the chance of a ray reaching the hero of the moment, which happened indeed before Cazonsac could get in a word, and brought Lucien to his feet in a splendid spread of homage to the lady. Monsieur Cazonsac, I say, came up and grasped Lucien by the hand, and welcomed him back to the home of his fathers. He turned to Monsieur Video. Monsieur orders? Du vin de champagne. Happy land, provincial France, where you order champagne as you order brandy and soda, and are contented when you get it. There is no worry about brand or vintage, or whether the wine is brut or extra sec. You just tell the good landlord to bring you champagne, and he produces the sweet, sticky, frothy, genuine stuff. And if you are a Frenchman, you are perfectly delighted. It is champagne, the wine of feasts, the wine of ceremony, the wine of ladies, the wine of toasts. Je lève mon verre. If the uplifted glass is not beaded with bubbles winking at the brim, what virtue is there in the uplifting? It is all a symbolical matter of sparkle. So at the Café de l'Univers, Monsieur Cazonsac disappeared portentously, and a few moments later reappeared ever so much more portentously, followed by two waiters, one bringing the foot-high sacred glasses, the other the uncorked bottles labelled for all who wished to know what they were drinking, Grand Champagne d'Aix, with the vine proprietor's name inconspicuously printed in the right-hand bottom corner. All, including Monsieur Cazonsac, clinked foaming glasses with Lucien, and after he had sipped in his honour, they sipped again to the cries of Vive la Mai and Vive la France, whereupon they all settled down comfortably again to the enjoyment of replenished goblets of the effervescing syrup. Martin looked with some envy at the young man, who sat flushed with his ovation and twisted his black moustache to the true cuirassier's angle, yet bore himself modestly among his elders. Willing and gay of heart, he had given the years of his youth to the service of his country. When the great struggle should come, and all agreed it was near, he would be one of the first to be summoned to defend her liberty, and, willing and gay of heart, he would ride to his death. And now, in the meanwhile, he had returned to the little square hole in France that had been ordained for him, little square peg, before he was born, and was to be reserved for him as long as his life should last. And Martin looked again at the chosen child of destiny, and this time with admiration, for he knew him to be a man of the solid French stock that makes France unshakable, of the stock that in peace may be miserly of its pence, but in war is lavish of its blood. I'm not that young fellow's equal, thought Martin humbly, and he felt glad that he had not betrayed Bigourd's trust with regard to Félix. What kind of a wretch would he have been to set himself up as a rival to Lucien Vidéo? Bigourd had been right in proclaiming the marriage as arranged by the bon Dieu. He loved Félix, who knowing her did not, but he loved her in brotherly fashion, and could reconcile it to his heart to bestow her on one so worthy. And all this without taking into account the sentiments of Félix. Her heart, in military phrase, was a ville ouverte. Lucien had but to march in and take it. After a while, Lucien, having looked about the café, rose and went from table to table, where sat those citizens who, by reason of lowlier social status or personal idiosyncrasies, had not been admitted into the inner coterie of notables, and greeted old acquaintances. Monsieur Vidéo then caught Martin's eye, and lifted his glass again. "À votre santé, Monsieur Martin." Martin bowed. "À la vôtre, monsieur." "I hope that you and my son will be good friends. It is important that the youth of our two countries, so friendly, so intimately bound, should learn to know and appreciate each other, especially when one of them, like yourself, has the power of translating England into terms of France." And with the courteous simplicity of a grey, square-headed, close-cropped Marchand de Bonheur, he lifted his glass again. "À l'entente cordiale." When Lucien returned to the circle, his father reintroduced him to Martin. "In fact," he concluded, "here is an Englishman who not only speaks French like you and me, but eats truffles and talks the idiom of the quarryman, and is qualifying himself to be a good Périgourdin." It was charmingly said. The company hummed approval. "Ah, c'est bien vrai," said Bigourdin. Lucien again bowed. He would do himself the honour of presenting himself at Monsieur's hotel. Monsieur was doubtless staying at the Hôtel des Grottes. "Monsieur Bigourdin has taken me as a waiter into his service," replied Martin. "Ah, tant mieux," exclaimed Lucien, as if the announcement were the most ordinary one in the world, and shook hands with him heartily. "Like that, as my father says, one becomes a good Périgourdin." So Martin went home and contentedly to bed. Again a little corner of the earth that he might call his own was offered him in this new land, so courteous to, yet so sensitively aloof from the casual Englishman, but on the other hand so generous and hospitable to the Englishman into whom the spirit of France had entered. Was there here, thought he, the little round hole which he, little round peg, after 30 years of square-holed discomfort, had been preordained to fill? The thought soothed him. He woke up in the night, worried by some confused dream. In his head stuck the Latin tag, Ubi bene, ibi patria. He kicked indignantly against the aphorism. It was the infamous philosophy of the Epicurean opportunist. If he had been comfortable in Germany, would he regard Germany as his fatherland? 1,000,000 times no. When you wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning to a soul-stirring proposition, you think in terms of millions. He was English of the English. His Swiss motherdom was but an accident of begetting. He was of his father's race. Switzerland did not exist in his being as a national influence. English, narrowly, stupidly, proudly, he was, and English he would remain to the end of time. To denaturalize himself and become a Frenchman, still less a mere Périgourdin, was abhorrent. But to remain an Englishman, and as an Englishman, an obscure and menial Englishman, to be given the freedom of a province of old France, was an honour of which any man breathing the breath of life might be justly proud. "I can," thought he in the intense lunatic clarity of 4 o'clock in the morning, "show France what England stands for. I have a chance of 1 in 1,000,000. I am an Englishman given a home in the France that I am learning to love and to understand. I am a hyphen between the two nations." Having settled that, he turned over, tucked the bedclothes well round his shoulders, and went soundly to sleep again. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Wonderful Year by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 10. A few evenings afterwards, Bigourdin gave a dinner of ceremony to the video, and a dinner of ceremony in provincial France is a very ceremonious and elaborate affair. All day long there had been anxious preparations. Félix, abandoning the fabrique, toiled assiduously with Euphemie, while Bigourdin, expert chef like all good hotel-keepers, controlled everything with his master touch. The crazy, ceremonious hour of 7:30 was fixed upon, not only on account of its ceremoniousness, but because by that time the commercial travellers would have finished their meal and melted away. The long middle table was replaced by a round table, prodigally adorned with flowers and 4 broad tricolour ribbons, each like the sash of Monsieur le Maire, radiating from under a central silver épingle laden with fruit, of which a pineapple was the crown. A bewildering number of glasses of different shapes stood at each place, to be filled each kind in its separate order with the wine ordained for each separate course. Martin rehearsed the wine service over and over again with a solemn Bigourdin. As a lieutenant, he had the plongeur, or washer-up of glass and crockery, from the Café de l'Univers, an earnest neophyte tense with the excitement of practising a higher branch of his profession. Hosts and guests were ceremoniously attired. Bigourdin and the elder Video suffocated in tightly buttoned frock-coats of venerable and painful fit. Lucien, more dashing, wore a morning coat, last cry of Bond Street, acquired recently from the High Life Emporium in Paris. All 3 men retained yellow dogskin gloves until they sat down to table. Madame Video, stout and placid, appeared in her black silk dress and an old lace collar, and her very best hat with her very best black ostrich feather, secured by the old rose-diamond buckle, famous throughout the valley of the Dordogne, which had belonged to her great-great-grandmother. And lastly, Félix wore a high-necked simple frock of dazzling whiteness, which might have shown up her delicate dark colouring, had not her cheeks been inordinately pale. Bigourdin had Madame Video on his right, Monsieur Video on his left, and Félix sat between Monsieur Video and Lucien. Everyone was most ceremoniously polite. It was Mon cher Video and Mon cher Bigourdin, and the formal vous instead of the mon vieux and the tu of the café and of ordinary life, also chère Madame and Monsieur Lucien and ma nièce. And although from childhood Félix and Lucien had called each other by their Christian names, it was now Monsieur and Mademoiselle between them. You see, marriage is in France a deuce of a ceremony which begins months before anybody dreams of setting the wedding bells a-ringing. This dinner of ceremony was the first scene of the first act of the elaborate drama, which would end on the curtain being run down to the aforesaid wedding bells. Really, when one goes into the question and considers all the barbed wire entanglements that French law and custom interpose between 2 young people who desire to become man and wife, one not only wonders how any human pair can go through the ordeal and never marry at all, but is profoundly convinced that France is the most moral country on the face of the globe. As a matter of fact, it is. It was a long meal of many courses. Martin, aided by the plongeur, acquitted himself heroically. Manners, professional and individual, and also the strain of service, prevented him from attending to the conversation. But what he could not avoid overhearing did not impress him with its brilliance. It was a self-conscious little company. It threw about statistics as to the state of the truffle crop. It listened to Lucien's modest anecdotes of his military career. It decided that Parisians were greatly to be pitied, in that fate compelled them to live in Paris instead of Brantôme. Even the flush of good cheer failed to inspire it with heartiness. For this, perhaps the scared unresponsiveness of one of the chief personages was responsible. "Are you fond of dogs, mademoiselle?" asked Lucien, valiant at small talk.
"Oui, monsieur,"
replied Félix. "Have you any now, mademoiselle?"
"Non, monsieur,"
replied Félix.
"The beautiful poodle that was so clever is dead, I believe,"
remarked Madame Video in support of her son.
"Oui, madame,"
replied Félix. However alluring to the young Frenchman about to marry may be timid innocence with downcast eyes, yet when it is to such a degree monosyllabic, conversation does not sparkle. Martin, accustomed to her tongue wagging charmingly, wondered at her silence. What more attractive companion could she desire than the beau sabreur by her side? And she ate next to nothing. When she was about to decline a Becasso fumet, as to the success of which Euphemie's heart was beating like a sledge-hammer, he whispered in her ear, "Just a little bit, do." And as she helped herself, he saw the colour mount to her neck. He felt quite pleased at having prevailed on her to take nourishment. What happened after the meal in the private salon, where Felice, according to sacred rite, served coffee and liqueurs, Martin did not know. He was too busy with Euphemie and the chambermaid and Baptiste and the plongeur in clearing up after the banquet. Besides, as the waiter of the establishment, what should he have been doing in that ceremonious gathering? When the work was finished and a concluding orgy on broken meats and half-emptied bottles had been temporarily concluded, and Euphemie, for the 100th time, had been informed of the exact appreciation which each particular dish had received from Monsieur et Madame Vidéo, "The young people, you see," she explained, "have their own affairs, and they see everything rose-coloured, and you could give them boiled horse-liver, and they wouldn't know the difference between that and riz de veau à l'impériale. Doesn't matter what you put into the stomachs of children, but with old, serious folks it is important. I made the stomach of Monsieur Vidéo the central idea of my dinner. I have known the stomach of Mr. Vidéo for 20 years. Also that of Madame, for old ladies, voyez-vous, know more than you think." And when the weary and zealous servants had gone their separate ways, Martin locked up, and, escaping from the generous atmosphere of the kitchen, entered the dimly lit vestibule with the idea of smoking a quiet cigarette before going to bed. There he found Bigourdin, sprawling his great bulk over the cane-seated couch. "Did things go all right?" he asked. "Oh, wonderfully. Everybody dined well. They can go to the bain and arrière-bain of their friends and relations and say that there is not such a cuisine in Périgord as is the Hôtel des Grottes. And the service was excellent, not the smallest hitch. I congratulate you and thank you, mon ami. But, oh," he took a great breath of relief, "I am glad it is over. I was not built for the formalities of society. Ça vous fatigue." "It's also fatiguing from the waiter's point of view," laughed Martin. "But it is all necessary when one has a young girl to marry. The father and mother of the young man expect it. It is very complicated. Soon there will be the formal demand in marriage. They will wear gloves. C'est idiot. But what would you have? It is the custom. And then there will be a dinner of ceremony at the Vidéos. He has some chambertin in his cellar, my old friend Vidéo. Ah, mon petit Martin!" He blew a kiss to the purple goddess beloved of Bacchus, and by him melted into each cobwebbed bottle. "It is the only thing that reconciles me to it. Truth to say, one dines abominably at the Vidéos. If he does not produce some of that chambertin, I withdraw the dowry of Felice." "It's all arranged, then?" Martin asked. "All what?" "The marriage?" "Ah, without doubt." "Then Monsieur Lucien has been accepted by Mademoiselle Felice? I mean, he has proposed to her, as we English say?" "Mais non!" cried Bigourdin with a shocked air. "Lucien is a correctly brought-up young man, and would not offend the proprieties in that matter. It is not the affair of Lucien and Felice, it is the affair of the two families, the parents. And for Felice I am in loco parentis." "Propose to Felice? What are you talking about?" "It all interests me so much," replied Martin. "In England we manage differently. When a man wants to marry a girl, he asks her, and when they have fixed up everything between themselves, they go and announce the fact to their families." To which Bigourdin made the amazing answer, "C'est la flemme britannique." British phlegm, when a man takes his own unphlegmatic way with a maid? Martin could find no adequate retort. He was knocked into a cocked hat. He threw away his cigarette, and, being very tired, half stifled a yawn. Bigourdin responded mightily and rose to his feet. "Allons, Dodo," said he. "All this has been terribly fatiguing." So fatiguing had it all been that Felice, for the first time since the chicken-pox and measles of childhood, remained in her bed the next day. Euphemie, her personal attendant, found her in the morning a wan ghost with a splitting headache, and forbade her to rise. She filled her up with tilleul, the decoction of lime leaves which in French households is the panacea for all ills, and good and comfortable gossip extolled in Gallic hyperbole the dazzling qualities of Monsieur Lucien. At last, fever-eyed and desperate, Félix sat up in bed and pointed to the door. "Ma bonne Euphemie, laissez-moi tranquille. Va-t'en. Fiche-moi la paix." Euphemie gaped in a bewilderment. It was as though a dove had screamed, "Leave me alone. Go away. Go to blazes." "Ah la la la, ma pauvre petite." Euphemie knew not what she was saying, but she went. She went to Bigourda and told him that Mademoiselle was in delirium. She had brain fever, and if he wanted to save her reason, he must send at once for the doctor. The doctor came, diagnosed a chill on the vaguest of symptoms, and ordered soupe à l'huile. This invalid fare is a thin vegetable soup with a layer of salad oil floating on the top, with the object of making the liquid slip gratefully down the gullet. The French gullet, be it understood. Félix, in spite of her lifelong French training, had so much of England lingering in her esophagus that it abhorred soupe à l'huile. The good doctor's advice failed. She fasted in bed all day, declaring that, headache apart, she was perfectly well, and the following morning a wraith of herself arose and went about her ordinary avocations. "But what is the matter with her?" asked Bigourda of Martin. "Nothing could have disagreed with her at that abominable dinner because she didn't eat anything." As Martin could throw no light on the sudden malady of Félix, Bigourda lit a cigarette and inhaled a huge puff. "He needs a woman, voyez-vous, to look after a young girl. Men are no good. There are a heap of secrets." With his arms he indicated Mont Blanc piled on Mount Everest. "I shall be glad when she is well and duly married. Perhaps the approaching betrothal affects her. Women have nerves like that. She is anxious to know the result of the negotiations. At the present moment the video are free to make or make not their demand. It would be good to reassure her a little. What do you think?" Martin gave utterance to the profound apothegm. "There is nothing so upsetting as uncertainty." "Ah, that is my idea," cried Bigourda. "Pardon me for consulting you on these details so intimate and a little sacred, but you have a clear intelligence and a loyal heart." So it came to pass that, after déjeuner, took Félix into their own primly and plushily furnished salon, and, like an amiable bull in a boudoir, proceeded to smash up the whole of her universe. "There is no doubt," he proclaimed. "Monsieur and Madame Video have dreamed of it for 10 years. I give you a dowry. There is no merit in it, because I love you like my own daughter, but I give you a dowry such as there are not many in Périgord. Lucien loves you. He is bon garçon. It has never entered his head to think of another woman for his wife. It is all arranged. In 2 or 3 days, you must allow for the convenance, Monsieur Video and Lucien will call on me. So, my dear little angel, do not be afraid." Félix had listened to this white-faced and hollow-eyed. "But I don't want to marry Lucien, mon oncle." "Comment? You don't want to marry Lucien?" "No, mon oncle." "But—" He swept the air with a protesting gesture. "I have already told you so," said Félix. "But, ma chère petite, that wasn't serious. It was because you had some stupid and beautiful idea of not deserting me. That is all imbecile. Young people must marry, sacrebleu, so that the race is perpetuated, and fathers and mothers and uncles don't count." "But what has that got to do with it, mon oncle?" protested Félix. "I find Lucien very charming, but I don't love him. If I loved him, I would marry him. But as I don't love him, I can't marry him." "But marry him and you will love him," cried Bigourda, as millions of French fathers and uncles have cried for the last 300 or 400 years. "It is very simple. What more do you want than a gallant fellow like Lucien?" Then, of course, she broke down and began to cry. Bigourda, unused to feminine tears, tried to clutch his hair. If it had been longer than half an inch of upstanding bristle, he would have torn it. "You don't understand, mon oncle," she sobbed with bowed head. "It is only my mother who can advise me. I must see my mother." Bigourda put his arm round the girl's slender shoulders. "Your mother, my poor Félix, sees nobody." She raised her head and flashed out. "She sees my father. She lives with him in the same house. Why shouldn't she see me?" "Tiens, my little Félix," said Bigourda soothingly. "There is no need for you to consult your mother. Both your father and your mother have a long while ago decided that you should marry Lucien. Do you think I would take a step of which they did not approve?" "A long while ago is not today," sobbed Félix. "I want to talk to my mother." Bigourda walked across the salon with his back to her and snapped his fingers in peculiar agitation, and muttered below his breath, "Nom de Dieu, de nom de Dieu, de nom de Dieu." Kindest-hearted of mortals though he was, he resented the bottom being knocked out of his scheme of social existence. For years he had looked forward to this alliance with the video. Personally, he had nothing to gain. On the contrary, he stood to lose the services of Félix and 100,000 francs. But he had set his heart on it, and so had the video. To go to them and say, "My niece refuses to marry your son," would be a slash of the whip across their faces. His failure to bring up a young girl in the proper sentiments would be a disgrace to him in the eyes of the community. He felt hurt, too, because he no longer sufficed her. She wanted her mother, and it was out of the question that she should go to her mother. No wonder he swore to himself softly. "But, mon Dieu," said he, turning round, "what have you against Lucien?" Whereupon they went over all the argument again. She did not love Lucien. She didn't want to marry Lucien. She would not marry a man she did not love. "Then you will die an old maid," said Bigourda. "An old maid, figure-toi. It would be terrible." Félix sniffed at such terrors. Bigourda, in desperation, asked what he was to tell the video. "The truth," said Félix. But what was the truth? "Tell me, my little Félix," said he gently. "There is, by chance, no one else?" Then Félix waxed indignant and routed the unhappy man. She gave him to understand that she was a jeune fille bien élevée, and was not in the habit of behaving like a kitchen-maid. It was cruel and insulting to accuse her of clandestine love affairs. And Bigourda, bound by his honourable conventions, knew that she was justified in her resentment. Again he plucked at his bristles, scared by the spectacle of outraged maidenhood. The tender-eyed dove had become a flashing little eagle. A wilier man than he might have suspected the over-protesting damsel. Womanlike, she pressed her advantage. "Mon oncle, I love you with all my heart, but you are a man, and you don't understand." "That is absolutely true," said he. "So you see, there is only one person I can explain it to, and that is my mother." Thus she completed the vicious little circle. And again the helpless Bigourda walked across the salon and turned his back on her, and muttered the incantation which brings relief to distracted man. But this time she went up to him and put an arm round his great body, and laid her face against his sleeve. "Tu sais, je suis bien malheureuse." It was a knife stuck in the honest fellow's heart. He caught her to him, and in his turn protested vehemently. He would not allow her to be unhappy. He would cut off his head rather than allow her to be unhappy. He would do anything. His French caution forbade an offer to send the videos packing. Anything in reason to bring the colour back to her white cheeks. Suddenly he had an inspiration which glowed all over his broad face and caused him to hold her out at arm's length and laugh joyously. "You can't see your mother, but there is your good Aunt Clotilde. She will be a second mother to you, a woman so pious and so sympathetic. You will be able to tell her all your troubles. She has married a regiment of daughters. What she doesn't know of young girls isn't worth knowing. You are tired, you are ill, you need a change, a little holiday. Go and spend a month with her, and when you come back we'll see what can be done with regard to Lucien. I'll write to her now." And without waiting to hear her demur, "Bien, mon oncle," he escaped to the bureau, where he should find the writing materials which did not profane the sacred primness of the salon, and plunged into correspondence. Félix, left alone, pondered for a moment or two, with faint wrinkling of her smooth forehead, and then, sketching a gesture of fatalistic resignation, went off to the kitchen, where a great special boiling of goose livers was in progress. On the way she met Martin carrying a load of porcelain pots. But she passed him by coldly, and for the rest of the day she scarcely threw at him a couple of words. Meanwhile Bigourdin beamed over the letter to his elder sister Clotilde, a comfortable and almost opulent widow who lived at Chartres. They had not met for a dozen years, it is true, and she had only once seen Felice. But the sense of the family is very strong in France, especially where marriage alliances are concerned, and he had no doubt that she would telegraph, as requested, and authorize him to entrust Felice to her keeping. Verily it had been an inspiration. It was a solution of difficulties. The videos had given signs of an almost indecent hurry, which naturally had scared Felice. A month was a long time. Clotilde was a woman of experience, tact, and good sense. She would know how to bring Felice to a reasonable state of mind. If she did not succeed, well, he was not the man to force his little Felice into a distasteful marriage. In any case, he had a month's respite. Having stated his case at length, he went out into the town to post such an important letter at the central Poste de Telegraphe, and on the way back looked in at the shop of the very respectable Madame Chauvet, who, with her 2 elderly daughters, sold crucifixes and rosaries, and books of devotion, and candles, and all that would supply the devout needs of the religious population. And after a prolonged and courtly conversation, he induced Madame Chauvet, in consideration of their old friendship, her expenses, and an honorarium of 20 francs, to undergo the safe convoy of Felice from Brantôme to the house of Madame Robineau, her Aunt Clotilde, at Chartres. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Wonderful Year by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 11. Madame Robineau was tall, angular, thin-lipped, and devout, and so far as she indulged in social intercourse, loved to mingle with other angular, thin-lipped, and devout ladies who belonged to the same lay sisterhood. She dressed in unrelieved black, and always wore on her bosom a bronze cross of threatening magnitude. She prayed in the cathedral at inconvenient hours, and fasted as rigorously as her confessor, Monsieur l'Abbé Dulup himself. Monsieur l'Abbé regarded her as one of the most pious women in Chartres. No doubt she was. But Felice, although a good Catholic in her very simple way, and anxious to win favour by observance of the rules of the solitary household, was wicked enough to wish that our aunt were not quite so pious. In religious matters a wide latitudinarianism prevailed at the Hôtel des Grottes. There, with a serene conscience, one could eat meat on Fridays and crack a mild joke at the expense of the good St. Peter. But neither forbidden flesh nor jocularity on any subject, let alone on a saint's minor foibles, mitigated the austerities of the perky, wind-swept little house at Chartres. No wonder, thought Felice, Aunt Clotilde had married off a regiment of daughters. 4, to be exact. It had been an easy matter. She herself would have married any caricature of a man rather than spend her life in an atmosphere so rarefied and so depressing. She pitied her cousins, although, according to her Aunt Clotilde's pragmatical account, they were all doing splendidly and had innumerable babies. By the end of the first week of her visit, she consolidated an intense dislike to Chartres and everything in it, especially the cathedral. Now it may be thought that anyone who can shake the fist of disapprobation at the cathedral of Chartres is beyond the pale of human sympathy. But when you are dragged relentlessly thither in the icy dark of every winter morning, and the bitter gloom of every winter evening, to say nothing of sporadic attendances during the daytime, you may be pardoned if your aesthetic perceptions are obscured by the sense of outrage inflicted on your personal comfort. To many generations of men the cathedral has been a symbol of glories, revelations, and eternities. In such slanting shafts of light, mystically hued, the Grail might have been made manifest, the sacred dove might have glided down to the head of the Holy One. But what need to tell of its spiritual wonders and of its mystery, the heart of which it is given to every suffering man to pluck out according to his own soul's needs? It was a little tragedy that to poor Felice the cathedral symbolized nothing but an overwhelming tyranny. She hated every stone of it, as much as she hated every shiny plank and every polished chair in her aunt's frigid salon. Even the streets of Chartres repelled her by their bleakness. They lacked the smiling homeliness of Brantôme, and the whole place was flatter than the Sahara. She sighed for the rocks and hills of Périgord. She also ate the unaccustomed bread of idleness. Had her aunt permitted, she would delightedly have helped with the housework, but Madame Robineau, widow of a dealer in grain, who before his death had retired on a comfortable fortune, lived, according to her lights, at her ease, her wants being scrupulously ministered to by a cook and a maid. There was no place in the domestic machine for Felice. Her aunt passed long, chilly hours over ecclesiastical embroidery, sitting bolt upright in her chair with a chaufferette beneath her feet. Felice, unaccustomed needlewoman, passed longer and chillier hours, having no chaufferette, either playing with a grey ascetic cat, or reading aloud LOCKE, the only newspaper allowed to cross the threshold of the house. Now and again Madame Robineau would drop her thin hands into her lap and regard her disapprovingly. One day she said, interrupting the reading, "My poor child, how your education has been neglected! You scarcely know how to hold a needle. You can't read aloud without making faults, and you are ignorant of the elements of our holy religion." "My aunt," Felice replied, "I know how to manage an hotel." "That will be of little use to your husband." Felice winced at the unhappy word. "I am never going to marry, ma tante," she said. "You surely do not expect to be admitted into a convent?" "Heaven forbid!" cried Felice. "Heaven would forbid," said Madame Robineau severely, "seeing that you have not the vocation. But the jeune fille bien élevée—" In the mouth of her Aunt Clotilde the familiar phrase assumed a detestable significance, implying to Felice's mind a pallid young creature from whom all blood and laughter had been driven by undesirable virtues. "The jeune fille bien élevée has only two careers offered to her, the convent or marriage. For you, my dear child, it is marriage." "Well," said Felice with a smile, preparing to resume the article in the newspaper over which she had stumbled, "perhaps the beautiful prince will come along one of these days." But Madame Robineau rebuked her for vain imaginings. "It is true what I said, that your education has been neglected. A young girl's duty is not to look for princes, but to accept the husband chosen by the wisdom of her family." "Ma tante," said Felice demurely, after a pause during which her aunt took up her work again, "if you would teach me how to embroider, perhaps I might learn to be useful in my future home." From this, and many other conversations, Felice began to be aware of the subtle strategy of Bigourdin. On the plea of providing her with pro-maternal consolation, he had delivered her into the hands of the enemy. This became abundantly clear as the days went on. Aunt Clotilde, incited thereto by her uncle, was opening a deadly campaign in favour of Lucien Vidéo. Now the cathedral, though paralysing, could be borne for a season, and so could the blight that pervaded the house. But the campaign was intolerable. If she could have resented the action of one so beloved as Bigourdin, she would have resented his sending her to Aunt Clotilde. Under the chaperonage of the respectable Madame Chauvet she had fallen into a pretty trap. She had found none of the promised sympathy. Aunt Clotilde, although receiving her with the affectionate hospitality due to a sister's child, had from the first interview frozen the genial current of her little soul. The great bronze cross in itself repelled her. If it had been a nice, gentle little cross, rising and falling on a motherly bosom, it would have worked its all-human, adorable influence. But this was a harsh, aggressive, come-and-be-crucified sort of cross, with no suggestion of pity or understanding. The sallow, austere face above it might have easily been twisted into such a cross. It conveyed no invitation to the sufferer to pour out her troubles. Uncle Bigourdin was wrong again. Rather would Felice have poured out her troubles into the portentous ear of the Suisse at the cathedral. Her aunt and herself met nowhere on common ground. They were for ever at variance. Madame Robineau spoke disparagingly of the English because they were Protestants and therefore heretics. "But I am English, and I am not a heretic," cried Felice. "You are not English," replied her aunt, "because you have a French mother and have been brought up in France. And as for not being a heretic, I am not so sure. Monsieur l'Abbé Dulup thinks you must have been brought up among Freemasons." "Ah non, par exemple," explained Felice indignantly. For in the eyes of the Church, French Freemasons are dreadful folk, capable of anything sacrilegious, from denying the miracle of St. Januarius to slitting the Pope's weasand. So, "Ah non, par exemple," cried Felice. Freemasons, indeed! Her uncle Gaspard, it is true, did not attend church regularly, but yes, he did attend regularly. He went once a year, every Easter Sunday, and he was the best of friends with Monsieur le Curé of their paroisse. And as for herself, Monsieur le Curé, who looked like a venerable saint in the holy pictures, had always a smile and a "ma chère enfant" for her whenever they met. She was on excellent terms with Monsieur le Curé. He would no more have dreamed of associating her with Freemasons than accusing her of being in league with devils. He was a good, commonsensical old curé, like thousands of the secular clergy in France, and knew how to leave well alone. Questioned by the ecclesiastically environed Abbé Dulup as to the spiritual state of Felice, he would indubitably have answered with serene conviction, "If a soul so pure and so candid, which I have watched from childhood, is not acceptable to the bon Dieu, then I know no more about the bon Dieu than I know about the Emperor of Patagonia." But Felice, disliking the Abbé Dulup and many of his works, felt a delicacy in dragging her own curé into the argument, and contented herself with protesting against the charge of heresy. As a matter of fact, she proclaimed her uncle Gaspard was not a Freemason. He held in abhorrence all secret political societies as being subversives of the state. No one should attack her uncle Gaspard, although he had betrayed her so shabbily. In vain she sought some link with her aunt. Even Mimi, the lean old cat, did not form a bond of union. As a vagrant kitten it had been welcomed years ago by the late good-natured Robineau, and the widow tolerated its continued presence with Christian resignation. Felice took the unloved beast to her heart. From Aunt Clotilde's caustic remarks she gathered that her 4 cousins, of whose exemplary acceptance of husbands she had heard so much, had eyed Mimi with the coldness of her mother. She began to thank Providence that she did not resemble her cousins, which was reprehensible, and now and then manifested a lack of interest in their impeccable doings, which was more reprehensible still, and thus stirred up against her the maternal instincts of Madame Robineau. Relations grew strained. Aunt Clotilde spoke to her with sharp impatience. From her recalcitrance in the matter of Lucien, she deduced every fault conceivable. For the first time in her life, Felice dwelt in an atmosphere where love was not. She longed for home. She longed especially for her father and his wise tenderness. Because she longed so greatly, she could not write to him as a father should be written to, and the many-paged letters into which, at night, she put all her aching little heart, in the morning she blushed at the thought of sending. In spite of his lapse from grace, she could not be so disloyal to the beloved Uncle Gaspard. Nor could she distress her suffering angel mother by her incoherent account of things. If only she could see her! At last, one dreary afternoon, Madame Robineau opened an attack in force. "Put down that cat. I have to talk to you." Felice obeyed, and Aunt Clotilde talked. The more she talked, the more stubborn front did Felice oppose. Madame Robineau lost her temper. Her thin lips twitched. "I order you," she said, "to marry Lucien Virot." "I am sorry to say anything to vex you, ma tante," replied Felice valiantly, "but you have not the power." "And I suppose your uncle has not the power to command you?" "In matters like that, no, ma tante," said Felice. Aunt Clotilde rose from her straight-backed chair and shook a long, threatening finger. The nail at the end was also long and not very clean. Felice often wondered whether her aunt abhorred a nail-brush by way of mortification. "When one considers all the benefits my brother has heaped on your head," she cried in a rasping voice, "you are nothing else than a little monster of ingratitude." Felice flared up. She did not lack spirit. "It is false," she cried. "I adore my Uncle Gaspard.
I would give him my life. I am not ungrateful. It is worse than false.
It is true, retorted Madame Robineau. Otherwise you would not refuse him the desire of his heart. Without him you would not have a rag to your back or a shoe to your foot, and no more religion than a heathen. It is to him you owe everything, everything. Without him you would be in the gutter where he fished you from. She ended on a shrill note. Felice, very pale, faced her passionately with a new light in her mild eyes.
What do you mean? The gutter? My father?
Bah, your father, your vagabond, ne'er-do-weel scamp of a father. He's a scandal to the family, your father. He should never have been born. The girl reeled. It was a foul bludgeon blow. Madame Robineau, with quick realization of folly, checked further utterance, and allowed Felice, white, quivering, and vanquished, but carrying her little head fiercely in the air, to retire from the scene with all the honours of war. Madame Robineau was sorry. She had lost both temper and dignity. Her next confession would be an unpleasant matter. Possibly, however, the Abbé de Loup would understand and guess the provocation. She shrugged her lean shoulders. It was good sometimes for hoity-toity damsels to learn humility. So she sat down again, pursing her lips, and continued her embroidered stole until it was the hour of vespers. Contrary to custom, she did not summon Felice to accompany her to the cathedral. An hour or two of solitude, she thought, not unkindly, would bring her to a more reasonable frame of mind. She went out alone. When she returned, she found that Felice had left the house. It was a very scared young person that presented herself at the guichet at the railway station and asked for a second-class ticket to Paris. She had never travelled alone in her life before. Even on her rare visits to the metropolis of Périgueux, in whose vast emporium of fashion she clothed herself, she was attended by Euphemie or the chambermaid. She felt lost, a tiny, helpless creature, in the great high station in which an engine letting off steam produced a bewildering uproar. How much she paid for her ticket, thrifty and practised housekeeper that she was, she did not know. She clutched the change from 100-franc note, which, a present from her uncle before leaving Brantôme, she had preserved intact, and scuttled like a little brown rabbit to the door of the salle d'attente. "The train de Paris à 4h50, said the official at the door, as though this palpitating adventure were the commonplace of every minute.
"And that will be?"
she gasped. He cocked an eye at the clock. "In half an hour." A train was on the point of starting. There was a scuttle for seats. She felt sure it was the Paris train. From it emanated the magic influence of the great city whither she was bound. A questioned porter informed her it was going in the opposite direction. The Paris express left at 4:50. The train steamed out. It seemed to Felice as though she had lost a friend. She looked round helplessly, and seeing a fat peasant woman sitting on a bench surrounded by bundles and children, she ran to her side for protection. It is the unknown that frightens. In the Hôtel des Grottes she commanded men with the serenity of a Queen Elizabeth, and as for commercial travellers and other male visitors, she took no more account of them than of the geese that she plucked. And the terrifying Aunt Clotilde had terrified in vain. But here, in this cold, glass-roofed, steel-strutted, screeching, ghostly inferno of a place, with men prowling about like roaring lions, seeking probably whom they might devour, conditions were terrifyingly unfamiliar. Yet she did not care. Under the blasphemous roof of her Aunt Clotilde she could not have remained. For, in verity, blasphemy had been spoken. Her father was loved and honoured by all the world, by her mother, by Uncle Gaspard, by Corinna, by Martin. And she herself, did she not know her father? Was there ever a man like him? The insulting words rang through her brain. She would have confronted terrors a millionfold more grisly than these in order to escape from the blasphemer, whom she could never forgive. No, not for all the curés and abbés in Christendom. An intense little soul was that of Felice Fortinbras. It swept her irresistibly out of the unhallowed villa, with a handbag containing a nightgown, a toothbrush, and a faded little photograph of her father and mother standing side by side in wedding garb, on the way to the dread, fascinating whirlpool of Paris, where dwelt the worshipped gods of her idolatry.
and as she sat in the comforting lee of the fat and unafraid peasant woman and her bundles and her children, she took herself to task for cowardice. The journey, under 2 hours, was but a trifle. Had it been to Brantôme, an all-night affair, she might have had reason for quailing. But to Paris it was practically but a step. The Abbé du Loup spoke of going to Paris as her uncle spoke of going to Périgeau. Yet her heart thudded violently during the interminable half-hour. There was the grim possibility of the appearance of pursuing Aunt Clotilde. She kept a fearful eye upon the doorway of the salle d'attente. At last the train rushed in, and there was clangor of luggage trucks and clamour of raucous voices announcing the train for Paris, and a flow of waiting people, among whom was her neighbour with her varied impedimenta, swept across the lines and scaled the heights of the carriages. By luck, in front of Felice loomed a compartment showing second class on the door panel and Dame Seule on the window. She clambered in and sank into a seat. Who her lonely lady fellow-travellers were she could not afterwards remember, for she kept her eyes closed, absorbed in the adventure that still lay before her. Yet it was comforting to feel that as long as the train went on, she was safe in this feminine sanctuary, free from depredations of marauding males. Paris. One of the ladies, seeing that she was about to remain in the carriage, jerked the information over a descending shoulder. Felice followed, and stood for a moment more confused than ever in the blue glare and ant-hill hurry of the Gare de Montparnasse. A whole town seemed to have emerged from the train, and to stream like a rout of refugees flying from disaster, men, women, and children, laden with luggage, toward the barrier. Carried along, she arrived there at length, gave up her ticket, and, issuing from the station, found herself in a narrow street, at the end of which, still following the throng, she came to a thundering thoroughfare. Never, in all her imaginings of Paris, had she pictured such a soul-stunning phantasmagoria of flashing light and flashing movement. There were millions of faces passing by her on the pavement, in the illuminated interiors of omnibuses, in the dimmed recesses of taxi-autos, on wagons, on carts, on bicycles. Millions in gaily lit cafes. Before her dazzled eyes, millions seemed to be reflected even in the quivering, lucent air. She stood at the corner of the Place de Rennes and the Boulevard de Montparnasse, paralyzed with fear, clutching her handbag tight to her side. In that perilous street thousands of thieves must jostle her. She could not move a step, overwhelmed by the immensity of Paris. A good-natured sergeant de ville, possibly the father of pretty daughters, noticed her agonized distress. It was not his business to perform unsolicited deeds of knight-errantry, but, having nothing else to do for the moment, he caught her eye and beamed paternal encouragement. Now a sergeant de ville is a sergeant de ville, recognizable by his uniform, all France over. Felice held Père Chavrol, who exercised that function at Brantôme, in high esteem. This policeman had a fat, dark, grinning, scrubbily moustached face, which resembled that of Père Chavrol. She took her courage and her handbag in both hands. "Monsieur," she said, "can you direct me to the Rue Maugrabine?" He couldn't. He did not know that street. In what quartier was it? Felice was ignorant. "C'est là où demeure mon père," she added. "C'est Monsieur Fortinbras. Tout le monde le connaît à Paris." But alas, the sergeant de ville had never heard of the illustrious Fortinbras, which was strange, seeing that all Brantôme knew him, although he did not live there. "What then shall I do, monsieur?" asked Felice, to get to my father?" The sergeant de ville pushed his képi to the back of his head and cogitated. Then, with uplifted hand, he halted a crawling fiacre. "Rue de Maugrabine?" Of course the glazed-hatted, muffled-up driver knew it. Somewhere between the Rue de la Roquette and the Avenue de la République. The sergeant de ville smiled vaingloriously. It was only ces vieux Collignons, old drivers of fiacre, that knew their Paris, he explained. The chauffeur of a taxi-auto would have been ignorant of the whereabouts of the Arc de Triomphe. He advised her to engage the omniscient cabman. The Rue Maugrabine was infinitely distant, on the other side of the river. Felice suggested that a cab would cost enormously. In Brantôme, legends were still current of scandalous exactions levied by Paris cabmen on provincials. The driver twisted his head affably,
and hoarsely murmured that it would not cost a fortune. Perhaps 2 francs, 2 francs 50, with a little pourboire. He did not know. The amount would be registered. The sergeant de ville pointed out the taximeter. "Be not afraid, mademoiselle. Enter." "What number?" "Number 29. He opened the door of the stuffy little brougham. Therese held out her hand as she would have held it out to Pierre Chavrol, and thanked him as though he had preserved her from legions of dragons. The last she saw of him as she drove off was in the act of majestically sweeping back a group of idlers who had halted to witness the touching farewell. The old cab jolted and swerved through blazing vistas of unimagined thoroughfares, over bridges spanning mysterious stretches of dark waters and connecting looming masses of gigantic buildings, and through more streets garish with light and apparent revelry. Realization of its glory came with a little sob of joy. She was in Paris, the wonderland of Paris transcending all her dreams. Brantôme and Chartres seemed afar off. She had the sensation of a butterfly escaping from the chrysalis. She had been a butterfly for ages. What unremembered kind of state had been her grub condition? Thrills of excitement swept her little body. She was throbbingly happy. And at the end of the magic journey she would meet her father, marvel among men, and her mother, the strange, sweet, mystical being, the enchanted princess of her childish visions, the warm, spiritual, all-understanding, all-embracing woman of her maiden longings. The streets grew narrower, less important. They were passing through the poor neighbourhood east of the Place de la Bastille. Fairyland suffered a sinister touch. Slight fears again assailed her. Some of the streets appeared dark and suspect. Evil-looking folk haunted the pavements. She wondered with a catch of the breath whither she was being driven. At last the cab swung into a street, darker, more suspect, more ill-odoured than any, and stopped before a large open doorway. She peered through the window. Above the door she could just discern the white figure 29 on the blue plaque. Her rosy dreams melted into night. Her heart sank. She alighted. "This is really 29 Rue Maugrabine?" "Bien sûr, mademoiselle." She had forgotten to look at the taximeter, but taking 3 francs from her purse, she asked the driver if that was enough. He thanked her with raised hat for munificence, and, whipping up his old horse, drove off. Therese entered a smelly little paved courtyard and gazed about her helplessly. She had imagined such another decent little house as her aunt's, at which a ring at the front door would ensure immediate admittance. In this extraordinary dank well she felt more lost than ever. Paris was a bewildering mystery. A child emerged from some dark cavern. "Can you tell me where Monsieur Fortinbras lives?" The child advised her to ask the concierge and pointed to the iron bell-pull. Therese rang. The frowsy concierge gave the directions. "Au 4e, au coin, à gauche." Therese entered the corner cavern and came on an evil-smelling stone staircase, lit here and there by naked gas jets, which blackened the walls at intervals. The cold gathered round her heart. On the second landing some noisy, ill-dressed men clattered past her and caused her to shrink back with fear. She mounted the interminable stairs. Here and there an open door revealed a squalid interior. The rosy dream became a nightmare. She had made some horrible blunder. It was impossible that her father should live here. But the concierge had confirmed the address. On the 4th floor she paused, then, as directed, turned down a small, ill-lit passage to the left. On a door facing her at the end she noticed the gleam of a card. She broached it. It bore the printed legend, "Daniel Fortinbras, ancien avoué de Londres, agent de famille, etc., etc." And written in pencil was the direction, "Sonnez, s'il vous plaît." The sight reassured and comforted her. Behind this thin barrier dwelt those dearest to her on earth, the dimly remembered saintly mother, the wise and tender father. She forgot the squalor of the environment. It was merely a feature of Paris, mighty and inscrutable, so different from Brantôme. She felt a little throb of pride in her daring, in her achievement. Without guidance, ungenerously she took no account of the chargeur de ville, the cabman and the concierge, she had travelled from Chartres to this inmost heart of Paris. She had accomplished her stupendous adventure. The card invited her to ring. Above it hung a bit of wood, attached in the middle to a length of twine. She pulled, and an answering clang was heard from within the apartment. Her whole being vibrated. After a moment's waiting, the door was flung open by a coarse, red-faced, slatternly woman standing in a poverty-stricken little vestibule. She looked at the girl with curiously glazed eyes and slightly swayed as she put up a hand to dishevelled hair. "What desire you?"
Monsieur Fortinbras," gasped Felice, scared by the abominable apparition. "Monsieur Fortinbras?" She mimicked the girl's clear accent. "Oui, madame," replied Felice. Whereupon the woman withered her with a sudden volley of drunken abuse. She knew how Fortinbras occupied himself all day long. She did not complain. But when the gonzes of the Rive Gauche had the indecency to come to his house, she should very soon put them across her knee and teach them manners. This is but a paraphrase of what fell upon Felice's terror-stricken ears. It fell like an avalanche, but it did not last long, for suddenly came a voice well known, but pitched in an unfamiliar key of anger. "Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?" And Fortinbras appeared. As he caught sight of his daughter's white face, he clapped his hands to his head and reeled back, horror in his eyes. Then, "Tais-toi!" he thundered, and seizing the woman masterfully by the arms, he pushed her into some inner room, leaving Felice shaking on the threshold. In a moment or two he reappeared, caught overcoat and an old silk hat from a peg, and, motioning Felice back, marched out of his home and slammed the door behind him. Father and daughter were now in the neutral ground at the end of the dim, malodorous passage. "What in the name of God are you doing here, Felice?" "I came to see my mother." The fleshy, benign face of the man fell into the sags of old age. His lower lip hung loose. His mild blue eyes, lamping out from beneath noble brows, stared agony. "Your mother?" "Yes. Where is she?"
He drew a deep breath. "Your mother, well, she is in a nursing home, dear. No one, not even I, can see her." He took her by the arm and hurried her to the staircase. "Come, come, dear, we must away from this. You understand, I did not tell you your mother was ill, for fear of making you unhappy."
"But that dreadful woman, father!"
she cried. And the alpine flower from which honey is made looked like a poor little frost-bitten lily of the valley. She faced him on the landing. "That woman, that—" He waved an arm. "That," said he, quoting bitterly, "is a woman of no importance."
"Ah!"
cried Felice. With some of the elemental grossnesses of life she was acquainted. You cannot manage a hotel in France, which is a free, non-puritanical country, and remain in imbecile ignorance. She was shocked to the depths of her being. "Come," said Fortinbras with outstretched hand. But she shrank from him. "Come," he commanded. "There's no time to lose. We must get out of this."
"Where are we going?"
she asked. "To the Gare de Montparnasse. You must return at once to Chartres." "I will never enter the house of Aunt Clotilde again," said Felice. But what has happened? My God, what has happened?" he asked, as they hurried down the stairs. Breathlessly, brokenly, she told him. In the courtyard he paused, put his hand to his head. "But what can I do with you? My God, what can I do with you in this dreadful city?" "Isn't there a hotel in Paris?" she asked coldly. He laughed in a mirthless way. "There are many. There are the Ritz and the Maurice and the Elysee Palace. Yes, there are hotels enough." "I have plenty of money," she said. "No, no, my child," said he, "not an hotel. I should go mad. I have an idea. Come." They had just reached the evil pavement of the Rue Maugrabine, when Cécile Fortinbras, sister of the excellent Gaspard Bigourda, and the pious Clotilde Robineau, and mother of Felice, recovered from the stupor to which the unprecedented fury of her husband had reduced her, and reeled drunkenly to the flat door. "Je vais arracher les yeux à cette Putain, là! She started to tear the hussy's eyes out. But by the time she had accomplished the difficult descent and had expounded her grievances to an unsympathetic concierge, a motor omnibus was conveying father and daughter, silent and anguished, to the other side of the River Seine. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Wonderful Year by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 12. The huge door on the Boulevard Saint-Germain swung open at Fortinbras's ring and admitted them to a warm, marble-floored vestibule adorned with rugs, palms, and a cast or two of statuary. Facing them, in its cage of handsome wrought ironwork, stood the lift. All indicated a life so far apart from that of the Rue Maugrabine that Felice, in spite of the despair and disillusion that benumbed her soul, uttered an exclamation of surprise. "Who lives here?" "Lucilla Meriton, an American girl. Pray God she is in," replied Fortinbras, opening the lift gate. "We can but see." He pressed the second-floor button, and the lift shot up. On the landing were the same tokens of luxury. A neat maid answered the door. Mademoiselle Meriton was at home, but she had just begun dinner. Fortinbras drew a card from a shabby pocket-book. "Tell mademoiselle that the matter is urgent." The maid retired, leaving them in a small lobby, beyond which was a hall lit by cunningly subdued lights, and containing, to Felice's unsophisticated vision, a museum of costly and beautiful objects. Strange skins of beasts lay on the polished floor, old Spanish chests in glowing crimson girt with steel, queer chairs with straight tall backs, such as she had seen in the sacristies of old churches in the Dordogne, and richly carved tables were ranged against the walls, and above them hung paintings of old masters, such as he was wont to call holy pictures, in gilt frames. From the soft mystery of a corner gleamed a marble copy of the Venus de Medici, which, from Felice's point of view, was not holy at all. Yet the sense of beauty and comfort pervading the place appealed to her senses. She stood on the threshold looking round wonderingly, when a door opened, and, in a sudden shaft of light, appeared a tall, slim figure, which advanced with outstretched hand. Felice shrank behind her father. "Why, Fortinbras, what good wind has brought you?" The lady spoke in a rich and somewhat lazy contralto. "Excuse that celestial idiot of a Celeste for leaving you standing here in the cold. Come right in." She led the way into the hall, and then became aware of Felice, and flashed a glance of inquiry. "This is my little daughter, Lucilla." "Why, not Felice?" She gave her both hands in a graceful gesture. "I'm so glad to see you. I've heard all about you from Corinna Hastings. I put her up for the night on our way back to London, you know. Now why," still holding Felice's hands, "have you kept her from us all this time, Fortinbras? I don't like you at all." "Paris," said Fortinbras, "isn't good for little girls who live in the heart of France." "But surely the heart of France is Paris," cried Lucilla Meriton. "Paris, my dear Lucilla," replied Fortinbras gravely, "may be the liver, the spleen, the pancreas, whatever giblets you please of France, but it is not its heart." Lucilla laughed, and when she laughed she had a way of throwing up her head which accentuated the graceful setting of her neck. Her thick brown hair, brushed back, ever so little suggestive of the pompadour, from her straight forehead, aided the unconscious charm of the habit. "We won't argue the point. You brought Felice here because you want me to look after her." "How did I guess? My dear man, I've lived 27 years in this ingenuous universe. How babes unborn don't spot its transparent simplicity, I never could imagine. You haven't dined." "I have," said Fortinbras, "but Felice hasn't." "You shall dine again. It's the first time you have condescended to visit me, and I exact the penalty." She went to the open door whence she had issued. "Celeste!" The maid appeared. "Monsieur and mademoiselle are dining with me, and mademoiselle is staying the night. See that she has all she wants. Allez vite! Go, my dear Miss Celeste, and be quick, for dinner's getting cold." And when Felice, subdued by her charming masterfulness, had retired in the wake of the maid, Miss Meriton turned on Fortinbras. "Now, what's the trouble?" In a few words he told her what was meet for a stranger to know. So she ran away and came to you for protection, and you can't put her up. Is that right? The perch of an old vulture like myself, said he, is not fit place for my daughter. Lucilla nodded. That's all right. But say, you don't approve of this medieval sort of marriage business, do you? I retain my English views. I shall explain them to my brother-in-law and forbid the alliance. Besides, the excellent Bigourdin is the last man in the world to force her into a distasteful marriage. Reassure her on that point. She can go back to Brantôme with a quiet mind. Will you remain in Paris with a mind equally serene? Lucilla asked, her deep grey eyes examining his face, which he had vainly endeavoured to compose into its habitual aspect of detached benevolence. He met her glance. The derelict, said he, is a thing of no account, but it is better that it should not lie in the course of the young and living ship. Lucilla put her hands behind her back and sat on the corner of an old Venetian table, and she still looked at him, profoundly interested. Here was a Fortinbras she had never met before, a broken man, far removed from the shrewd and unctuous Marchand de Bonheur of the Latin Quarter, with his rolling periods and opportunist philosophy. There's something behind all this, she remarked. If I'm to be any good, I ought to know. He recovered a little and smiled. Your perspicacity does credit to your country, said he. Also to your sex. There is much behind it, an unbridgeable gulf of human sorrow. Remember that, should my little girl be led away, which I very much doubt, to talk to you of most unhappy things. She only came to the edge of the gulf half an hour ago. The marriage matter is but a thistledown of care. I more or less see, said Lucilla. The vulture's perch overhangs the gulf. Right, now what do you want me to do? Just keep her until I can find a way to send her back to Brantôme. Lucilla raised her hand and reflected for a few seconds. Then she said, I'll run her down there myself in the car. That is most kind of you, replied Fortinbras, but Brantôme is not Versailles. It is nearly 300 miles away. Well, what of that? I suppose I can commandeer enough gasoline in France to take me 300 miles. Besides, I'm due the end of next week anyway to stay with some friends at Cap Martin before going to Egypt. I'll start a day or two earlier and drop Felice on my way. Will that suit you? But again, Brantôme is not on your direct route to Monte Carlo, he objected. She slid to her feet and laughed. Do you want me to be a young mother to your little girl, or don't you? I do, said he. Then don't conjure up lions in the path. See here. She touched his sleeve. You were a good friend to me once, when I had that poor little fool Effie James on my hands. I shouldn't have pulled her through without you. And you wouldn't accept more than your ridiculous fee. And now I've got a chance of showing you how much I appreciate what you did. I don't know what the trouble is, and now I don't want to know. But you're my friend, and so is your daughter. Fortinbras smiled sadly. It is you that are the Marchand de Bonheur. You remove an awful load from my mind. He took his old silk hat from the console where he had deposited it, and held out his hand. The old vulture won't stop to dinner. He must be flying. Give my love, my devoted love, to Felice. And, with an abruptness which she could not reconcile with his usual suave formality of manner, he turned swiftly and walked through the lobby and disappeared. His leave-taking almost resembled the flight he spoke of. The wealthy, comely, even-balanced American girl looked blankly at the flat door and wondered, conscious of tragedy. What was the gulf of which he spoke? She knew little about the man. 2 years before, a girl from Cheyenne, Wyoming, who had brought her letters of introduction, came to terrible grief. There was blackmail at her throat. Somebody suggested Fortinbras as counsellor. She, Lucilla, consulted him. He succeeded in sending a damsel, foolish, reprehensible and frightened, but intact in reputation and pocket, back to her friends in Cheyenne. His fee for doing so amounted to 20 francs. For 2 years, therefore, she had passed the time of day friendly-wise with Fortinbras whenever she met him. But until her fellow-student Corinna Hastings sought her hospitality on the way back to England and told her of Brantôme and Felice, she had regarded him merely as one of the strange, sweet monsters, devoid of domestic attributes, even of a private life, that Paris, city of portents and prodigies, had a monopoly in producing. And now she had come upon just a flabby, elderly man, piteously anxious to avert some sordid mystery from his own flesh and blood. She sighed, turned, and saw Felice in charge of Celeste. "Come, you must be famished." She put her arm round the girl's waist and led her into the dining-room. "Your father couldn't stay, but he told me to give you his love and to regard myself as a sort of young mother to you." Felice murmured a shy acknowledgment. She was too much dazed for coherent thoughts or speech. The discovery of the conditions in which her father lived, and the sudden withering of her faith in him, had almost immediately been followed by her transference into this warm wonder-house of luxury, owned and ruled by this queenly young woman, so exquisite in her simple marvel of a dress. The soft lights, the pictures, the elusive reflections from polished wood, the gleam of heavy silver and cut glass, the bowl of orchids on the table, the delicate napery. She had never dreamed of such, though she held herself to be a judge of table linen. The 100 adjuncts of a wealthy woman's dining-room all filled her with a sense of the unreal, and at the same time raised her poor fallen father in her estimation by investing him with the character of a magician. Dainty food was placed before her, but she could scarcely eat. Lucilla, to put her more at her ease, talked of Corinna and of Brantôme, which she was dying to visit, and of the quaint Englishman, she had forgotten his name, who had become a waiter. How was he getting on? Monsieur Martin? Very well, thank you." She put down the glass of wine which she was about to raise to her lips. For nearly an hour she had not thought of Martin. She felt sundered from him by many seas and continents. Since seeing him, through what scorching adventures had she not passed? She had changed. The world had changed. Nothing would ever be the same again. Tears came into her eyes. Lucilla, observing them, smiled. "You like Monsieur Martin?" "Everybody likes him. He is so gentle," said Felice. "But is that what women look for in a man?" asked Lucilla. "Doesn't she want someone strong to lean on? Something to appeal to the imagination? Something more panache?" Felice thought of Lucien Video and his cavalry plume, and shivered. No, she did not want panache. Martin's quiet, simple ways, she knew not why, were worth all the clanking of all the sabres in the world put together. "That depends on temperament, mademoiselle," said Felice in French. Lucilla laughingly exclaimed, "You dear little mouse! I suppose a tomcat frightens you to death." But Felice was only listening with her outer ears. "I am very fond of cats," she replied simply. Whereupon Lucilla laughed again with quick understanding. "I have a half-grown Persian kitten," she said. "Rather a beauty. Celeste, apportez-moi le chat de Perse. That's my little joke." "C'est un calembour," said Felice with a smile. "Of course it is. It's real smart of you to see it. I call him Padisha." Celeste brought a grey, woolly mass of felinity from a basket in a dim corner and handed it to Felice. The beast purred and stretched contentedly in her arms. "Oh, what a dear!" she cried. "What a fluffy little dear! For the last week or two," she found herself saying, "my only friend has been a cat." "What kind of a cat?" asked Lucilla. "Oh, not one like this. It was a thin old tabby." And under the influence of the soft baby thing on her bosom and the kind eyes of her young hostess, the shyness melted from her, and she told of Mimi and Aunt Clotilde and the abhorred cathedral and the terrors of her flight to Paris. She had come more or less to an end when Celeste brought in a Pekingese spaniel and set him down on the hearthrug to a plate of minced raw beef, which he proceeded to devour with lightning gluttony. Having licked the polished plate from hearthrug to clattering parquet, and licked it underneath in the hope of a grain of nourishment having melted through, he arched his tail above his back, and, composing his miniature leonine features, regarded his mistress with his soul in his eyes, as who should say, "Now, having tasted, when shall I truly dine?" But Lucilla sent him to his chair, where he assumed an attitude of polite surprise. And she explained to Felice, captivated by his doggy winsomeness, that she called him Gabby, which was short for Heliogabalus, the voluptuary, which allusion Felice, not being familiar with the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, did not understand. But when Lucilla breaking through rules of discipline, caught up the tawny little aristocrat and apostrophised him as the noseless blunder, Felice laughed heartily, thinking it very funny, and, holding the kitten in her left arm, took him from Lucilla with her right, and covered the tiny hedonist with caresses. When the meal was over, Lucilla took her, still embracing kitten and dog, into the studio, the wealthy feminine amateur's studio, a room with polished floors and costly rugs and divans and tapestries and an easel or two, and a great wood fire blazing up an imitation Renaissance chimney-piece. And Lucilla talked not only as though she had known Felice all her life, but as though Felice was the most fascinating little girl she had ever met. And it was all more wonderland for Felice. And so it continued during the short evening, for Lucilla, seeing that she was tired, ordered the removal to their respective padded baskets of dog and cat, both of which Felice had retained in her embrace, and sent her to bed early. And it continued during the process of undressing amid the beautiful trifles wherewith she performed her toilette, and after she had put on the filmy gossamer garment adorned with embroidered miracles that Celeste had laid out for her, and after she had sunk asleep in the fragrant linen of the warm nest. But in the middle of the night she awoke and saw the face of the dreadful woman in the Rue Maugrabine, and heard the voice of her Aunt Clotilde speaking blasphemy against her father. And then she upbraided herself for being led away by the enchantment of the wonder-house, and, breaking down, sobbed for her lost illusions until the dawn. In the meanwhile, a heartbroken man sat in a sordid room, toiling dully at the task of translating French commercial papers into English, by which means he added a little to his precarious income, while on the other side of the partition his wife slept drunkenly. That had been his domestic life, good God, he reflected, for more years than he cared to number. But up to then Felice had been kept in ignorance. Now the veil had been lifted. She had indeed retained the mother of her dreams, but what a cost to him! Would it not have been better to tell her the truth? He stared at the typewritten words until they were hidden by a mist of tears. He had lost all that made life sweet for him, the love of Felice. He bowed his head in his hands. Judgment had at last descended on him for the sins of his youth, for he had erred grievously. All the misery he had endured since then had been but a preparation for the blow that had now fallen. It would be easy to go to her tomorrow and say, "I deceived you last night. The woman you saw was your mother." But he knew he would never be able to say it. He must pay the great penalty. He paid it the next day when he called humbly to see her. She received him dutifully and gave him her cheek to kiss, but he felt her shrink from him and read the anguished condemnation in her eyes. He saw, too, for he was quick at such things, how her glance took in, for the first time in her life, his warm black clothes, his frayed linen, his genteel shabbiness, a grotesque contrast to the air of wealth in which she found herself. And he knew that she had no mean thoughts, but was pierced to the heart by the discovery. For she turned her head aside and bit her lip, so that he should not guess. "I should like to tell you what I have done," said he, after some desultory and embarrassed talk about Lucilla. "I have telegraphed to Chartres and Brantôme to say that you are safe and sound, and I have written to your Uncle Gaspard about Lucien Viriot. You will never hear of the matter again, unless your Aunt Clotilde goes to Brantôme, which I very much doubt." "Thank you, father," said Felice, and the commonplace words sounded cold in her ears. She was delivered, she knew, from the nightmare of the past few weeks, but she found little joy in her freedom. Then she asked, "Have you told Uncle Gaspard why I ran away from Aunt Clotilde?" "Enough, dear, for him to understand. He will ask you no questions, so you needn't tell him anything." "Won't that be ungrateful? I have treated him ungratefully enough already." Fortinbras stretched out his hand to lay it caressingly on her head, as he had done all her life, but remembering, withdrew it with a sigh. "Your uncle is the best and truest man I have ever met," said he, "and he loves you dearly, and you love him, and with love ingratitude can't exist. Tell him whatever you find in your heart, but there is one thing you need never tell him. what you saw in the Rue Maugrabine last night. I have done so already. In this way there will be nothing secret between you." She sat with tense young face, looking at her hands. Again she saw the squalid virago. She would see her till her dying day. To no one on earth could she speak of her. Fortinbras rose, kissed her on the forehead, and went forth to his day's work of dealing out happiness to a clamouring world. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Wonderful Year by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 13. Lucilla Merriton had much money, a kind heart, and a pretty little talent in painting. The last secured her admittance to the circle of art students round about the Rue Bonaparte. The second made her popular among them, and the money enabled her to obey any reasonable dictate of the kind heart aforesaid. When those who were her intimates, mainly hard-working and none too opulent English girls, took her to task for her luxurious way of living, and pointed out that it was not in keeping with the Spartan makeshift traditions of the Latin Quarter, and that it differentiated her too much from her fellows, she replied, with the frankness of her country, first, that she saw no sense in pretending to be other than she was; second, that in the atmosphere of luxury to which she had been born, she was herself, for whatever that self was worth; and thirdly, that any masquerading as a liver of the simple life would choke all the agreeable qualities out of her. When, looking round her amateur studio, they objected that she did not take her art seriously, she cordially agreed. "I take what you call my art," she would say, "just as it suits me. I can command too many things in the world for me to sacrifice them to the mediocre result I can get out of a paintbrush on a bit of canvas. I shall never need paint for money, and if I did I'm sure I shouldn't earn any. But I love painting for its own sake, and I have enough talent to make it worth while to have good instruction in technique, so that my pictures shall more or less satisfy myself and not set my friends' teeth on edge. And that's why I'm here." She was a wealthy vagabond of independent fortune, inherited from her mother long since deceased, with no living ties save her father, a railway director in America, now married to a young wife, a schoolmate of her own, whom, since her childhood, she had peculiarly abhorred. But in the world, which lay wide open to her, videlicet the civilized nations of the two hemispheres, she had innumerable friends. No human will pretended to control her actions. She was as free to live in Rosario as in Budapest, in Nairobi as in Nizhny Novgorod. For the last 2 or 3 years she had elected to establish her headquarters in Paris and study painting. But why the latter process should involve a hard bed in a shabby room and dreadful meals at the Petit Cornichon, she could never understand. Occasionally, on days of stress at the atelier, she did lunch at the Petit Cornichon. It was convenient, and as she was young and thirsty for real draughts of life, the chatter and hubbub of insensate ambitions afforded her both interest and amusement. But she found the food execrable, and the universal custom of cleaning knife, fork, spoon, and plate before using them exceedingly disgusting. Yet, being a lady born and bred, she performed the objectionable riot in the most gracious way in the world, and when it came to comradeship, then her democratic traditions asserted themselves. Her student friends ranged the social gamut. If the wearer were a living spirit, she regarded broken boots and threadbare garments merely as an immaterial accident of fortune, like a broken nose or an amputated limb. The flat on the Boulevard Saint-Germain was the haven of many a hungry girl and boy, and they found their way thither, as far as Lucilla was concerned, not because they were hungry, but because that which lay deep in their souls had won her accurate recognition. By way of digression, an essential difference in point of view between English and Americans may here be noted. If an Englishman has reason to admire a tinker and make friends with him, he will leave his own respectable sphere and enter that of the tinker, and in some humble haunt of tinkerdom, where he can remain incognito, will commune with his crony over pots of abominable and digestion-racking ale. The instinct of the American, in sworn brotherhood with the tinker, is, on the other hand, to lift the tinker to his own habitation of delight. He will desire to take him into a saloon which he himself frequents, fill him up with champagne, and provide him with the best, biggest, and strongest cigar that money can buy. In both cases appear the special defects of national qualities. The Englishman goes to the tinker's boozing ken, thereby incidentally putting the tinker at his ease, because he would be ashamed of being seen by any of his own clan in a tinker's company. The American does not care a hang for being seen with the tinker. He wants to give his friend a good time, but incidentally he has no intuitive regard for the tinker's feelings, predilections, and timidities. From which disquisition it may be understood how Lucilla played Lady Bountiful without the slightest consciousness of doing so. She played it so well, with regard to Felice, as to make that young woman in the course of a day or two her slave and worshipper. She showed her the sights of Paris, Versailles, the Galerie de Lafayette, the Tomb of Napoleon, Poiret's, the Salon d'Hiver, the Pantheon, and Cartier's in the Rue de la Paix. With the aid of pins and scissors and Celeste, she also attired her in an evening frock, and under the nominal protection of an agreeable young compatriot from the embassy, took her to dine at the Café de Paris, and then to the Théâtre du Gymnase. A great, soft-cushioned, smooth, noiseless car carried them luxuriously through the infinite streets, and when they were at home it seemed to await them night and day by the curb of the Boulevard Saint-Germain. Lucilla set the head of the little country mouse a-whirl with sensations. Felice revered her as a goddess, and whispered in awe the Christian name which he was commanded to use. A breathless damsel, with a jumble of conflicting scraps of terror and delight instead of a mind, her arms full of an adored Persian kitten and an adoring Pekingese spaniel, after a couple of days' flashing course through Florence, was brought in the gathering dusk with a triumphant sweep up the hill to the familiar front door of the Hôtel des Grottes. Baptiste, green-aproned, gaped as he saw her, and, scuttling indoors, shouted at the top of his voice, "Monsieur, monsieur, c'est mademoiselle!" In an instant Bigourdin lumbered out at full speed. He almost lifted her from the car, scattering outraged kitten and offended dog, hid her in his vast embrace, and hugged her and kissed her and held her out at arm's length, and laughed and hugged her again. There was no doubt of the prodigal's welcome. She laughed and sobbed and hugged the great man in return. And then he recovered himself and became the bon hôtelier, and assisted Lucilla to alight, while Felice greeted a smiling Martin and suffered the embrace of Euphemie, panting from the kitchen. "If mademoiselle will give herself the trouble of following me," said Bigourdin, and led the way up the stairs, followed by Lucilla and Celeste, guardian of the jewel-case. He threw open the door of the chambre d'honneur, a double-windowed room above the terrace, overlooking the town and the distant mountains of the Limousin, and showed her with pride a tiny salon adjoining, the only private sitting-room in the hotel, crossed the corridor and flung to view the famous bathroom, disclosed next door a room for the maid, and swept her back to the bedroom where a pine-cone fire was blazing fragrantly. "Voilà, mademoiselle," said he, "tout à votre disposition." "I think it is absolutely charming," cried Lucilla. She looked round. "Oh, what lovely things you have!" Bigourdin beamed and made a little bow. He took inordinate pride in his chambre d'honneur, in which he had stored the gems of the Empire furniture acquired by his great-grandfather, the Lactus Général de Brigade. The instantaneous appreciation of a casual glance enchanted him. "I hope, mademoiselle," said he in his courteous way, "you will do Felice and myself the honour of being our guest, as long as you deign to stay at the Brantôme." Lucilla met his bright eyes. "That's delightful of you," she laughed. "But I'm not one solitary person, I'm a caravan. There's me and the maid and the chauffeur and the car and the dog and the cat." "The hotel is very little, mademoiselle," replied Bigourdin, "but our hearts are big enough to entertain them." Nothing more, or at least nothing more by the way of protest, was to be said. Lucilla put out her hand in her free, generous gesture. "Monsieur Bigourdin, I accept with pleasure your delightful hospitality." "Je vous remercie infiniment, mademoiselle," said Bigourdin. He went downstairs in a flutter of excitement. Not for 4 generations, so far as he was aware, had such an event occurred in the Hôtel des Grottes. Members of the family, of course, had stayed there without charge. Once, towards the end of the Second Empire, a minister of the Interior had occupied the Chambre d'Honneur, and had gone away without paying his bill, but that remained a bad black debt in the books of the hotel. Never had a stranger been an honoured guest. He had offered the position, it is true, to Corinna, but then he was in love with Corinna, which makes all the difference. The French are not instinctively hospitable. When they are seized, however, by the impulse of hospitality, all that they have is yours, down to the last crust in the larder. But they are fully conscious of their own generosity. They feel the tremendousness of the spiritual wave. So Bigourdin, kindest-hearted of men, lumbered downstairs, aglow with a sense of altruistic adventure. In the vestibule he met Felice, who had lingered there in order to obtain from Martin a compte rendu of the household and the neighbourhood. Things had gone none too well. Monsieur Perrien, one of their regular commercial travellers, having discovered a black beetle in his bread, had gone to the Hôtel du Cygne. The baker had indignantly repudiated the black beetle. His own black beetle has been apparently of an entirely different species. Another baker had been appointed, whose only defect was its inability to bake bread. The brave Madame Thuillier, who had been called in to superintend the factory, had quarrelled after 2 days with everybody, and had gone off in dudgeon because she did not eat at the patron's table. Then they had lost 2 of their best hands, one a young married woman who was reluctantly compelled to add to the population of France, and the other a girl who was discharged for laying false information against the very respectable and much-married Baptiste, saying that he had pinched her. The old Mère Macquoise, Marchand de Quatre Saisons, who was reputed to have known General Bigourdin, was dead, and one of the hotel omnibus horses had come down on its knees. Felice, forgetful of the Maison de Blanc and Notre Dame, wrung her hands. She had descended from fairyland into life's dear and important realities. "It's desolating what you tell me," she cried. "And all because you went away and left us," said Martin. "She is not going to leave us again," cried Bigourdin, swooping down on her and carrying her off. In the prim little salon he hugged her again, and said, gripping her hands, "It appears you have greatly suffered, my poor little Felice. But why didn't you tell me from the first that you were unhappy with your Aunt Clotilde? I did not know that she had turned into such a vieille pombèche." "She hath written, and I have answered. I tell you, I have answered. You need never again have any fear of your Aunt Clotilde. I hope I am a Christian, but I hope too that I shall always differ from her in my ideas of Christianity. Mais tout ça est fini, bel et bien fini. We have to talk of ourselves. I have been a miserable man since you have been away, ma petite Felice. I tell you that in all frankness. Everything has been at 6s and 7s. I can't do without my little ménagère, and you shall never marry anybody, even the President of the Republic, unless you want to. Foi de Bigourdin. Voilà." Felice cried a little. "Tu es trop bon pour moi, mon oncle." "Allons donc. I seem to have been an old bear. Yet in truth I am as harmless as a sheep. But have confidence in me and in my very dear friend, your father. There are many things you cannot understand, and things will arrange themselves quite happily. You love me just a little bit, don't you?" She flung her arms round the huge man's neck. "Je t'adore, mon petit oncle," she cried. 10 minutes afterwards, with bunch of keys slung at her waist, she was busy restoring to order the chaos of the interregnum. Terrible things had happened during the absence of the feminine eye. Even Martin shared the universal reprimand. For Felice, manageress of hotel, and Felice, storm-tossed little human soul, were 2 entirely different entities. "My dear Martin, how could you and my uncle pass these napkins from that infamous old thief of a laundress? They are black!" And ruthlessly she flicked a napkin folded mitre-wise from the centre table before the eyes of the folder, and revealed its dingy turpitude. "It is well that I am back," she declared. "It is indeed, Mademoiselle Felice," said Martin. She gave him a swift little glance out of the tail of her eye before she sped away, and the corners of her lips drooped as though in disappointment. Then, perhaps reflecting that she had been addressing the waiter and not the man, her face cleared. At all events, he had taken her rating in good part. Dinner had already begun, and the hungry commercials, napkins at neck, were finishing their soup lustily, when Lucilla entered the dining-room. The open Medici collar to a grey velvet dress showed the graceful setting of her neck and harmonized with the brown hair brushed up from the forehead. She advanced, smiling and stately, giving the impression of the perfect product of a new civilization. Martin, who had but seen her for a few seconds in the dusk, confusedly clad in furs, stood spellbound, a pile of used soup plates in his hands. Never had so radiant an apparition swum before his gaze. Bigourdin, dining as usual with Felice, rose immediately and conducted his guest to the little table by the terrace, where once Martin and Corinna had sat. It was specially adorned with tawny chrysanthemums. "I fell dreaming before the fire in the midst of your wonderful old-world things, and had to hurry into my clothes, and so I'm late," she apologized. "If only you found all you needed, mademoiselle," said Bigourda anxiously. "It is the provinces and not Paris." She assured him that Felice had seen to every conceivable want, and he left her to her meal. Martin delivered his soup plates into the arms of the chambermaid, and hovered over Lucilla with the menu card. "Will mademoiselle take the dinner?" he asked, in French. She regarded him calmly and humorously, and nodded. He became aware that her eyes were of a deep, deep grey, full of light. He found it difficult not to keep on looking at them. Breaking away, however, he fetched her soup and went off to attend to the others. At every pause by her table he noted some new and incomparable attribute. When bending over the platter from which she helped herself, he saw that her hands were beautifully shaped, plump, with long thin fingers, and with delicate markings of veins beneath the white skin. An upward glance caught more blue veins on the temples. Another time he was struck by the supple grace of her movements. There were infinite gleams in her splendid hair. The faintest suggestion of perfume arose from her garments. She declined the vegetable course, and, declining, looked up at him and smiled. He thought he had never seen a brow so noble, a nose so exquisitely cut, lips so kind and mocking. Her face was that of a Romney duchess into which the thought and spiritual freedom of the 20th century had entered. As he sped about the service, thrusting dishes beneath bearded or blue, ill-shaven chins, her face floated before his eyes. Every now and then he stole a distant glance at it, and longed for the happy though transient moment when he should come close to it again. While he was clearing her table for dessert, she said, "Why do you speak French to me when you know I'm an American?" "It is the custom of the house when a guest speaks such excellent French as mademoiselle." "That's very kind of you," she said in English, "but it seems rather ridiculous for an American and an Englishman to converse in a foreign language." How do you know I'm English, mademoiselle?" he asked, his heart aflutter at the unexpected interchange of words. She laughed. "I have eyes. Besides, I know all about you. First from our friend Corinna Hastings, and lately from my little hostess over the way." He flushed, charmed by the deep music of her voice, and delighted at being recognized by her not only as an individual, for she radiated an attraction which had caused him to hate the conventional impersonality of waiterdom, but as a member more or less of her own social class. He paused, plate of crumbs in one hand, and napkin in the other. "Do you know Corinna Hastings?" "Evidently. How else could she have told me of your romantic doings?" she replied laughingly. And Martin flushed deeper, conscious of an idiot question. He set the apples and little white grapes before her. "I ought to have asked you," said he, "how Miss Hastings came to talk to you about me." "She came on the train from Brantôme and rang my bell in Paris. She kept me up talking till 4 o'clock in the morning. Not of you all the time. Don't imagine it. You were just interestingly incidental." "Garçon!" cried a voice from the centre table. "Eh bien, monsieur." Martin tucked his napkin under his arm and turned away, followed by Lucilla's humorous glance. "L'addition!" "Eh bien, monsieur." He became the perfect waiter again, and brought the bill to the commercial traveller who had merely come in for dinner. The latter paid in even money, rose noisily — he was a stout, important, red-faced man — and, fumbling in several pockets, rendered difficult of access by adiposity and good cheer, at last produced 4 coppers, which he deposited with a base metallic chink in Martin's palm. Merci, monsieur. Bonsoir, monsieur, said the perfect waiter. But he would have given much to be able to dispose of the horrible coins otherwise than by thrusting them in his trouser pocket, to be able, for instance, to hurl them at the triple sausage neck of the departing donor, for he knew the starry, humorous eyes of the divinity were fixed on him. He felt hot and clammy, and did not dare look round. And the hideous thought flashed through his mind, will she offer me a tip when she leaves? He busied himself furiously with his service, and in a few moments was relieved to see her ceremoniously conducted by Bigourda and Félice from the salle à manger. On the threshold, Bigourda paused and called him. You will serve coffee and liqueurs in the petit salon, and if you go to the Café de l'Univers, you will kindly make my excuses to our friends. To enter the primly and plushly furnished salon, bearing the tray, and to set out the cups and glasses and bottles, was an ordeal which he went through with the automatic rigidity of a highly trained London footman, looking neither to left or right. He had a vague impression of a queenly figure reclining comfortably in an armchair, haloed by a little cloud of cigarette smoke. He retired, finished his work in the pantry, swallowed a little food, changed his things, and went out. Instinct led him along the quays and through the narrow old-world streets to the patch of yellow light before the Café de l'Univers. But there he halted, suddenly disinclined to enter. Something new and amazing had come into his life, he could not yet tell what, discordant with the commonplace of the familiar company. He looked through the space left between the edge of the blind and the jamb of the window, and saw Bozo, the professor at the École Normale, playing backgammon with Monsieur Callot, the postmaster, and a couple of places away from them was visible the square-headed old Monsieur Vidiot, smiting his left palm with his right fist. The excellent old man always did that when he inveighed against the government. Tonight Martin cared little about the government of the French Republic, still less for backgammon. He had a nostalgia for unknown things, and an absurd impulse to walk abroad to find them beneath the moon and stars. Obeying the impulse, he retraced his steps along the quays and struck the main road past the habitations of the rock-dwellers. He walked for a couple of miles between rocks casting jagged shadows and a calm, misty plain, without finding anything, until, following a laborious zigzag course, a dissolute quarryman of his acquaintance, in incapable charge of a girl-child of 5, lurched into him and laid the clutch of a drowning mariner upon his shoulder. "Oh, Monsieur Martin," said he, "it is good God who has sent you." "Boucabé," said Martin, for that was the name of the miscreant. "You ought to be ashamed of yourself." "Oh, you need not tell me, Monsieur Martin," replied Boucabel. As the child was crying bitterly, and the father was self-reproachful, he had taken the mioche to see her aunt, and coming back had met some friends who had enticed him into the café of the Mère de Ridieu, where they had given him some poisoned, leg-dislocating alcohol. Martin took the child in his arms and trudged back to the rock-dwellings where the drunkard lived. On the way, Boucabel, relieved of paternal responsibility, the tired child now snuggling sleepily and comfortably against Martin's neck, grew confidential, and confessed with sly enjoyment that he had already well watered his throttle before he started. The man, he declared with the luminousness of an apostle, who did not get drunk occasionally, was an imbecile, denying himself the pleasure of the other life. Martin recognized in Boucabel a transcendentalist, no matter how muddle-headed. The sober clod did not know adventures, he did not know happiness. The path of the drunkard, Boucabel explained, was strewn with joy. The anxious wife who met them at the door called Martin a saint from heaven, and her husband a stream of unmentionable things. He staggered under the outburst, and laid his hand again on Martin's shoulder. "Monsieur Martin, I have committed a fault. I take you to witness." His wife paused in her invective to hear the penitent. "If I was more drunk, I wouldn't pay attention to anything she says. I have committed a fault. I haven't got drunk enough." "Sale cochon!" cried the lady, and Martin left them, meditating on the philosophy of drunkenness. Quo me rapis bacche plenum tui? To what godlike adventure? But the magic word was plenum, right full to the lips. No half-and-half measures for Bacchus. Apparently Booker Bale had failed in his adventure and had missed happiness by a gill. Browning's lines about the little more and the little less came into his head, and he laughed. Both the poet and the muddle-headed quarryman were right. Adventures not brought through to the end must be a dismal fiasco. His mind wandered a little. His shoulder was ever such a trifle stiff from carrying the child, but he missed the warmth of her grateful little body and the trusting clasp of her tiny arms. It had been an insignificant adventure, so to speak, in miniature, but it had been complete, rounded off, perfect. The proof lay in the glow of satisfaction at the thing accomplished. Materially there was nothing to complain about, but from a philosophic standpoint the satisfaction was not absolute. For the absolute is finality, and there's no finality in mundane things. From a thing so finite as human joy, eternal law decreed the evolution of the germs of fresh desires. There had been a strange sweetness in the clasp of those tiny arms. How much sweeter to a man would be the clasp if the arms were his own flesh and blood? Martin was shocked by the suspicion that things were not going right with him as a human being. The pleasant mass of the Hotel de Grotte, looming dimly white against its black background, came into view. The lights in an uncurtained and unshuttered window above the terrace were visible. A figure passed rapidly across the room and sent drunkards and adventurers and curly-headed 5-year-olds packing from his mind. But he averted his eyes and walked on and came to the Pont de Drône, and then halted to light a cigarette. The frosty silence of sharp moonlight hung over the town. The silver shimmer reflected from reaches of water and from slated roofs invested it with unspeakable beauty and peace. A little cold, caressing wind came from the distant mountains, seen in soft outline. Near black shelves of rock and dark mysteries of forest and masses of houses beyond the bridge end closed other horizons. He remembered his first impression of Brantôme, when he had sat with Corinna on the terrace, a mothering shelter from all fierce and cruel things. And yet, thought he as he puffed his cigarette smoke in the clear air, beyond this little spot lies a world of unceasing endeavour and throbbing pulses, and women of disturbing beauty. Such a woman on her meteoric passage from one sphere of glory to another has flashed before my eyes tonight. Why am I here pursuing an avocation which, though honest, is none the less greasy and obscure? Unable to solve the enigma, he sighed and threw his cigarette, which had gone out during his meditation, into the river. A patter of quick footsteps at the approach of the bridge caused him to turn his head, and he saw emerge from the gloom into the moonlight a tall, fur-clad figure advancing towards him. She gave him a swift look of recognition. "Monsieur Martin." He raised his cap. "Good evening, Miss Meryton." She halted. "My good host and hostess are gone to bed. I couldn't sit by my window and sentimentalize through the glass, so I came out." "It's a fine night," said Martin. "It is, but not one to hang about on a windy bridge. Come for a little walk if you've time, and protect me against the dangers of Brantôme." Go for a walk with her? Defend her from dangers? Verily, he would go through the universe with her. His heart thumped. It was in his whirling brain to cry, "Come and ride with me throughout the world, and the more dragons I can meet and slay in your service, the more worthy shall I be to kiss the hem of your sacred grey velvet dinner-gown." But, from his fundamental sober common sense, he replied, "The only dangers of Brantôme at this time of night are prudish eyes and scandalous tongues." She drew a little breath. "Thank you," she said. "That's frank and sensible. I'm always forgetting that France isn't New York, or Paris for the matter of that, where one can do as one likes. I don't know provincial France a little bit, but I suppose for red-hot gossip it isn't far behind a pretty little New England village. Still, can't we get out of range somehow of the eyes? That road over there." She waved her hand in the direction of the silent high-road which Martin had lately travelled. "Doesn't seem to be encumbered with the scandal-mongers of Brantôme." He laughed. Would you try it? She nodded assent. They set forth briskly. The glimpse into her nature delighted him. She appreciated at once the motive of his warning, but was serenely determined to have her own way. We were just beginning an interesting little talk when you were called off, she remarked. Martin felt himself grow red, remembering the tightly pocketed bagman who took the stage while he searched for Elim Sinare Sue. My profession has its drawbacks, said he. So has every profession. I've got a friend in America, I met him 2 or 3 times, who is conductor on the 20th Century Express between New York and Chicago. He's by way of being an astronomer, and the great drawback of his profession is that he has no time to sit on top of a mountain and look at stars. The drawback of yours is that you can't carry on pleasant conversations whenever you like. But the profession's all right, unless you're ashamed of it. But why should I be ashamed of it? Asked Martin. I don't know. Why should you? My father, who was the son of a New England parson. My father was a parson, said Martin. Was he? Well, that's good. We both come of a God-fearing stock, which is something in these days. Anyway, my father, in order to get through college, waited on the men in hall at Harvard, and was a summer waiter at a hotel in the Adirondacks. Of course, there are some Americans who would like it to be thought that their ancestors brought over the family estates with them in the Mayflower. But we're not like that. Say, she said after a few steps through the sweet keenness of the moonlit night, have you heard lately from Corinna? He had not. In her last letter to him she had announced her departure from the constricting family circle of Wendlebury. She was going to London. Where she would have a chance of self-development, said Lucilla with a laugh. How did you know that? Martin asked in simple surprise, for those had been almost Corinna's own words. What else would she go to London for? I don't know, said Martin. She did not tell me. They did not discuss Corinna further. But Martin felt that his companion had formulated his own diagnosis of Corinna's abiding defect, her suspicion that the cosmic scene centred round the evolution of Corinna Hastings. In a very subtle way, the divinity had established implied understandings between them. They were of much the same parentage. In her own family, the napkin had played no ignoble part. They were at one in their little confidential estimate of their common friend. And when she threw back her adorable head and drew a deep breath and said, "It's just lovely here," he felt deliciously near her. Deliciously and dangerously. A little later, as they came upon the rock dwellings, she laid a fleeting but thrilling touch on his arm. What in the world are those houses? He told her. He described the lives of the inhabitants. He described on the way back, for the rocks marked the limit of their stroll, his adventure with Bouquebel. Ordinarily shy, and if not tongue-tied, at least unimaginative in speech, he now found vivid words and picturesque images, his soul set upon repaying her in some manner for her gracious comradeship. Her smiles, her interest, her quick sympathy, the occasional brush of her furs against his body as she leaned to listen, intoxicated him. He spoke of France, the land of his adoption, and the spiritual France that no series of hazardous governments could impair, with rhapsodical enthusiasm. She declared, in her rich, deep voice, as though carried away by him, "I love to hear you say such things. It is splendid to get to the soul of the people." Her tone implied admiration of achievement. He laughed, rather foolishly, in besotted happiness. They reached the steep road leading to the Hôtel des Grottes. She threw a hand to the moonlit bridge where they had met. "Were you thinking of all that when I dragged you off?" He laughed again. "No," he confessed. "I was wondering what on earth I was doing there." "I think," said she softly, "you have just given me the mot de l'énigme." In the vestibule they came across Bigoudin, cigarette in mouth, sprawling as might have been expected on the cane-bottomed couch. He was always the last to retire, a fact which the blissful Martin had forgotten. Lucilla sailed up, radiant in her furs, the flush of exercise on her cheeks visible even under the dim electric light. Bigoudin raised his ponderous bulk. "I found Monsieur Martin outside.
she said, and I commandeered him as an escort round the neighbourhood. He couldn't refuse. I hope I haven't done wrong. Martin knows more about Brantôme, replied Bedorda courteously, than most of the Brantomois themselves. Celeste appeared from the gloom of the stairs. Lucilla, after an idle word or two, retired. Bigourdan closed and bolted the front door. To do that he would trust nobody, not even Martin. Having completed the operation, he advanced slowly towards his employee. "Did you go to the café tonight?" "No," replied Martin. "I was walking with Mademoiselle, who, as she may have told you, is a friend of Mademoiselle Corinna." Yes, she told me that," said Bigourdan. "There is no need of explanations, mon ami. But I am glad you did not go to the café. I ought to have warned you. We must be very discreet towards the video. There is no longer any marriage. Felice doesn't want it. Her father has formally forbidden it. I have no desire to make anybody unhappy, but there it is. Foutu le mariage. And I haven't said anything as yet to the video. And again, I can't say anything to Monsieur Video until he says something to me. Voilà la situation. C'est d'une délicatesse extraordinaire." He passed his hand over his head and tried to grip the half-inch stubble. "I tell you this, mon cher Martin, because you know the intimate affairs of the family. So," he shook an impressive finger, "act towards the video, father and son, as if you knew nothing at all. Laissez-moi faire." Martin pledged to the discretion of the statues in the old Alhambra tale. What did the extraordinary delicacy of the situation between Bigourdan and the videos matter to him? When he reached his room, he laughed aloud, oblivious of Bigourdan, the videos, and poor little Felice, who, though he knew it not, lay achingly awake. At last, a woman, a splendid wonder of a woman with the resplendent dignity of the king's daughter of the fairy tales, with the bewilderment of beauty of face and of form and of voice like the cooing of a dove, with the delicate warm sympathy of sheer woman, had come into his life. The usually methodical Martin threw his shirt and trousers across the room and walked about like a lunatic in his underthings, until a sneeze brought him to the consciousness of wintry cold. The only satisfying sanction of romance is its charm of intimate commonplace. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Wonderful Year by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 14. They had a further talk together the next afternoon. A lost remnant of golden autumn freakishly returned to warm the December air. The end of the terrace caught a flood of sunshine, wherein Lucilla, wrapped in furs and rugs, and seated in one of the bentwood rocking chairs brought out from winter quarters for the occasion, had established herself with a book. The little dog's head appeared from under the rug, his strange Mongolian eyes staring unsympathetically at a draughty world. Martin sauntered out to breathe the beauty of the hour, which was that of his freedom. He explained the fact when she informed him that Felice and Bigourdan had both left her a few minutes before in order to return to their duties. Martin being free, she commanded him to stay and entertain her. "If I were a good American," she said, "I should be racing about in the car doing the sights of the neighbourhood. But to sit lazily in the sun is too great a temptation. Besides," she added, "I have explored the town this morning. I went round with Monsieur Bigourdan." "He is very proud of Brantôme," said Martin. She dismissed Brantôme. "I have lost my heart to him. He is so big and comfortable and honest, and he talks history like a poetical professor with the manners of an embassy attaché. He's unique among landlords." "I love Bigourdan," said Martin, "but the type is not uncommon in these old inns of France, especially those which have belonged to the same family for generations. There is the proprietor of the Hôtel du Commerce at Périgeau, for instance, who makes pâté de foie gras, just like Bigourdan, and is a well-known authority on the prehistoric antiquities of the Dordogne. He once went to London for a day, and what do you think was his object? To inspect the collection of flint instruments at the Guildhall Museum. He told me so himself." "That's all very interesting," said Lucilla, "but I'm sure he's nothing like Bigourdan. He can't be.
And his hotel can't be like this. It's the queerest hotel I've ever struck. It's run by such unimaginable people. I think I've lost my heart to all of you. There's Bigoda, there's Felice, the dearest and most delicate little soul in the world, the daughter of a remarkable mystery of a man. There are Baptiste and Euphemie and Marie, the chambermaid, who seem to exude desire to fold me to their bosoms whenever I meet them. And there is yourself, an English university man, an exceedingly competent waiter, and a perfectly agreeable companion. The divinity, crowned with a little sealskin motoring toque which left unhidden the fascination of her upbrushed hair, cooed on deliciously. The knees of Martin, leaning against the parapet, became as water. He had a crazy desire to kneel at her feet on the concrete floor of the terrace. Then he noticed that between her feet and the cold concrete floor there was no protecting footstool. He fetched one from the dining-room and had the felicity of placing it for her and readjusting the rugs. "I suppose you're not going to be a waiter here all your life," she said. He signified that the hypothesis was correct. "What are you going to do?" It was in his awakened imagination to say, "Follow you to the ends of the earth," but common sense replied that he did not know. He made no plans. She suggested that he might travel about the wide world. He breathed an inward sigh. Why not the starry firmament? Why not, rainbow-winged and golden spear in hand, swoop a bright archangel from planet to planet? "You ought to see Egypt," she said, "and feel what a speck of time you are when the centuries look down on you. It's wholesome. I'm going early in the new year. I go there and try to paint the desert, and then I sit down and cry, which is wholesome too, for me." Before Martin's inner vision floated a blurred picture of camels and pyramids and sand and audiographic sunsets. He said, infatuated, "I would give my soul to go to Egypt." "Egypt is well worth a soul," she laughed. Words and reply were driven from his head by the sight of a great splotch of grease on the leg of his trousers. A dress suit worn daily for 2 or 3 months in pursuit of a waiter's avocation does not look its best in stark sunlight. Self-conscious, he crossed his legs as he leaned against the parapet in order to hide the splotch. Then he noticed that one of the studs of his shirt had escaped from the frayed and blackened buttonhole. Again he felt her humorous eyes upon him. For a few moments he dared not meet them. When he did look up, he found them fixed caressingly on the Pekingese spaniel, which had slipped upon its back in the hope of a rubbed stomach, and was waving feathery paws in pursuit of her finger. A moment's reflection brought heart of grace. Greasy suit and untidy stud-hole must have been obvious to her from his first appearance on the terrace. Indeed, they must have been obvious while he had waited on her at déjeuner. Her invitation to converse was proof that she had disregarded outer trappings, that she recognized the man beneath the soup-stained raiment. He uncrossed his legs and stood upright. Then he remembered her remark. "The question is," said he, "whether my soul would fetch enough to provide me with a ticket to Egypt." She smiled lazily. The sunlight being full on her face, he noticed that her eyelashes were brown. Wondrous discovery. "Anyhow," she replied, "where there's a soul, there's a way." She took a cigarette from a gold case that lay on the little iron table beside her. Martin sprang forward with a match. She thanked him graciously. "It isn't money that does the real things," she said, after a few meditative puffs. "To hear an American say so must sound strange to your English ears. You believe, I know, that Americans make money an almighty God that can work any miracles over man and natural forces that you please. But it isn't so. The miracles, such as they are, that America has performed, have been due to the naked human soul. Money has come as an accident or an accretion and has helped things along. We have a saying which you may have heard, 'Money talks.' That's just it. It talks. But the soul has had to act first. Money has nothing to do with American independence. It was the soul of George Washington. It wasn't money that invented the phonograph. It was the soul of the train newsboy Edison. It wasn't money that brought into being the original Cornelius Vanderbilt. It was the soul of the old ferryman that divined the power of steam both on sea and land 100 years ago, and accidentally, or incidentally, or logically, or what you please, founded the Vanderbilt fortune. I could go on forever with instances from my own country, instances that every school child knows. In the eyes of the world, the almighty dollar may seem to rule America, but every thinking American knows in his heart of hearts that the almighty dollar is but an accidental symbol of the almighty soul of man. And it's the soul that we're proud of and that keeps the nation together. All this, more or less, was at the back of my mind when I said, where there's a soul, there's a way. As this little speech progressed, her face lost its expression of serene and humorous contentment with the world, and grew eager, and her eyes shone, and her voice quickened. He regarded her as some fainéant Homeric warrior might have regarded the goddess who descended clout haste from Olympus to exhort him to noble deeds. The exhortation fluttered both pride and pulses. He saw in her a woman capable of great things, and she appealed to him as a man also capable. "You have pointed me out the way to Egypt," he said. "I'm glad," said Lucilla. "Look me up when you get there," she added with a smile. "Seems a big place, but it isn't. Cairo, Luxor, Assuan, and at any rate the Semiramis Hotel at Cairo." And then she began to talk of that wonderful land, of the mystery of the desert, the inscrutable gods of Granite and Karnak brooding over the ghost of Thebes. She spoke from wide knowledge and sympathy. An allusion here and there indicated how true a touch she had on far divergent aspects of life. Apart from her radiant adorableness which held him captive, she possessed a mind which stimulated his own, so long lain sluggish. He had not met before the highly educated woman of the world. Instinctively he contrasted her with Corinna, who in the first days of their pilgrimage had dazzled him with her attainments. She had a quick intelligence, but in any matter of knowledge was soon out of her depth. Yet she exhibited singular adroitness in regaining the shallows where she found safety in abiding. Lucilla, on the other hand, swam serenely out into deep blue water. From every point of view she was a goddess of bewildering attributes. After a while she shivered slightly. The sun had disappeared behind a corner of the hotel. Greyness overspread the terrace. The glory of the short winter afternoon had departed. She rose, Heliogabalus also shivering under her arm. Martin held the rugs. "I wonder," said she, "whether you could possibly send up some tea to my quaint little salon. Perhaps you might induce Felice to join me." That was all the talk he had with her. In the evening the arrival of an English motor party kept him busy, both during dinner and afterwards, for not only did they desire coffee and liqueurs served in the vestibule, but they gave indications to his experienced judgment of requiring relays of whiskies and sodas until bedtime. Again he did not visit the Café de l'Univers. The next morning she started for the Riviera. She was proceeding thither via Toulouse, Carcassonne, Narbonne, and the coast. To Martin's astonishment, Felice was accompanying her on a visit for 10 days or a fortnight to the south. It appeared that the matter had been arranged late the previous evening. Lucilla had made the proposal, swept away difficulty after difficulty with her air of a smiling but irresistible providence, and left Bigourdin and Felice not a leg save sheer churlishness to stand on. Clothes she had 10 times the amount she needed. The perils of the lonely and tedious return train journey? Never could Felice accomplish it. Bigourdin turned up an indicateur des chemins de fer. There were changes, there were waits. Communications were arranged with diabolical cunning not to correspond. Perhaps it was to confound the Germans in case of invasion. As far as he could make out, it would take 74 hours, 43 minutes to get from Monte Carlo to Brantôme. It was far simpler to go from Paris to Moscow, which, as everyone knew, was the end of the world. Felice would starve. Felice would perish of cold. Felice would get the wrong train and find herself at Copenhagen or Amsterdam or Naples, where she wouldn't be able to speak the language. Lucilla laughed. There was such a thing as l'agence cook, which moulded the indicateur des chemins de fer to its will. She would engage a man from Cook's, before whose brass-buttoned coat and a gold-lettered cap band the indicateur would fall to pieces, to transfer Felice personally by easy stages from house to house. Felice had pleaded her uncle's need. Lucilla, in the most charming way imaginable, had deprecated as impossible any such colossal selfishness on the part of Monsieur Bigourdin. Overawed by the Olympian, he had peremptorily ordered Felice to retire and pack her trunk. Then, obeying the dictates of his sound sense, he had asked Lucilla what object she had in her magnificent invitation. His little girl, said he, would acquire a taste for celestial things which never afterwards would she be in a position to gratify. To which Lucilla, "How do you know she won't be able to gratify them? A girl of her beauty, charm, and character, together with a little knowledge of the world of men, women, and things, is in a position to command whatever she chooses. She has the beauty, charm, and character, and I want to add the little knowledge. I want to see a lovely human flower expand." She had a graceful trick of restrained gesture which impressed Bigourdin. "I want to give a bruised little girl whom I've taken to my heart a good time. For myself, it's some sort of way of finding a sanction for my otherwise useless existence." And Bigourdin, clutching at his bristles, had plucked forth no adequately inspired reply. The will of the new world had triumphed over that of the old. All the staff of the hotel witnessed the departure. "Monsieur Martin," said Felice in French, about to step into the great car, a medley to her mind of fur rugs and dark golden dogs and grey cats and maids and chauffeurs and innumerable articles of luggage, "I have scarcely had 2 words with you. I no longer know where I have my head. But look after my uncle and see that the laundress does not return the table linen black." "Bien, Mademoiselle Felice," said Martin. Lucilla, pink and white and leopard-coated, shook hands with Bigourdin, thanked him for his hospitality, and reassured him as to the perfect safety of Felice. She stepped into the car. Martin arranged the rugs and closed the door. She held out her hand to him. "We meet in Egypt," she said in a low voice. As the car drove off, she turned round and blew a gracious kiss to the little group. "Voilà un petit saucier d'Américaine," said Bigourdin. Whiff, puff, and away goes Felice on her broomstick. Martin stood shocked at hearing his divinity maligned as a witch. "Here am I," continued Bigourdin, "between pretty sheets. I have no longer a housekeeper, seeing that Madame Toulier rendered herself unbearable. However," he shrugged his shoulders resignedly, "we must get on by ourselves as best we can. The trip will be good for the health of Felice. It will also improve her mind. She will stay in many hotels and observe their organization." From the moment that Martin returned to his duties, he felt unusual lack of zeal in their performance. Deprived of the celestial presence, the Hotel des Grottes seemed to be stricken with a blight. The rooms had grown smaller and barer, the furniture more common, and the terrace stretched outside a bleak concrete wilderness. Often he stood on the bridge and repeated the question of the memorable evening. What was he doing there when the wide world was illuminated by a radiant woman? Suddenly, Bigourdin, Felice, the circle of the Café de l'Univers, became alien in speech and point of view. He upbraided himself for base ingratitude. He realized, more from casual talk with Bigourdin than from sense of something wanting, the truth of Felice's last remark. In the usual intimate order of things, she would have related her experiences of Chartres and Paris, in which he would have manifested a more than brotherly interest. During her previous absence he had thought much of Felice, and had anticipated her return with a throb of the heart. The dismissal of Lucien Verriot, much as he admired the gallant ex-cuirassier, pleased him mightily. He had shared Bigourdin's excitement over the escape from Chartres, over Fortinbras's prohibition of the marriage, over her return in motoring state. When she had freed herself from Bigourdin's embrace and turned to greet him, the clasp of her two little hands and the sight of her eager little face had thrilled him. He had told her, as though she belonged to him, of the things he knew she was dying to hear. And then the figure of the American girl with her stately witchery had walked through the door of the salle à manger into his life. The days went on dully, shortening and darkening as they neared Christmas. Felice wrote letters to her uncle, artlessly filled with the magic of the South. 2 letters from Lucilla Merriton decreed extension of her guest's visit. Bigorre began to lose his genial view of existence. He talked gloomily of France's unreadiness for war. There were thieves and traitors in the cabinet. Whole army corps were notoriously deficient in equipment and transport. It was enough, he declared, to make a patriotic Frenchman commit protesting suicide in the lobby of the Chamber of Deputies. And what news had Martin received of Mademoiselle Corinna? Martin knew little, save that she was engaged in some mysterious work in London. "But what is she doing?" cried Bigorre at last. "I haven't the remotest idea," replied Martin. "Dis donc, mon ami," said Bigorre, the gloom of anxiety deepening on his brow. "You do not think, by any chance—" He hesitated before breathing the terrible surmise. "You do not think she has made herself a suffragette?" "How can I tell?" replied Martin. "With Corinna all things are possible." "Except to take command of the Hôtel des Grottes," said Bigorre, and he sighed vastly. One evening he said, "My good friend Martin, I am feeling upset. Instead of going to the Café de l'Univers, let us have a glass of the Vieille Fine de Brigadier in the Petit Salon, where I have ordered Marie to make a good fire." The old liqueur brandy of the Brigadier was literally, from the market standpoint, worth its weight in gold. In the 70s, Bigorre's father, during the course of reparations, had discovered, in a blocked and forgotten cellar, 3 almost evaporated casks bearing the inscription, just decipherable beneath the mildew, in Brigadier General Bigorre's old war-dog handwriting, "Cognac, 1812." His grandson, who had lost a leg and an arm in 1870, knew what was due to the brandy of the Grande Armée. Instead of filling up the casks with newer brandy and selling the result at extravagant prices, he reverently bottled the remaining contents of the 3 casks. On each bottle stuck a printed label setting forth the great history of the brandy, and stored the lot in a dry bin which he charged his son to venerate as one of the sacred depositories of France in the family of Bigorre. Now, in any first-class restaurant in Paris, Monte Carlo, Aix-les-Bains, you can get Napoleon brandy. The bottle, sealed with the still mind-stirring initial N on the neck, is uncorked solemnly before you by the silver-chained functionary. It is majestic liquid, but not a drop of the distillation of the Napoleon grape is there. The casks once containing it have been filled and refilled for 100 years. For brandy, unlike port, does not mature in bottle. The best 1812 brandy bottled that year would be today the same as it was then. But if it has remained for over 60 years in cask, you shall have a precious fluid such as it is given to few kings or even emperors to taste. I doubt whether there are 100 gallons of it in the wide, wide world. The proposal to open a bottle of the old brandy of the Brigadier portended a state of affairs so momentous that Martin gaped at the back of Bigorre on his way to the cellar. On the occasion of what high solemnity the last had been uncorked, Martin did not know. Certainly not on the occasion of the dinner of ceremony to the Videos, in spite of the fact that the father of the prospective bridegroom was Marchand de Bonheur and was expected by Bigorre to produce at the return dinner some of his famous chambertin. "Come," said Bigorre, cobweb bottle in hand, and Martin followed him into the prim little salon. From a cupboard whose glass doors were veiled with green-pleated silk, he produced 2 mighty quart goblets, which he set down on a small table, and into each poured about a sherry-glass of the precious brandy. "Like this," he explained, "we do not lose the perfume." Martin sipped. It was soft like wine, and the delicate flavour lingered deliciously on tongue and palate. "I like to think," said Bigorre, "that it contains the soul of the Grande Armée." They sat in stiff armchairs covered in stamped velvet, one on each side of the wood fire. "My friend," said Bigorre, lighting a cigarette, "I am not as contented with the world as perhaps I ought to be. I had an interview with Monsieur Virio today, which distressed me a great deal. The 2 families have been friends, and the Virios have supplied us with wine on an honourable understanding for generations. But the understanding was purely mercantile and did not involve the sacrifice of a virgin. Le Père Virio seems to think that it did. I exposed to him the disinclination of Felice, and the impossibility of obtaining that which is necessary, according to the law, the consent of her parents. He threw the parents to the four winds of heaven. He conducted himself like a man bereft of reason. Always beware of the obstinacy of a flat-headed man. What was the result of the interview? Asked Martin. We quarrelled for good and all. We quitted each other as enemies. He sent round his clerk this afternoon with his account, and I paid it in cash down to the last centime. And now I shall have to go to the Maison Prunier of Perigot, who are incapable of any honourable understanding, and will try to supply me with abominable beverages which will poison and destroy my clientele. Recklessly he finished his brandy, and poured himself out another portion. Then he passed the bottle to Martin. "Sur toi," said he, using for the first time the familiar second-person singular. Martin was startled, but said nothing. Then he remembered that Bigoudin, contrary to his usual abstemious habits, had been supplied at dinner with a cradled quart of old Coton, which awakes generosity of sentiment towards their fellows in the hearts of men. "Mon brave," he remarked after a pause, "my heart is full of problems which I cannot resolve, and I have no one to turn to but yourself." "I appreciate your saying so very much," replied Martin, "but why not consult our wise and experienced friend Fortinbras?" "Voilà," cried Bigoudin, waving a great hand. "It is he who sets me the greatest problem of all. Why do you think I've let Felice go away with that pretty whirlwind of an American?" Martin stiffened, not knowing whether this was a disparagement of Lucilla. But Bigoudin, heedless, continued, "It is because she is very unhappy, and it is out of human power to give her consolation. You are a gentleman and a man of honour. I will repose in you a sacred confidence, but that which I am going to tell you, you will swear never to reveal to a living soul." Martin gave his word. Bigoudin, without touching on long-past sorrows, described the visit of Felice to the Rue Maugrabine. "It was my sister," said he, "for years sunk in the degradation of drunkenness, so rare among French women. It is madness, que veux-tu? Often she has gone away to be cured, with no effect. I have urged my brother-in-law to put her away permanently in a maison de santé, but he has not been willing. It was he maintains, who in far-off, unhappy days, when, pauvre garçon, he lifted his elbow too often himself, gave her the taste for alcohol. For that reason he treats her with consideration and even tenderness. C'est beau. And he himself, you must have remarked, has not drunk anything but water for many years." "Of course," said Martin, and his mind went back to his first meeting with Fortinbras in the lonely Petit Cornichon, when the latter imbibed such prodigious quantities of raspberry syrup and water. It seemed very long ago. Bigoudin went on talking. "And so," said he at last, "you see the unhappy situation which Fortinbras, like a true Don Quixote, hath arranged between himself and Felice. She retains the sacred ideal of her mother, but holds in horror, very naturally, the father whom she has always adored. It is a bleeding wound in her innocent little soul. What can I do?" Martin was deeply moved by the pitifulness of the tale. Poor little Felice, how much she must have suffered. "Would it not be better," said he, "to sacrifice a phantom mother, for that's what it comes to, for the sake of a living father?" Bigoudin agreed, but Fortinbras expressly forbade such a disclosure. In this he sympathized with Fortinbras, although the mother was his own flesh and blood. Truly he had not been lucky in sisters, one a bigote, and the other an alcoolique. He expressed sombre views as to the family of which he was the sole male survivor. Seeing that his wife had given him no children, and that he had not the heart to marry one of the damsels of the neighbourhood, he bewailed the end of the good old name of Bigoudin. But perhaps it were best, for who could tell, if he begat a couple of children, whether one would not be afflicted with alcoholic and the other with religious mania? To beget brave children for France, a man, nom de Dieu, must put forth all the splendour and audacity of his soul. How could he do so, when the only woman who could conjure up within him the said splendour and audacity would have nothing to do with him? To fall in love with a woman was a droll affair. But if you loved her, however little she responded. It was a species of malady which must be supported with courageous resignation. He sighed and poured out a third glass of the brandy of the brigadier. Martin did likewise, thinking of the woman whose white fingers held the working of the splendour and audacity of the soul of Martin Overshaw. He felt drawn into brotherly sympathy with Bigourda, but for the life of him he could not see how anybody could be dependent for sole provisions of splendour and audacity upon Corinna Hastings. The humbly aspiring fellow moved him to patronizing pity. Martin strove to comfort him with specious words of hope. But Bigourda's mental condition was that of a man to whom wallowing in despair alone brings consolation. He had been suffering from a gathering avalanche of misfortunes. First had come his rejection, followed by the unsatisfied longing of the devout lover. It cannot be denied, however, that he had borne himself gallantly. Then the fading of his dream of the video alliance had filled him with dismay. Felice's adventure in the Rue Maugrabine and its resulting situation had caused him sleepless nights. Lucilla Meriton had taken him up between her fingers and twiddled him round, thereby depriving him of volition, and, having put him down in a state of bewilderment, had carried off Felice. And today, last accretion that set the avalanche rolling, his old friend Video had called him a breaker of honourable understandings and had sent a clerk with his bill. The avalanche swept him into the slough of despond, wherein he lay solacing himself with hopeless imaginings and the old brandy of the brigadier. But human instinct made him beckon to Martin, call him to, and bid him to keep an eye on the quagmire and stretch out a helping hand. He also had in view a subtle and daring scheme. "Mon brave ami," said he, "when I die—" His broad face assumed an expression of infinite woe, and he spoke as though he were 70. "What will become of the Hotel des Grottes? Felice will benefit principally, bien entendu, by my will. But she will marry one of these days, and will follow her husband, who probably will not want to concern himself with hotel-keeping." He glanced shrewdly at Martin, who regarded him with unmoved placidity. "To think that the hotel would be sold and all its honourable traditions changed would break my heart. I would not like to die without any solution of continuity." "But, my dear Bigourda," said Martin, "what are you thinking of? You are a young man. You are not stricken with a fatal malady. You are not going to die. You have 20, 30, perhaps 40 years before you, in the course of which all kind of things may happen." Bigourda leant forward and stretched out his great arm across the fireplace until his fingers touched Martin's knee. "Do you know what is going to happen? War is going to happen. Next year, the year after, 5 years hence, que sais-je, moi? But it has to come. All these pacifists and anti-militarists are either imbeciles or traitors. Those that are not dreaming madhouse dreams of the millennium are filling their pockets. Of the latter there are some in high places. There is going to be war, I tell you, and many people are going to die. And when the bugle sounds, I put on my old uniform and march to the cannon's mouth like my fathers before me. And why shouldn't I die, like my brother in Morocco? Tell me that." In spite of his intimacy with the sturdy thought of provincial France, Martin could not realize how the vague imminence of war could affect so closely the personal life of an individual Frenchman. "No matter," said Bigourda, after a short discussion. "I have to die some day. It was not to argue about the probable date of my decease that I have asked you to honour me with this special conversation. I have expressed to you quite frankly the motives which actuate me at the present moment. I have done so in order that you may understand why I desire to make you a business proposition." "A business proposition?" echoed Martin. "Oui, mon ami." He replenished Martin's enormous beaker and his own, and gave the toast. "À l'entente cordiale, between our nations and between our two selves." Lest the uninitiated may regard this sitting as a dram-drinking orgy, It must be borne in mind that in such brandy as that of the Brigadier, strength has melted into the gracious mellowness of old age. The fiery spirit that the cantinière or the vivandière of 1812 served out of her little waist-slung barrel to the warriors of the Grande Armée was now but a fragrant memory of battles long ago. "A business proposition," repeated Bigourda, and forthwith began to develop it. It was the very simplest business proposition in the world. Why should not Martin invest all or part of his little heritage in the century-old and indubitably flourishing business of the Hôtel des Grottes, and become a partner with Bigourda? Lawyers would arrange the business details. In this way, whether Bigourda met with a gory death within the next 2 or 3 years, or a peaceful one a quarter of a century hence, he would be reassured that there would be no solution of continuity in the honourable tradition of the Hôtel des Grottes. It was then that Martin fully understood the solemnity of the occasion, the petit salon with the fire specially lit, the Brigadier brandy, the preparatory revelation of the soul state of Bigourda. The unexpectedness of the suggestion, however, dazed him. He said politely, "My dear friend, your proposal that I should associate myself with you in this business is a personal compliment which I shall never cease to appreciate. But—" "But what?" "I must think over it." "Naturally," said Bigourda. "One would be a linnet or a butterfly instead of a man if one took a step like that without thinking. But at least the idea is not disagreeable to you?" "Of course not," replied Martin. "The only question is, how should I get the money?" "Your little heritage, Pablo." "But that is a console, rente anglaise. I only get my dividends twice a year." "You could sell out tomorrow or the next day and get the whole in banknotes or golden sovereigns." "I suppose I could," said Martin. Not till then had he realized the simple fact that if he chose he could walk about with a sack of 1,000 sovereigns over his shoulder. He had taken it in an unspeculative way for granted that the capital remained locked up behind impassable doors in the Bank of England. Instinct, however, restrained him from confessing to Bigourda such innocence in business affairs. "If I did not think it would be as safe here as in the hands of the British government, I would not make the suggestion." Martin started upright in his chair. "My dear friend, I know that," he cried ingenuously, horrified lest he should be thought to suspect Bigourda's good faith. "And you would no longer wear that costume?" Bigourda smiled and waved a hand towards the dress suit. "Which is beginning to show signs of wear," said Martin. He glanced down and caught sight of the offending splotch of grease. The quick association of ideas caused a vision of Lucilla to pass before his eyes. He heard her rich, deep voice. "We meet in Egypt." But how the deuce could they meet in Egypt, or in any other Lucilla-lit spot on the earth, if he started innkeeping with Bigourda, and tied himself down for life to Brantôme? A chill ran down his spine. "Eh bien?" said Bigourda, recalling him to the petit salon. Martin had an inspiration of despair. "I should like," said he, "to talk the matter over with Fortinbras." "It is what I should advise," said Bigourda heartily. "You can go to Paris whenever you like. And now, n'en parlons plus. I feel much happier than at the beginning of the evening. It is the brandy of the brave old Brigadier. Let us empty the bottle and drink to the repose of his soul. He would ask nothing better." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Wonderful Year by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 15. The days went on, and nothing more was said of the proposal, it being understood that, as soon as Felice had wrought order out of chaos for a second time, Martin should consult with Fortinbras, his bankers, his solicitors, and other eminent advisers. They resumed their evening visits to the Café de l'Univers, where Bigourda and Mr. Video sat as far apart as was consonant with membership of the circle. On meeting they saluted each other with elaborate politeness, and addressed each other as Monsieur, when occasion required interchange of speech. Everyone knew what had happened, and as everyone was determined that the strained relations between them should not interfere with his own personal comfort, nobody cared. The same games were played, the same arguments developed. A favourite theme was the probable action of the Socialists on the outbreak of war. Some held, Montevideo among them, that they would refuse to take up arms and would spread counsels of ignominy among the people. The professor at the École Normale, allowed to express latitudinarian views on account of his philosophic position, was of opinion that the only safeguard against a European war lay in the solidarity of the international socialist brotherhood. "The Prussian drill sergeant," said the mayor, "will soon see that there is no solidarity as far as Germany is concerned." "Ugh, we have no drill sergeants. The sous-officier is under the officer, who is under the general, who is bought by the men we are so besotted as to put into power to play into the hands of the enemy. Our socialists will cleave to their infamous principles." Thus declared Montevideo, who was a reactionary Republican and regarded socialism and radicalism and anti-clericism as punishments inflicted by an outraged heaven on a stiff-necked generation. "The socialists will betray us," he cried. "Monsieur," replied Bigourd loftily, "you are wrong to accuse the loyalty of your compatriots. I am not a socialist. I, as everyone knows, hold their mischievous ideas in detestation. But I have faith in the human soul. There's not a socialist, not an anarchist, not even an Apache, who, when the German cannon sounds in his ears, will not rush to shed his blood in the defence of the sacred soil of France." "Bravo!" cried one. "C'est bien dit," cried another. "After all, the soil is in the blood," said a third. Moussa Kazansak, the landlord, who stood listening, said with a certain Gascon mordancy, "Scratch even a minister, and you will find a Frenchman." And so the discussion, and who shall say it was a profitless one, went on evening after evening, as it had gone on in some sort of fashion conditioned by circumstances for over 40 years. On Christmas Eve came Felice, convoyed as far as Périgeau, where Bigourd met her train by the promised man from Cook's. It was a changed little Felice, flushed with health and armoured in sophistication, that greeted Martin. Her first preoccupation was no longer the disasters that might have occurred under helpless male rule during her absence. "I've had the time of my life," she asserted with a curious and lazy accent. "It would take weeks to tell you. Monte Carlo is too heavenly for words. Lucilla committed perjury and swore I was over 21 and got me into the rooms and into the sports club. And what do you think? I won 1,000 francs. She tapped her bosom. "I have it here in good French money." Martin stared. The face was the face of Felice, but the voice was the voice of Lucilla. The English, too, of Felice was no longer her pretty, halting speech, but fluent, as though by her frequentation of English-speaking folk all the old vocabulary of childhood had returned, together with sundry accretions. She rattled off a succinct account of the loveliness of the Azure coast, with its flowers and seas and sunshine, the motor drives she had taken, the lunches, dinners, and suppers she had eaten, the people she had met. Lucilla seemed to have friends everywhere, mainly English and American. They had seldom been alone. Felice had lived all the time in a social whirl. "You will find Brantôme very dull now, Felice," said Martin. She laughed. "If you think my head's turned, you're mistaken. It's a little head more solid than that." Then, growing serious, "What I have seen and heard yonder in a different sort of world will enable me to form a truer judgment of things in Brantôme." Bigourd came near the truth when he remarked later with a smile and a sigh, "Here is our little girl transformed in a twinkling into a woman. She has acquired the art of hiding her troubles and of mocking at her tears. She will tell me henceforward only what it pleases her that I should know." Felice took up her duties cheerfully, performing them with the same thoroughness as before, but with a certain new and sedate authority. Her pretty assumption of dignified command had given place to calm assertion. Euphemie and Baptiste, accustomed to girlish rebukes and rejoinders, grumbled at the new phase. When Felice cut short the hitherto wonted argument by a "Ma bonne Euphemie, the way it is to be done is the way I want it done," and marched off like a duchess unperturbed, Euphemie shook her head and wondered whether she were still in the same situation. In her attitude towards Martin, she became more formal as a mistress and more superficial as a friend. She caught the trick of easy talk, which might have disconcerted him had the world been the same as it was before the advent of Lucilla. But the world had changed. He lived in Brantôme, an automatic existence, his body there, his spirit far away. His mind dwelt little on any possible deepening or hardening in the character of Felice. So her altered attitude, though he could not help noticing it, caused him no disturbance. He thought casually, "Compared with the men she has met in the great world, I am but a person of mediocre interest." The new year came in, heralded by snow and ice all over Europe. Beneath the steel-blue sky, Brantôme looked pinched with cold. The hotel was almost empty, and Martin found it hard to occupy long hours of chilly idleness otherwise than by dreaming of Lucilla and palms and sunshine. Lucilla, of course, was always under the palms, and the palms were in the sunshine, and he was talking to Lucilla, alone with her in the immensities of the desert. When he had dreamed long enough, he shivered, for the Hôtel des Grottes still depended for warmth on wood fires, and there was no central heating, and the bath in the famous bathroom received hot water through a gas geyser. And then he wondered whether the time had not come for him to make his momentous journey to Paris. "I've had a letter from Miss Meryton," said Felice one day. "She asks for news of you and sends you her kind regards." Martin, who in shirt-sleeves and apron was laying tables in the salle à manger, flushed at his goddess's message. "It's very good of her to remember me." "Oh, she remembers you right enough," said Felice. That meant that his goddess must have spoken of him, not only once, but on various occasions. She had carried him so far in her thoughts as to be interested in his doings. Did her words imply a veiled query as to his journey into Egypt? A lover reads an infinity of significance in his mistress's most casual utterance, but blandly fails to interpret the obvious tone in which the woman with whom he is not in love makes an acid remark. "Where is Miss Meryton now?" he asked. She informed him coldly, not at all with the air of the wild flowers from which alpine honey is made, that Lucilla was sailing next week for Alexandria. "And," said she, "as I am a sort of messenger, what reply shall I make?" Martin, who had developed a lover's cunning, answered, "Give her my respectful greetings, and say that I am very well." No form of words could be less compromising. That same evening, on their cold way back from the Café de l'Univers, Bigourda said, using as he had done since the night of the intimate conversation the tu of familiarity, "Now that Felice has returned, and all goes on wheels and business is slack, don't you think it is a good opportunity for you to go to Paris for your holiday and your consultations?" "I will go the day after tomorrow," replied Martin. "Have you told Felice of your proposed journey?" "Not yet," said Martin. "C'est bien. When you tell her, say it is for the sake of a change, your health, your little affairs, what you will. It is better that she should not know of our scheme until it is all arranged." "I think that would be wiser," said Martin. "In the event of your accepting my proposition," said Bigourda, after a pause, "have you ever thought of the possibility of becoming a naturalized Frenchman? Like that, perhaps business might roll more smoothly. We have already spoken, you and I, of your becoming a good Périgourdin." Martin, hands in pockets and shoulders hunched so as to obtain ear shelter beneath the upturned collar of his greatcoat, was silent for a few moments. Then, "Nationality is a strange thing," said he. "The more I live in France, the more proud I am of being an Englishman." Bigourda sprang a pace apart, wounded to the quick. "Mais non, par exemple. You of all men," and it was the voo of formality, "ought not to say that." "Mais que tu es bête. You must understand me. You don't let me proceed," cried Martin, halting before him in the semi-darkness of the quay. "In France I have learned the meaning of the word patriotism. I have been surrounded here with the love of country, and I have reflected. This impulse is so strong in all French hearts, ought it not to be as strong in the heart of an Englishman? France has taught me the finest of lessons. I am as loyal a Frenchman as any of our friends at the Café de l'Univers, but," adapting a vague reminiscence of the lyric to Lucasta,
I should not love France so much if I did not love England more. Mon brave ami, cried Bigourda, holding out both hands, in a Frenchman's instinctive response to a noble sentiment adequately expressed. Pardon me. Let us say no more about it. The true Englishman who loves France is a better friend to us than the Englishman who has lost his love for England. Martin went to bed in a somewhat tortured frame of mind. He was very simple, very honest, very conscientious. It was true that the flame of French patriotism had kindled the fire of English patriotism within him. It was true that he had learned to love this sober, intense, kindly land of France. It was true that here was a generous bosom of France willing to enfold him, an alien, like one of her own sons. But it was equally true that in his ears rang a clarion call sounded not by Mother England, not by foster-mother France, but by une petite société américaine, a fair witch neither of England nor of France, but from beyond the estranging seas. And the day after tomorrow he was journeying to Paris to take the advice of Fortinbras, Marchand de Bonheur. What would the dealer in happiness decide? To wait until some turn of fortune's wheel should change his career and set him free to wander forth across the world? Or to invest his all in an inglorious, though comfortable, future? Either way, they would be heart-racking. But Bigourda, as he secured the Hôtel des Grottes with locks and bolts, whistled "Mabrouk s'en va en guerre," a sign of his being pleased with existence. He had no doubt of Fortinbras's decision. Fortinbras had practically given it in a letter he had received that afternoon. For he had told Fortinbras his proposal, which was based on the certainty of a marriage between Felice and Martin, as soon as the latter should find himself in a position that would warrant a declaration up to now impossible to a man of delicate honour. "They think I am an old mole," he had written, "but for certain things I have the eyes of a hawk. Why did Felice suddenly refuse Lucien Vidiot? Why has Martin, during her last absence, been in a state of depression lamentable to behold? And now that Felice has returned, changed from a young girl into that thing of mystery, a woman, why are their relations once so fraternal marked by an exquisite politeness? And why must Martin travel painful hours in a train in order to consult the father of Felice? Tell me all that. When it comes to real diplomacy, mon vieux Daniel, rusts the solid head of Gaspard Bigourda." Which excerpt affords a glimpse into the workings of a subtle, yet ingenuous, mind. He hummed "Mabrouk s'en va en guerre" as he went upstairs. The little American witch never crossed his thoughts, nor did a possible application of the line "Ne sais qu'on reviendra." The high gods hold this world in an uncertain balance, and whenever they agree to turn things topsy-turvy, they have only to flick it the myriadth part of a millimetre. The very next day they gave it such a flick, and it was Bigourda and not Martin who went to Paris. "Ma petite Felice," said Bigourda the next day, "I have received this morning from Paris a telegram dispatched last night summoning me thither on urgent business. I may be away 3 or 4 days, during which I have arranged for the excellent Madame Chauvet, who devoted such maternal care to you on the journey to Chartres, to stay here pour les convenances." The subtle diplomatist smiled, so that when she questioned him as to the nature of this urgent business, and he replied that it was a worrying matter of lawyers and stockbrokers, she accepted the explanation. But to Martin, "Mon pauvre ami," said he with woebegone face, "it is the mother of Felice. She is dying. A syncope. We must not let Felice know, or she would insist on accompanying me, which would be impossible." Martin took a detached view of the situation. "Why?" he asked. "She is a woman now, and able to accept her share in the tragedy of life with courage and with reason. Why not let her go and learn the truth?" Bigourda waved a gesture of despair. "I detest, like you, this deception. Lying is as foreign to my character as to yours, but que veux-tu? In the tragedy of my brother-in-law there is something at once infinitely piteous and sublime. In a matter like this, the commands of a father are sacred." "Ha, my poor Cécile," said he, passing a great hand swiftly across his eyes. 20 years ago, what a pretty girl she was!
of a character somewhat difficult and bizarre, but I loved her more than my sister Clotilde, who had all the virtues of the Petit Rosaire. He fetched a deep sigh. One is bound to believe in the eternal wisdom of the all-powerful. There is nothing between that and the lunatic caprice of an almighty mad goat. That is why I hold to Christianity, and embark on this terrible journey with fortitude and resignation. He held out his packet of bastos to Martin. They lit cigarettes. To give this confidential information, he had drawn Martin into the murky little bureau whose window looked upon the sad grey vestibule. "I am sorry," he said, "that your holiday has to be postponed, but it will only be for a few days. In the meantime, I live Felice in the loyal care of yourself and the good Madame Chauvet." Bigourdin went to Paris, and deposited his valise at a little hotel in a little street off the Boulevard Sebastopol, where generations of Bigourdins had stayed, perhaps even the famous Brigadier General himself, where the proposed entertainment of an Englishman would have caused the host as much consternation as that of a giraffe, where the beds were spotless, the cuisine irreproachable, and other arrangements of a beloved and venerable antiquity. Here the good Périgourdin found a home from his home in Périgord. The last thing a solid and virtuous citizen of central France desires to do in Paris is to Parisianize himself. The solid and virtuous inhabitants of Périgord went to the Hôtel de la Dordogne, which flourishes now and feeds its customers as succulently as it did 100 years ago. Having deposited his valise at this historic hostelry, Bigourdin proceeded to the Rue Maugrabine. He had never been there before, and his heart sank, as the heart of Felice had sunk, when he mounted the grimy, icy stairs and sought the home of Fortinbras. His sister Clotilde, severe in awful mourning, admitted him, encaged him in a ghostly embrace, and conducted him into the poverty-stricken living-room, where Fortinbras, in rusty black and dingy white tie, stood waiting to receive him. "Unfortunately, my dear Gaspard," said Fortinbras, "you are not in time." He opened the flimsy door set in the paper-covered matchboard partition. Bigourdin entered the bedroom, and there, with blinds drawn and candles burning at head and feet, lay all that remained of Cécile de Fortinbras. He returned soon afterwards, drying his eyes, for memories of childhood had brought tears. He wrung Fortinbras by the hand. "Here, mon vieux Daniel, is the very sad end of a life that was somewhat tragic, but you can console yourself with the thought of your long devotion and tenderness." Clotilde Robineau tossed her head and sniffed. "I don't see around me much evidence of those two qualities." "Your reproaches, Clotilde," said Fortinbras, "are as just as Gaspard's consolation is generous." "I am glad you acknowledge at last that it was you who dragged my unfortunate sister down to this misery." Fortinbras made no reply. Lives like this one must understand and pardon as Bigourdin had done. Nothing that he could say could mitigate the animosity of Clotilde which he had originally incurred by marrying her sister. She would be moved by no pleading that it was his wife's extravagance and intemperance that had urged him to the mad tampering with other people's money, money honestly repaid with other people's money wrongly for a time, which had caused him to be struck off the roll of solicitors and to leave England a disgraced man. She would have retorted that had he not been addicted to boissons alcooliques, a term which in France always means fiery spirits, and had he not led the life of the theatre and the restaurant, Cécile would have been sober and thrifty like herself and Gaspard. And Fortinbras would have beat his breast, saying mea culpa. He might have pleaded the after years of ceaseless struggle, but to what end? As soon as his wife was laid beneath the ground, Clotilde would gather together her skirts and pass for ever out of his life. Bigourdin knew of his remorse, his home of unending horror, his efforts ever frustrated, the weight at his feet that not only prevented him from rising, but dragged him gradually down, down, down. But even Bigourdin, who had not been to Paris for 10 years, had not appreciated till now the depths of poverty into which Fortinbras and his sister had sunk. His last visits to them had been painful. A drunken, dishevelled hostess, especially when she is your own sister, does not make for charm. But they lived in a reputable apartment at Haute-Hotel, and there was a good carpet on the floor of the salon, and chairs and tables such as are found in Christian dwellings, and on the mantelpiece stood the ormolu clock, and on the walls hung the pictures which had once adorned their home in London. How had they come down to this? He shivered, cold and ill at ease. "As you must be hungry after your long journey, Gaspard," said Madame Robineau, "I should advise you to go out to a restaurant. The cuisine of the femme de journée I do not recommend. For me, I must keep watch, and it being Friday, I fast, as usual." Fortinbras made no pretence at hospitality. Had he been able to set forth a banquet, he felt that every morsel would have been turned into stone by the basilisk eyes of Clotilde. Both men rose simultaneously, glad to be free. They went out, took an omnibus haphazard, and eventually entered a restaurant in the neighbourhood of the Tour Saint-Jacques. "Mon vieux Daniel," said Bigourda, as soon as they were seated, "tell me frankly, for I don't understand. How comes it that you are in these dreadful straits?" Fortinbras smiled sadly. "One earns little by translating from French into English, and still less by dispensing happiness to youth." "But—" Bigourda hesitated. "But you have had other resources. Not much, certainly, but still something." "What do you mean?" said Fortinbras. "You can have that in 5 years. Cécile scattered her own dowry to the winds, and left me at the edge of a whirlpool of debt. All of my own I could scrape together and borrow I threw in to save myself from prison. She had no heritage from her father. On what else can we have lived, save on my precarious earnings?" Bigourda, both elbows on the table, plucked at his upstanding bristles and gazed intently at Fortinbras. "Ever since the great misfortune when you returned to France, Cécile has had her own income?" "You are dreaming, Gaspard. From what source could she obtain an income?" "From me, parbleu!" cried Bigourda. "I always thought my father's will was unjust. Cécile should have had her share. When I thought she needed assistance, I arranged with my lawyer, Maitre Dupuis, 33 Rue des Augustins, Paris, to allow her 5,000 francs a year in monthly instalments, and I know, sacrebleu, that it has been paid." Fortinbras also put his elbows on the table, and the two men looked close into each other's faces. "I know absolutely nothing about it. Cécile has not had 1 penny that I have not given to her." "It is horrible to speak like this," said Bigourda, "but one cannot drink to excess without spending much money. Where did she get it?" "There are alcohols unknown to the Hôtel des Grottes, and it takes little money to buy. To get that little, she's pawned the sheets off the bed." "Nom de Dieu!" said Bigourda. It was a miserable meal, ending almost in silence. When it was over, they called at the cabinet of Maitre Dupuis. They found everything in order. Every month for years past, Madame Fortinbras had received the sum of 416 francs 65 centimes. She had come personally for the money. Maitre Dupuis remembered his first interview with Madame. She had expressly forbidden him to send the money to the house, lest it should fall into the hands of her husband. He infinitely regretted to make such a statement in presence of Monsieur, but those were the facts. "All this is evidence in favour of what I told you," said Fortinbras. "I never doubted you," cried Bigourda, "and this is proof. But what can she have done with all that money?" It was a mystery. They went back to the Rue Maugrabine. On the way, Fortinbras asked, "Why have you never told me what you were doing?" "I took it for granted that you knew, and that, par délicatesse, the subject was not to be mentioned between us." "And Clotilde?" But Bigourda was one of those who kept the left hand in ignorance of the generous actions of the right. He threw out his great arms, to the disturbance of pedestrian traffic. "Tell Clotilde? What do you take me for?" A day or two of continuous strain and hopelessness, and then, under the auspices of the pompe funèbre and the clergy of the Paris, the poor body of Cécile Fortinbras was laid to rest. Not till then did anyone send word to Felice. Even Madame Robineau agreed that it was best she should not know. As she had left Chartres, self-willed and ungovernable, so on the receipt of the news of her mother's death might she leave Brantôme. Her appearance amid these squalid happenings would be inconvenable. I have no reason to love Felice, she added, but she is a young girl of our family, and it is not correct that she should see such things. When the train carrying Madame Robineau back to Chartres steamed out of the Gare Montparnasse, both men drew a breath of relief. Mon ami, said Bigourd, the Bible taught the Church the beautiful history of Jesus Christ. The Church told the bishop told the priest told the wife of the sub-prefect, the wife of the sub-prefect told the wife of the mayor, the wife of the mayor told the elderly unmarried sister of the Cornchandler, and the unmarried sister of the Cornchandler told Clotilde. And that's all she, Clotilde, knows about Christianity. Still, he added in his judicious way, she is a woman of remarkable virtue. She has a strong sense of duty. Without a particle of love animating her heart, she has just spent 3 days and nights without sleep, food, or fresh air. It's fine all the same. I am not ungrateful, said Fortinbras. They entered a cafe for the sake of shelter from the bitter January wind, and they talked, as they had done lately, of many intimate things. Of the past, of Martin, of the immediate future. Fortinbras would not accompany Bigourd to Brantôme. His presence would only add poignancy to the grief of Felice. It was more impossible now than ever to undeceive her, as one could not speak ill of the dead. No, he would remain in Paris, where he had much to do. First, he must move from the Rue Maugrabine. The place would be haunted. Besides, what did one old vagabond want with 2 rooms and a kitchen? He would sell his few belongings and take a furnished room somewhere among the chimney-pots. Bigourd lifted his petit verre of Armagnac, and forgetting all about it, put it down again. What I am going to tell you, said he, may seem cynical, but it is only common sense. Do not leave the Rue Maugrabine without having searched every corner, every box, every garment, every piece of furniture. Search? What for? The little economies of Cécile, said Bigourd. Fortinbras put up a protesting hand. Instinct revolted. Impossible, he declared. Bigourd persisted. Although you have lived long in the country and have been married to a Frenchwoman, you do not know, like myself who has it in my veins, of what the peasant blood of France is capable where money is concerned. It is impossible on your own showing that Cécile should have spent 5,000 francs a year. You have seen for yourself that she received the money. What has she done with it? He leaned across the table and with great forefinger tapped the shoulder of Fortinbras. She has hoarded it. It is there, in the Rue Maugrabine. Fortinbras shook his leonine head. It was absurd. In the olden days, when she had money, had she not scattered it recklessly? Bigourd agreed. But then, said he, you struck misfortune, poverty. Did you not observe a change in her habits and in her character? Of course we have often spoken of it. It was the outer trappings of the bourgeois that had disappeared, and the paysanne asserted herself. For many years my father supported my mother's mother, a peasant from La Beauce, who gave out that she was penniless. When she died, they accidentally found the mattress of her bed stuffed with a little fortune. The blood of Grand-mère Didier ran into the veins of Cécile, and Cécile, like all the family, knew of the fortune of Grand-mère Didier. All that in Fortinbras was half forgotten, buried beneath the rubbish heap of years, again protested. His gently nurtured childhood, his smooth English home, his impeccable Anglo-Indian father, Major General Fortinbras, who had all the servants in morning and evening for family prayers, and read the lessons in the little village church on Sundays. His school days, Winchester, with its noble traditions, all, as we English understand it, that goes to the making of an honourable gentleman. If Pactolus, damned by his wife, poured through the kitchen taps, he would not turn them. It is I, then, that will do it, said Bigourd. I am not anti-Semite in any way, but to present a Jew dealer who is already very well off, with many thousands of francs, is the act of an imbecile. He tossed off his glass of Armagnac, beckoned the waiter, threw down the coins for payment, and rose. Allons, said he. Fortinbras, exhausted in mind and soul, followed him. An auto taxi took them to the Rue Maugrabine. The desolate and haggard femme de journée was restoring the house of death to some sort of aimless order. Bigourdin put a 10-franc piece into her hand. "That is for you. Come back in 2 hours' time." The woman went. The two men were left alone in the wretched little room, whose poverty stared from its cracked and faded wallpaper, from its bare floor, from the greasy plush couch with one maimed leg stuck in an old salmon tin. Fortinbras threw himself with familiar recklessness on the latter article of furniture, and covered his eyes with his hand. "A quarter of a century is a long time, my dear Gaspard," said he. "A quarter of a century's daily and nightly intimate associations with another human being leaves a deep imprint in one's soul. I have been very unhappy, it is true, but I have never been so unhappy and so hopeless as I am now. Let me be for a little. My head is stupefied." "Mon pauvre vieux," said Bigourdin very gently. He glanced around, and seeing a blanket which Clotilde had used during her vigil, neatly folded by the femme de journée and laid upon a wooden chair, he threw it over the recumbent Fortinbras. "Mon pauvre vieux, you are exhausted. Stay there and go to sleep." The very weary man closed his eyes. 2 hours later the femme de journée appeared. Bigourdin, with his finger to his lips, pointed to the sleeper and told her to come in the morning. It was then 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Bigourdin, wrapped in whatever coverings he could find, dozed in a rickety armchair for many hours, until Fortinbras awoke with a start. "I must have fallen asleep," he said. "I am very sorry. What is the time?" Bigourdin pulled out his watch. "Midnight," said he. Fortinbras rose, passed both hands over his white flowing hair. "I too, like Clotilde, having slept for 2 or 3 nights. Sleep came upon me all of a sudden. Let me see." He touched his broad forehead. You brought me back here for some purpose." "I did," said Bigourdin. "Come and see." He took the lamp from the table and led his brother-in-law into the bedroom. "I told you so," said he, pointing to the bed. The upper ticking had been ripped clean away, and there, in the horsehair, on the side where Cécile had slept, were 5 or 6 odd little nests, and each nest was stuffed tight with banknotes and gold. "It's all yours," said Fortinbras. Bigourdin, swinging arms like a windmill, swept imbeciles like Fortinbras to the 32 points of the compass. "It is the property of Cécile. I have nothing to do with it. I am a man of honour, not a scoundrel. It belonged to Cécile. It now belongs to you." They argued for a long time, until sheer hunger sent them forth. And over supper in a little restaurant of the quarter, they argued, and at last Bigourdin, very wearied, retired to the Hôtel de la Dordogne, and Fortinbras returned to the Rue Maugrobine, to find himself the unwilling possessor of about £2,000. End of chapter 15.